Welcome to my channel. The following video contains the Ranger's Apprentice, Astral Walker, Moon Dance, and the Fae's Curse. These are part of the Fallen Dwarf series and are books 7, 8, 9, and 10. Inspired by such things as Majora's Mask, I hope you enjoy this epic fantasy adventure. Copyright 2025 by J.T. Williams. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. Ranger Apprentice, Fallen Dwarf, Book 7. Chapter 1. The Gilded Trader. A fortnight had passed since Turgon had returned to Ikinidor. That very night, a ranger had come and brought with him an ill child, a young boy of only 8 years old, and a ranger apprentice. The man, a ranger of the northern lands of Taria, was Ilisu. He was soft-spoken for his rather gruff appearance. His boy was not his son, but he might as well been him. The boy's name was Joseph. And while the boy was ill, he still had a particular spark in him. And the river fish go upstream to lay eggs, and then in a season the smaller fish return to the ocean, Joseph told Turgon. The boy needed sunlight. The first few days, Joseph was kept directly with Garivia, and as such, outside of healing spells, was only in candlelight. Now Garivia had allowed him outside the gates. "The air is so dry here," Ilisu said. "I did not know that such a place existed." "We have not been here long, but we are doing our best." Joseph chased a small lizard that darted from a boulder to a rocky outcropping against the wall. He knelt down, using as stick to try to rouse the creature back out. "He's scared of you now," Ilisu said. The jeweled necklace around his neck held down, and Turgon sighed at its sight. "She could not remove it after all, I understand," Turgon said. "No, the moment it leaves his neck, he worsens." "And so now we are outside, since you are so worried of the inside of Ikinidor." Ilisu nodded, looking back. "Their spies are everywhere. I feel like the shadows themselves can see us, and that those that dwell within them can look as if nothing." "Few shadows in this sunlight," Turgon said. Ilisu looked around them again. He was a nervous man, a quality that was not at all ranger at all, as far as Turgon was concerned, but him and his apprentice had gone through a lot. "I made a bad deal," he said. "The White Crown, a holy order of Eastern Taria, they offered protection for another task of ours, giving us sacraments to return the burial jars of a fallen knight. We did so, but the sacraments were elven, and we were accused of stealing them. The White Crown were the thieves, but that is not what the elves saw. We were taken prisoner west of Locum and held for nearly a month in elvish prisons. When a favor owed to me allowed us to escape, we were in the vault when, for whatever forsaken reason, Joseph grabbed it and hid it from me. We were pursued, but not just by elves, dark beasts, and I guess, demons. I'm not a man of religion, but spirits were never an issue for me before. When he collapsed, I found the jewel. He told me he took it because he was angry at the elves, and he didn't want us having to take the jobs we did. He wanted us to have enough gold to rebuild the Order of the Woods." "Old order," Turgon said. Ilisu had caught the lizard. Running over to them, he held it just behind its neck, and its dark red tail curled about his wrist. "Red? It's got a red tail," the boy laughed. His laughter lessened, and he knelt down, sweating. The lizard escaped, and Ilisu put his hand on his shoulder. "Joseph?" "Just a bit tired," he said. He looked behind him and into the narrow valley of rock leading towards the oasis. "They are near." Turgon looked up, whistling to a handful of Ikinidor monks. "Purify that passage," he said. The three monks went over to the only shaded area in their vicinity, lifting up their staffs. As the end of their staffs burst to life, a black fire engorged the passage. Turgon leaped to his feet as the burning fire formed up around a clawed form. The three monks fell back, shifting to light wards and pushing up against the creature. "Bells! Bells!" other dwarves shouted. The creature snarled, climbing up towards the peak of the passage. The dwarven monks released a flurry of white orbs at the creature, as now Rornikor and Silra came outside. The creature fell back, parts of its shadowy form breaking and becoming ash on the ground. In a few moments it was gone. Turgon looked to Elisu, who was on the ground holding Joseph. "We should not have brought this to you," the ranger said. "I have failed in protecting my apprentice. You have young children here. I do not mean to endanger them." "Weren't in danger," Silra said. "These things are nothing. A bit of arcane light and they flee. Ikinidor doesn't turn away those that need help. We will actually go to near insane lengths for almost not reason," he laughed. A handful of dwarves went to Rornikor before the hammer song directed them to make a wider patrol. "There was more than one," Rornikor said. "The others appeared but fled." "It may not be too much for you," Elisu said, "but we cannot stay here. I think I know who we can go to. Someone that knows of rare trinkets and isn't friendly to the elves." "Who?" Turgon asked. "He is called by many names, but I know him as the Gilded Trader. I was going there before Joseph got worse." "Where is he?" Silra asked. "East," Elisu said, "not too far from the coast of the Vinda Sea." "Gypsy land?" Silra asked. "He has been known to acquaint himself with those types, but he is not a gypsy." Turgon stroked his beard. "And you think he can help?" "I know he can. I don't trust the elves. I'll trust him over elves. He has helped me before. I think he will again. Even your priestess doesn't know what to do to remove it. So, we will leave first thing tomorrow morning. I do not want to trouble or abuse your hospitality any more." He picked up Joseph. "Come on, let us get you laid down some." The boy rubbed his head. "But the lizards," he said, already falling asleep. Turgon and Silra watched as the two of them went back into Ikinidor. "I don't trust elves either, but I'm not sure going to some random trader is going to help." "So you've never heard of this gilded trader?" Turgon asked. "I wouldn't trust that guy just from his name. Anyway, not our problem. I've got bets with Balinor over if Selinra can forge a half-useful hammer. We've got some drinks to have, too." Silra tapped Turgon on the shoulder and left. Turgon looked up at the darkening sky, thinking of what he could do. "I can't let that ranger and boy just wander off by themselves." "Gah," he said. He stood up. He would consult Garavia. As the sun set over the deserts and one by one the stars appeared in the growing darkness, Turgon went to Garivia's domain. Now, with Ikinidor monks posted before the great doors towards the inner temple, Turgon noticed something else. New art. The doors going into her domain had curious inscriptions. The first in the far left panel was of a lone warrior without their helmet, surrounded by the fallen around him. The next showed three figures traveling over the sands. The next was of a sailing ship and a bright star. He, of course, recognized them as events he and others of Ikinidor had been a part of. "Oh, sire," a voice said. Turgon turned to see a dwarf he did not recognize. "I am Ulyrk, Aratesian. I hope you like my paintings. I'm still working on the overall flow, but I am doing it here and in other places." Turgon nodded. "I do like them. You're doing fine work." "Good, good," Ulyrk said. "Gorky had me in charge of repainting old furniture, but with him busy with the navy, I've taken to doing what I can here and there." "Are you an artisan by trade?" Oh, not sire. I'm an archer." "Warrior class?" I did not suspect. Micronach High Guard for my younger years, war injury took me out of combat. I was able to retire into the lake region near there, but I'm restless. Came here by chance, and after a few days, Gorky saw me painting and he felt my skills could be best used to earn my keep, as it were. Well, fine work. Keep at it. Turgon headed into the sanctum. Meeting Ulurk was a good thing to him. So often he would meet only warriors or those that were involved with weapons. This was a warrior that had turned to art and chosen Ikinidor as his home. As Turgon passed through a passage of woven silk and more candles than he remembered from before, he found several men and women without their tops on their knees before a trough of water. Garivia passed in front of the altar as it was, looking up at him, but keeping her focus on the others. Now pray, bowing your heads, as is the purpose of all things here. The goddess sees and embraces in a way that you can only guess of in your infancy, within your spiritual practice. The men and women kept their bodies over the water, their hands submerged. There was a bouncing ripple passing through the water as whimsical light danced over the water's surface. By the goddess, Garivia said. The many before her repeated her words in unison. By the goddess. At this point, Turgon had taken notice that there were 3 races present, dwarves, elves, and some of the race of men. Now, remove your hands from the water and meditate, initiates, she told them. She looked up at Turgon. So soon you return from the seas of change and find trouble. I have sense what is coming and what you ask, but I dare ask you when you shall take focus to your greater charge. The Jinn grow in power. Their source was one that you sought. Have you found it? There is a place I am drawn to the far south, deep in the deserts, but alas, I still wait. The sands veil much, and there is a being of power between myself and there. I attempt to see through what veils are in place, but not yet. Then I have to focus on what is before me, Turgon said. The boy and his master? She asked. Elisu feels he knows of someone that can help, the gilded trader, he calls him. That is not an entity I know, she said, passing around her initiates and directing Turgon to turn and go into a side room. Here there was incense burning in many altars, and now numerous books. She picked up one of them and thumbed through it. There are many that take the guise of traders, salesmen, and the like, especially those that are questionable. Few have the arcane knowledge to know of so many items, unless they are inclined in other ways, possessed by other spirits, or some combination. The boy needs help, Turgon said, and you, dwarf, wish to help him. It is your path to downfall, in some ways. But helping those that needed it is how I found myself, including how I helped you. Garivia smiled. At least you know in what way your path progresses, an important task in the greater knowings of the world. She shut the book she was looking at. I had some thought that a name such as the Gilded Trader would be in here, but it is not an entity I know. Do you not trust the ranger? I do not trust this world, dwarf, but I have no way to remove the jewel from the boy's neck, and it cannot remain. You must go with caution, for all manners of darkness is drawn towards him. It wouldn't be my luck if that wasn't the case, he said. Elisu mentioned going to the east, towards the southern seas. The southern seas have many secrets of their own, but it is to gypsy villages you go to, Illurinia, as they are known. Many pass through there, going into the lands of men, and further into the Shadowlands. There are ruins of much in that region, but not since the time of the elf and orc wars have any really kept domain there. It is lawless, yet I can say, as a magic user, there are many treasures to be found. Not that it helps a dwarf like yourself. Turgon laughed. Well, Silra might like it. As Turgon made his way back out after speaking to Garivia, he felt no more set in his path than he was before, but also he didn't have much to go on. Ahead, near the dining hall, he saw Rornacor. "The ranger and his apprentice will be leaving tomorrow," he said. "Very good," he said. "And will we be giving them walking sticks or—" "Ha, no, I do think we can spare horses. But I'll be going, as will Silra." "Another journey across the oceans, or will you keep it just to necromancers and lost cities?" "You make jokes," Turgon said. "Hopefully it's just a journey to Illurinia and back." "Oh, so you're going mad?" Rornacor asked. "Mad? That's an old joke back in Haradar. Going to Illurinia mean going a bit off and crazy." "Well, I'm already nearly there as it is. It can't be too much worse." Rornacor lifted his flask. "Well, such is life. I'll keep the watch as I do. I heard our navy is up to 4 ships. Too bad you don't need to cross the oceans again." "Got any ideas for crossing to Illurinia?" "Dragons? Eagles? Though I do believe that first one would rather fill its belly with dwarf meat than carry one." Turgon laughed. "Well, you enjoy your night." The air in Ikinidor was particularly good. Not the aroma at all, as might be thought with the roaring fires and smoked meat or the fresh ale getting shared amongst the halls, but the feeling. What had started as a ruined temple, cursed and dangerous, had developed into a true home. Balinor continued to unlock more portions of the ancient place, and it seemed to be growing by the day. New halls, passages, and places. Ikinidor was a home to any that chose it, and while there was much evil and dark within the world, Turgon had started something that was growing into a true place of life and happiness in what otherwise would be a parched and broken land. That truel was a commentary on how he had seen his own life, even before the loss of his armies or his status in the world. He had fought to do so much just to forge a name for himself, a kingdom of his own name, and in turn had lost all but his own life. Now here, surrounded by G-fiends and Quantises alike, he built something that truly did good in the world. He had fought, protected, and sustained so many that before he would not have been able to help. Now he considered the ranger and his apprentice just another on that list. It was his duty and his honor to do this, to help them in a way that they really could never pay back, and it wasn't something that would give him more gold or stature. But it would help them, and in the irony of Mont Dwarves he had known in his life, that was enough. As he crossed the dining hall, he saw Silra carrying a barrel from the kitchen, headed towards Balinor's hall and the smithy. "Tomorrow," he said. "We're leaving. Early. Be ready." "Come now, where?" Silra asked, slurring his words. "Crazy," he said. "Illurinia. I'm just going to assume this is a drunken conversation I won't remember. Be up, or I'll be waking you up, even if you smell of the bottom of an ale barrel. Don't drink too much." Silra half saluted him, and Turgon went towards where Elisu and Joseph were staying. It was a small room just down the way from his own room. Private, well stocked for visitors, and as a bonus, now filled with healing herbs blessed by Garivia. As he reached the door, he could smell the herbs and something else. He knocked. There was no answer. He knocked again, waiting before placing his ear against the wood. "Master Elisu," he said aloud. Knocking a third time, he checked the door and noted that it wasn't locked. He began to push it open, and a steady rolling fog came from the floor. As he went to step in, the door slammed against him. Turgon tried to open it again, and he felt a strange heat on the door itself. "Master Elisu!" he shouted. The door engulfed in flames. "Water! Water!" he shouted down the hall. In a few moments, multiple dwarves had come with water, and Rornacor then Silra were there. They extinguished the fire and kicked open the door, only for a wave of smoke to roll over them all. "Purify," Silra said, lifting his staff. A blast of white, and the fog became as dozens of venomous snakes. The guards stomped and cut at them with their axes. Thankfully, they were small, and though likely venomous, they mostly seemed to try to get away from those trying to get to the door. Now, numerous Ikinidor monks had come. Silra pushed past Turgon, signaling for the monks to join him. You literally sell like pure ale, Turgon thought. But at least, when the occasion called for it, Silra was capable of seemingly sobering up quite a bit in a pinch. "With me," he said to the monks, kicking open the door. Turgon followed the dwarven monks and the priest as the candles within the room flew about on their own, hovering in the corners where thick columns of smoke set like pillars. In the center of the wall, the ranger was pinned by an unseen foe, and laying on the bed was Joseph, the jewel on his chest glowing. The ranger was still alive. He clenched at his own throat and flailed, kicking and squirming. "Purify!" Silra shouted. They cast white light, but as they did, the fogs rose up and surged around Silra, throwing him through Turgon and the others against the hall wall. The ranger collapsed as the fogs surged around the priest, a putrid smell breaking through the aroma of the herbs still in the air. Silra rose up, his eyes blackened. "Lest not you proclaim to be rid of that which is within. I feel that which is but empty, a soul cannot." Silra was shrouded in golden light. Garivia stood at the far end of the hall. "Come from him now," she shouted. The many that had gathered hugged the walls of the corridor as the priestess pushed through. "You cannot," Silra began, but Garivia whipped her hands about, smacking him through her powers and throwing him to the ground. "Out! I draw you out as poison is pulled from a wound. You are nothing but vile, and your power is contained not in a person, but in that which you were created by." Silra hissed, running at Garivia before Turgon struck him in the head. The priest dropped to the ground. Garivia rushed him, thrusting her staff into his chest. In a motion like she was winding that which held him bound up, she pulled a strange black substance off his body. The substance rotted her staff before falling as ash and the smoke dissipated. Turgon went to Silra, feeling his head. "He was possessed, but he will recover," Garivia said. Turgon looked back into the room. Ilisu was sitting up, as was Joseph. "We didn't mean to cause this trouble, we really didn't," Ilisu said. "Why did it go to him?" Turgon asked Garivia. "He was weakened, the intoxication. Just as the ranger is filled with grief and guilt, the jewel takes what is weak about a person and uses it. It is, in a form, sentient, though it makes little sense. What I drew out of Silra was part of its essence. It is why the boy is sick. We will leave, good king, we will not trouble you." "Yes, you will, but I'm going with you." "Silra needs rest," Garivia said. "I'll tend to him." She motioned, and monks came and took him. As the others cleared out and the charred door was removed, the excitement died down. Selinra had came to check on things and then quickly went to Garivia and where her Ather was. Rornacor himself had been with Turgon, assuring the boy and the ranger were okay. They had returned to the now quiet hall, the festivities having ceased after the events of the earlier night. Rornacor was yawning when Turgon looked at him. "I was going to take Silra, but he's a bit unwell. Care to get out of Ikinidor?" "Well," he said, stretching, "I've got lots to do with monitoring the halls and assuring the dust owls are well fed at dusk. But I think I might can afford a bit of a vacation and fun to the east. Will there be women?" "Doubtful," Turgon laughed. "Truly, if scrolls were written about my life, they would say nothing less than a grand dwarf, forever without any company of the females. It is said he would have had a grandson or daughter, perhaps dozens, save no woman would have him." "I think you've been hitting that flask too much," Turgon laughed. "So that's a yes?" "Sure," he said. As things had progressed, Turgon had extra guards put near Ilisu and Joseph, but Garivia seemed sure that the energy the jewel had expelled was weakened for now. Silra was sleeping, and though he had expected himself to be asleep well before now, he at last lay down. Though of what tomorrow and the days to come would bring he had no idea. Chapter Dusra. Journey East. Sunrise split through the darkened clouds as Turgon stood on the steps of Ikinidor. Rornichor had just came out with a cup of steaming tea. He had his hammer and a thick leather chest piece with metal pauldrons. "Traveling light?" Turgon asked him. "I felt heavier armor was a bit much, considering we're going on a nice jaunt east. Not much that way, except hills." "Let's hope," he said. "Check on Silra," Rornichor asked. "Still sleeping, snoring quite a bit," Turgon said. "Got quite a bump on his head." "I'm sure he'll have words with you about that. I'll just tell him that I saw him slip. Craziest happening." They laughed as Elisu and Joseph emerged. Turgon had already fetched horses, and so as the others in their company had arrived, attendants brought the beasts to them. Joseph bowed to Turgon. "My apologies, good king. You have been kind to us. I did not mean to hurt your people." "No need to bow or apologize over this," Turgon said. "We want to help you and Yoru, master. We'll see it through. You should not feel guilty." "But I took it. I shouldn't have taken it," he said, thumbing at the jewel. "Well," Elisu said, "that is true. But now we must make right what happened, and we are thankful that King Turgon is patient and kind." "I am," Joseph said. They mounted their horses and, in time, were riding at a quick pace down the narrow valley and out past the oasis. They were taking the same path they had taken when dealing with the necromancers, but instead of keeping a far northeastern path, they were going south, almost as if they were going to Fadabrin. They held the southern trek until well past midday, and then the road began to slowly creep through the rocky hills to the east. This they followed with multiple short rests along small riverways. The rocky lands gave way to green grasses and then more tall weeds. They rode all the way until sunset and made camp in a small ruined tuair just off the road. "Come now," Elisu said to Joseph. "You're making the fire. We've been doing the hard part. You can do this." The apprentice gathered his kindling as Turgon and Rornichor stood with their arms crossed off to the side. "I mean, we do have dust we could use," Rornichor whispered, talking of course of dwarven dust. "Let him do it," Turgon said. It had rained some time earlier, and while Joseph had plenty of wood, most was soaking wet. But, like something had suddenly came to him as he struggled to make the fire, he got the idea to break apart the wood itself, reaching drier and more kindling ready substances. Soon he had a small pile of good kindling, and, using his flint, he had a fire going. "Good," Elisu said. "I saw a burrow back up the road. Come now, Hammer Song, let us see if we can rouse something out." As Elisu and Rornichor went to see whatever it was the ranger had seen, Turgon remained with Joseph, adding more wood to the fire. "How long have you been an apprentice?" Turgon asked him. "I don't remember a time when I wasn't. I was born in the desert from what he told me, but even that he got from my caretakers. My parents were merchants and shipwrecked. I washed ashore not too far from Erin with wreckage and was found by traveling druids making their way to Fickmark. Master Elisu was passing through on his way into the north, delivering a package to snow dwarves up in the far north, when he saw me. Apparently, I was wandering around near a river and nearly fell in. The druids were in some kind of trance and, well, Elisu wouldn't have anything but his own way in the matter. I was going with him. I'm not sure the druids cared that much, but one of my earliest memories was laying in the back of a cart as Elisu took us through the mountains. That said, it was refreshing to actually get to go back to the desert. We've been a few times, but I always feel at home here." Turgon nodded at the young boy's story. "I'm the opposite to you. This is not my home, or was not before a few months ago." Now thought, "I understand. There is a peace to the dry heat and blistering sand. I had lived my life so long as before that, now being here, I barely feel the old life exists. In trust, so much has changed in my own life that only this one still feels real." The Dwarf King paused for a moment, as Joseph kept looking back towards where Elisu had gone with Rornikor. "Your master is like your father, I guess, family to you." "He is, but as all apprentices, I will leave him to take my own path. I will be as a stalwart shield to those who cannot shield themselves, a drawn bowstring to bring down the tyrants. He has told me of that creed since I could talk, and one day I will say it as I swear myself to it. But not yet." The ground shook. Turgon looked up to see a bright orange flash down the road. A few moments passed, and Rornikor and Elisu returned holding 3 large rabbits. "Lucky, lucky, lucky," Elisu said. "Hammer song music is beautiful," he said. "You hit the rabbits?" Turgon asked, not quite able to see the animals yet. "The burrow above it scared them right out," Rornikor said. "Quite an easy catch, then." Elisu and Joseph worked to dress and cook the rabbits. "Our gift, dinner," they said. In time, the rabbits were gone, and they would begin their watches as the others slept. Turgon offered to watch first, but after a short debate, he and Rornikor, along with Joseph, slept first. Hours passed, and some time before dawn, Rornikor woke Turgon, who took the final watch. Joseph was snoring, laying next Elisu. The horses grazed nearby. As Turgon walked away from the camp to relieve himself, he noticed fairies bouncing over the tall grass in the distance. The region they were in was not one he knew or had ever gone to. This was a new place, a new journey, and had a new feeling to it that wasn't quite like anything before. The air coming off the mountains of the north didn't twist and mix with the dry winds of the western deserts or blend with the pine trees of the riverlands. Instead, blowing off the rockland regions and blasting down towards the sea, the scent of them was invigorating, almost as if the breath of Dim itself was carried within it, exitly escaping towards the sea. At least, Turgon felt that sensation within him. He returned to the camp, tossing a few logs on Tehe fire, and watched up at the clear sky and the dozens of stars. For the first time in a very long time, a melody came to his mind, and though he tried to recall the song, he could not. Instead, he pulled his pipe out and hummed, the words of dwarven fires and ales still staying from mind. But it was okay to him. The sunrise was coming soon. At the first light of fire and purple hues piercing over distant skies, Turgon roused the others. They were on their way quickly, passing over the great river by midday and passing towards the southernmost mountains of the land south of Taria. Here there was narrow valley with a shallow but long river that stretched all the way up to its birth in the Tychans. In dwarven tongues it was called Keloruk for the ancient settlements that used to be at its head in the mountains. The rocky and barren grounds from before having gave way to the plains had returned as they began to ascend up a twisting, well-trodden road. But soon they had passed into a portion of the valley where the river widened a bit more, and green grass was all they could see. The sun set faster within the valley, and as they passed under white oak trees, that sunlight seemed to fade even faster. Soon they came to a large wooden lamp and a single cart with a table off to its side. There were red curtains hanging down from the cart and providing a roof for the table itself. Turgon could smell a spicy scent, and while he saw smoke rising from incense sticks, it was the small fire off to the side that was more peculiar. The flames were purple. As they were approaching the cart, a stubby man stepped out of it. He gasped, his face turning red. He clapped several times. "Oh, goody good! Oh, bless be my roads! The dwarves, the dwarves! Too long, way too long! I have not seen dwarves this way in such a long time." "We're just passing through," Elisu said, not intending to stop. "Oh, oh no, no good. Toils keep the roads safe. You must stop, pay the toil to assure Illurinia remains safe." Elisu stopped and dismounted before the rest of them. "Toil? Who has toil roads? This is a valley road going to a place almost no one else goes to." "Oh, these be my roads, good man, and I assure they are safe. You wouldn't want Wobblerico coming upon you, now would you? I am Borliar, and I will be your attendant. Sit, sit." Turgon dismounted, as did Rornikor now. Elisu and Joseph had knelt down at the small table before the cart. Rornikor took the horses to the other side of the road and tied them to a pole. "About the toll," Elisu began. "How much is it we need to be on our way, and—" "Your toll is a pause in your journey. Your time is valuable, but we must assure you don't bring any Wobblerico with you. They hate spicy tea." There were no seats. Turgon sat on the ground next to Joseph. Rornichor was to his right. Borliar moved about the inside of his cart, emerging with several silver cups. Then he placed a kettle on the purple fire. "What is a Wobblerico?" Joseph asked. "Oh, good question. A very good question. They come from Fadabreen. They are sneaky, very sneaky. They hurt some of our best, yes, they do. They hurt them, and we can't have that." "You didn't answer my question," Joseph said. "They are what we here are not. At least I hope. When the tea is done, we will assure all is as it should be, and none have followed you." "We were not followed," Rornikor said, "but I can't say much for the open valley you have around here. It isn't much of a defensive perimeter when you're a lone cart, and this is a big place." "A dwarf not knowing of fairy tunnels?" Borliar asked. "Elves?" Rornikor asked. "Well, that is rude," Borliar said. "Not elves. Imagine me saying a fairy was an elf. I know you're not being rude about elves at Borliar's table. I'm 1/10 elf, after all." "And the rest of you?" Joseph asked plainly. "A bit of ground fairy and air fairy and dwarf fairy and siren fairy and— well, I don't know. You sound mostly fairy, and I've never quite heard of so many fairies, yet you look like a normal man," Turgon said. "I got my mother's blood. It is why I look so fair. She had quite a time with fairies. Do you know how many enchantments fey princes can put on a woman? Apparently, many. There are so many scrolls that read of such. They literally chase the real stories from the minds of the willing and fill them with faerui. Faerui! I'd rather deal with 3 dozen Bobblerook." Elisu leaned down to Joseph. "Don't even ask him. I'm sure he doesn't know, or he won't give us a proper answer." The tea kettle began to sound, and Borliar took it off the hook, pouring them each a bit. "Now a proper tea tasting," Borliar said. He lifted his cup. "Do as I do. First smell. Smell," he said. Turgon followed the strange ferryman's instructions. The tea was a rather normal spiced tea, and, while it smelt a bit of mushrooms, it didn't have any other aroma. "Now, close your eyes and sip," Borliar said, "but suck it across your tongue like you're sucking the eyes of a Calarubian honeysuckle." "Good thing I know exactly what that is," Rornikor said, his tone hot with sarcasm. "Oh, I bet you do," Borliar said. Turgon sipped and tasted cinnamon. The tea was good, but nothing special in his opinion. As soon as Elisu had sipped, he stood. "Good, we've had your tea. Nothing else?" "Sure," Borliar said. "You are not Wobblerico, but from now on you are in the domain of Illurinia." The sky had gone dark. The purple fire became as ash. Turgon turned around to see that their horses were gone, and rocks 6 times as high as Turgon were blocking the road and path of the entire valley. The cart remained, but Borlyre had vanished. "What is this?" Rornikor said. The hammer-song went to the rocky wall. "Wait, I can see through this. I can actually see the way we came, but—" He tapped the wall. "This is solid." "I have heard of the tricksters of Illurinia," Elisu said, "but I didn't think we'd be tricked so fast." "If they wanted us dead, we'd be dead," Turgon said. "We came here for a reason. Let's keep going," he nodded. "I didn't think the first person we'd run into would be of the Fae," Elisu said, shaking his head. "Another mistake. The mistake is those who copulate with Fae, not the ones tricked. Besides, at least we're not Wobblerico. I've got that I can say now," Rornichor laughed. "Look at the moon," Joseph said, pointing. Turgon looked up to see a pale orange moon rising above the mountains. "We've wandered into the realm of the Fae and gypsies, it seems. Hopefully the gypsy make more sense, and the gilded trader is here." "Seems like a weird place he would like," Elisu said. "Okay, follow me. It was my doing that got us here. I'll go first." Chapter Moondram. Under the orange moon. There was very little that Turgon had yet to see in his life, or so Turgon always thought. Except that now that every time he thought of something like that, he realized that not only would there be more that he was to discover, but it would likely come upon him, rather he'd like it or not. He had very little choices in this matter, and every time he tried to just kick back, cross his hands, and relax a bit, some new doom would come on him. This current predicament was a great example of that. The air in the woods they journey in smelt of sweet pine mixed with juniper. An odd smell, but a distinct one. Ahead they could see not one, but over a dozen torches lining the road, as a sort of grand entrance to a melte gate flamed on either side, but much larger knotted trees. These trees were the largest in the surrounding area, and high above they could see a large bird's nest with floating orbs nestled together, almost like eggs just visible from the ground. "Weird as an elven carpenter," Rornikor said, nudging Turgon. "I see them," Turgon said. "Fairy eggs?" "Eggs. Don't they just appear?" "Well, I assume there are some eggs or something. I assume they don't just appear out of nothing." "Fairies generally come from their own realm, appearing into ours, much like the moon elves where magic is created," Elisu told them. Turgon had heard of moon elves, but considering that he was a dwarf and would never end up in such a place, he didn't pay it much mind. "Is the gilded trader a fairy?" Joseph asked. "No, he is not. Elisu paused. "I'm not entirely sure what he is. Annoying, I can say that. But back to the fairy egg question, yes, I believe they do have eggs. I have heard songs of that, but I assume that is something that they hatch from in their own realm. That said, also, that can change if one was to copulate with an elf or one of the race of men. There would not be eggs in that case." "So male fairies get with people like us?" Joseph asked. "Fae, yes. Male and female fae are different than actual fairies. Fairies are much smaller." "You seem to know a lot about fae," Rornikor laughed. "I haven't ever heard even half of this before." "Yes, well, one can make mistakes and learn things they didn't quite know before, and let's just say that is the only good thing that came from my previous relations with them." "From here?" Turgon asked. No, not here. There are other hidden places, but in this case, she came on to me in a tavern to the east. Apparently, men in that state are easier to, you know." "Easier to what?" Joseph asked. "Make mistakes," Elisu laughed. They stood in front of the gate. Elisu had stopped seeing that a thin veil sat blocking their path. It wasn't something that was really physically keeping them from progressing, but when dealing with Fae, even Turgon knew they needed to be careful. A fairy floated down from the nest above and moved about each of them before passing through the veil, causing it to recede into the trees. As they now passed through, a figure greeted them, forming up out of the leaves and standing even taller than the ranger Elisu himself, who was no short man. The male figure was shirtless and had glowing blue eyes. "Greetings, welcome to Illurinia," the man said. "I see there are no females with you." "What an odd thing to point out," Rornachor said. "Oh," he laughed, "I am Vala. I am a fae that is meant to take away those that long, that desire, that—" "We get your purpose," Elisu said. "We do not seek any of that. I'm looking for a friend, the gilded trader. You may know him as Shodin, or the Golden Pot." "I know of who you mean, but welcome here to our land first. Would you care to have some tea?" "We'll skip the tea," Turgon said. He had already had enough tricks, and that just seemed like a start to another bad time, at the very least, lost time. He wasn't about to take any more chances. Vala bowed. "Good, good. I forgot who was watching the valley today. That guardian likes to use the tea gimmick. Well, you may pass on, but please stay on the path, and do not dwell too long near the mushrooms. They see and cause quite a bit of confusion unless you are well versed in spells." "Perfect. I'm well versed in spells," Rornachor laughed. Turgon nodded to Vala as he stepped off the path, opening his arm for them to continue on. Elisu and Yosef did just that as Turgon and Rornachor followed. Leaving the gateway behind, they came to an opening in the trees and a vast green valley of rolling fields and sparkling streams that twisted between many rocky islands topped with wooden structures. From each of the odd-formed, angular-like structures, there were different color smokes rising up and fairies floating all about. The blue orbs of the fairy lights clashed with the strange red, yellow, and orange smoke, almost as if this place was intentionally meant to make visitors mad. The road seemed to glow white, even as the orange moon glinted off sheen mushroom tops just off the road. This road did not take them to the islands or the strange structures. Instead, it curved around to the right, passing by a large lake with odd, gnarled trees, with a sparkling quality to their black bark. As Turgon passed by one, he touched it. The bark reacted, appearing like a rainbow in a dark sky before he let go. Then, like the surface of water, it returned to the way it was before. "Ever seen that?" Turgon asked Rornachor. "No, not even when in a drunken stupor while smoking herbal mixtures meant to make you hallucinate. I can only imagine how it would feel if I was to do anything of the like in this place." Turgon felt a strange bounce as he walked. It was like the rocks they were following were not rocks at all, but some other soft substance. He kicked at it, sending a few rocks flying. "Okay, they're rocks. But why?" He slowed, bouncing in place before continuing on. "It's like waterlogged mud," Rornachor said. "Strange," Turgon said. "Keep your mind in this place," Elisu said. "That's how fae get you. You let your guard down, and you'll end up tied by your feet under a tree or worse. Don't even let them distract you with the road. This is a safe avenue, or it's supposed to be. If a fae shows up in the middle of the road, just keep walking. Do not stop." "I'm kind of confused, too, if these fae are good or bad," Joseph said. "We've never encountered them before." "Fae are what you make them. If you avoid them, they are nothing to worry about. If you engaged with them, well, that's different. You have to be careful, and that is what we're doing." Turgon questioned why the gilded trader would come and stay in a place that was so obviously dangerous to all but fae themselves. It was an odd choice and an even odder circumstance that the person that the ranger and his apprentice needed was such a character. But he chose to listen to the advice the ranger had given him. Now the ground was not bouncy like before. That had been some kind of hallucination, and having kept his sense, he was walking normal again. They had gone around the edge of the lake and across a set of 3 footbridges. The water seemed normal enough, so that was a nice change to their experiences so far. As they came to another footbridge, they passed from the lakeside and began up a short hill. It was here, reaching the top, Turgon was surprised to see not more hills or even the grand mountains that he knew should have been before him based on the maps of this region. Instead, he saw an expansive ocean of stars, and the mere sight of it stopped him in his path. The same had happened with Joseph. Rornichor was the final one to see it. "Well, that isn't an everyday sight," the hammer song said. "Keep walking, I see what I was looking for," Elisu said. "Come on, hurry up, Joseph." The ranger was leading them to a small circle of wagons on the edge of the cliff. Here there was a silver one with a golden sun made of spinning metal on the front. Smoke rose from a campfire where 6 figures in elaborate clothing were carrying on unaware or not caring of their approach. As they drew closer, one of them looked back. "Normal travelers," she said. It was a woman with curly red hair. "Some say the approach of one such as you could be seen as a sign not wanted. Trust the cards, yes, we must trust the cards, for we have seen much, and of much we will see." "No cards," Elisu said. "Where is he?" "Where is who?" a voice said from the silver cart. Turgon looked up to see a slender man wearing purple emerge from the cart. He, too, had red hair. Turgon looked between the first woman and the man, and realized they looked very similar. The others present all had black hair. "Speak to my daughter with kinder words, or we may have a problem, I do think," the man said. "What name is it here?" Elisu asked. "My name, my true name. The gilded trader, good ranger. What seems to be troubling you for you to seek me here? I had said I would not return to the realm, far too dangerous." "I didn't realize you'd go right to a land of Fae, though," Elisu said. "A jewel, Joseph can't take it off. Seems like some trickster thing you would know about. I have gold, and if you can show me how to remove it, I'll pay well." The gilded trader said. He went to Joseph and knelt down. "Show me," he said. Joseph lifted the jewel up, and the man looked it over. Turgon and Rornichor stood with their arms crossed to the side. The man looked over to them. "Dwarves?" he asked. "Friends of theirs," Turgon said. He said again. "You have been dealing with elves," he said. "Yes, we have." "That wasn't a question," the man said. "I see that. You have a forest jewel that has found itself overwhelmed with malignant energies. It needs to be cleansed, but that would require non-malignant forces to fill the void left in the jewel with the removal of that which is negative. I sense light energy has been attempted from the scarring on the jewel itself, but with jeweled necklaces such attempts are fruitless, as light is broken by the edges of the jewel, so it needs twilight energy, and that can be pulled from— "What do you need, then?" Elisu asked. "Harvesting, and I cannot leave. You can." "Found yourself tricked by the Fae, then?" The man shook his head. "No, but that is not important as of now. What is needed is Ool energy, stable Ool energy." "Ool?" Rornichor asked. "Is this some kind of ore?" "Ool is not ore, but energy that is neither malignant or of light, a neutral force in the world." "Where can such a thing be found?" Turgon asked. "Where those that were good were lost. That resonant force of their life energy formed into neutral spirits acts as a body that takes up but does not turn. The expanse made in the jewel can be filled." He lifted the chain. 10 Ool forms. "Ool?" Elisu asked. "Energy? How can we harvest such a thing?" "With lamps of the Fae, to which I do have many. 10 and I can do what is needed." "I have never heard of such ludicrous," Elisu began. But Turgon cut him off. Give us the lamp and point us to where we need to go. Is it nearby? The gilded trailer smiled. A good dwarf you must be. Willing to help this ranger? Well, I shall give you the lamp and provide you direction. I have not been tricked, but I must watch my words. Do what I ask, and I'll help the boy. What don't you tell us? Rornishor asked. I tell you what I can and offer my help. You do what I need, and we will talk further. Is this deal acceptable? The gilded trader lifted up a silver chain. At its end was a circular black steel cage that was somewhat luminescent. Its white glow seemed to shift the air as it moved from side to side. Time moves for all of us, some faster than others. This lamp is not fully of our world or this one. It is between, as you can see. He lifted it up, and Turgon watched as it seemed to be pulling in near-invisible energy in front of it and displacing it to the back. It was almost as if it was a ship on an ocean, breaking through the waves and expelling the water behind it. Take this, he said, handing it to Yosef. Elisu stopped him. I will take it, he said. This one has been around the Fae too long, he said. The gilded trader gave it to Elisu. Very well, but know that the Fae may not harm one such as him. You, they can. I attempted to do what I could, but it seems you are much more hasty than you used to be. We all change, Elisu said. The gilded trader bowed. Well, go quickly now, down the road behind my cart. Take this, he said, handing a small polished blue stone to Turgon. It will open the way. In your land, you go to a place south of the Ankdor Mountains. Once you have sourced what is needed, use this. He handed him a chalky white stone. Draw a circle and imagine this place. That is it. Turgon took both stones from him. We'll be back, Rornachor said, following after the others. The realm of Illurinia was beyond mere strangeness. As they went beyond the trader's cart, the road led to an overlook and several tall standing stones forming a triangle with a single circular platform in the center of them. Damn my deals, Elisu said. Damn us being in this place. It's okay, master. It was my fault I took the jewel, Joseph said. You didn't do anything. I am your guide, Joseph. It is my responsibility. I must own this path. And you are, Joseph said. We'll get this done and be back home without this necklace before the trees turn white with snow. We'll laugh about it, I bet. Elisu nodded, but as Turgon looked on, he could tell and understand the master's struggles. Your master does all he needs to, and you've got two dwarves to back you up if needed. Joseph and Elisu looked back, and Turgon winked. Rornachor clapped. Yes, yes, and we'll get these ools, or whatever they're called. That can't be too hard. Standing before the triangular rock formation, there was a small inscription to the side of the rock on a simple wooden sign. Turgon saw that the writing was a mix of gibberish and symbols, but as he stared, the text began to change, shifting to Dwarvish and that which he could read. 4, then 3, beyond the sea, to rocky place of Ool. The dead don't rest, their lives unrest, to go with no care. Bold. Turgon read it out to them. I hate poetry, Rornachor said. Toss the stone, let's get moving. Maybe I can smash something with my hammer. Turgon looked at the others and then tossed the stone on the center platform. A rainbow of colors burst forth, and a swirling portal opened. Forming a pool of water at its center, it twisted outward until they looked into a massive pool. Mind your minds, we don't know where the Fey magic really takes us. Elisu was the first to enter. Joseph followed him. Sire, Rornachor said, not sure what we are doing, but are you sure? I'm never too sure these days, he said with a nervous laugh. And when I have been before now, it's failed. Come on. Chapter Nangavadi. Owls. Beyond the portal, Turgon stepped out onto rocky ground. Walking through had been like drifting into a fog bank with a bit too much ale his body. Now he blinked over and over, trying to clear a strange film from his sight. There was little light coming through dark and rolling clouds. He could see mountains behind them and to their right. He said Ankdur Mountains, which is those, Rornichor pointed. But beyond that I cannot recognize this place. The sky seems odd, I think. Turgon looked up to see that the clouds were streaking above, almost like a river from north to south. There were clear skies far in the distance, but those skies looked almost green in hue. The wind howled, yet it was not cold, but humid. They had stepped out of the portal and into what was a location in their world, but it wasn't quite right. More fey tricks, Elisu said. We are where he claimed we'd be, Turgon said. No, we are someplace like it. I'm telling you, this isn't normal. Elisu and Joseph had gone some distance away and were shouting back to them. Turgon and Rornichor joined the ranger and his apprentice, climbing up onto a set of stack stones that looked down and into a stone valley. There were streams of green light on the ground, like a river, but more akin to flowing fogs. I did not think I'd see that of Vanku so soon, Rornichor said. Kind of hoped I'd join Throka when it came time for the end. You're not dead, not yet, Elisu said. We left the realm of Illurinia and went to where he said, south of Ankdur, but we are within the realm between, that of life and death. Had we came here on our own, it would look not like this, but it would be a place where you might feel as if something was watching from the shadowy places, where you'd have a strange feeling but choose to ignore it. Like a haunted mine, I've been near those, Rornichor said. There was a cave in, and at night you could see lights and hear things coming from the passage, even though it was covered up. You say we're in haunted lands? Turgon asked. It's not haunted if it is their lands, their eternity. I thought we went to the great woods when we died, Joseph asked. It is as we wish to go, but there are curses and hexes in the world. Some souls get bound to where they died, in this case a rocky passage high above the valleys of the land. I have heard of places like this, but only from our good friend the gilded trader himself. Elisu kicked the ground. That is why he got twisted up with the Fae. He always said they could get there, but he couldn't. Said there was treasure to be found in the realms between life and death, but that only spirits could go there unless you entered by way of the Fae realms. So why hasn't he came here? Rornichor asked. Perhaps he did, Elisu said. That I can't know. Or maybe he angered the Fae, Joseph asked. He angers everyone else, so perhaps. But we aren't here for treasure, Elisu went on. That means he needs these ools for something else. But what is an owl? Joseph asked. Turgon had been listening, but his eyes were scanning far below. He could see what he believed were thatch huts far below, just beside the green river. Perhaps inhabitants of this place can tell us, he asked. Rornichor squinted. Who would live here? No one, Elisu said. They are not alive. That in this place are nothing but trapped souls, no doubt. But if they can communicate, we can learn something, maybe. The sureness of this entire ordeal was challenging, but made some sense. They weren't exactly in their normal realm, not that they were staying in Thea realm much to speak of anyway. From the ancient dwarven city to towers in the oceans to the west, Turgon was starting to feel almost at home, not knowing where he was. The road from where they had emerged in the lands snaked down, twisting over tall stones that looked almost like bone of some form to Turgon. He brushed his hands over them, and there was a ripple of air that pushed back against him. Do not disturb this place, Elisu said. It does not go by the rules set forth in our world. Rornichor sighed. You know, Ranger. I'd say you know quite a bit about these places, a bit more than most rangers. Even more so, you seem to be only letting on bit by bit. Elisu turned, pointing at the hammer song. Do you have an issue with me? Do you question my motive, my honesty? Turgon had been questioning the same thing himself, but he tried to put it from mind as it didn't matter much since they were already here and in this position. I do wonder more so when you'll tell us more of the truth than you have so far. Omission is still dishonesty. Elisu turned away again, leading them down the road. My wisdom on this matter does not help us in the least bit, and if it did, I'd offer it up to help Joseph. Question me now, or question me no further. Turgon looked back at Rornikor, curious if he would ask anything else. Testy man, isn't he? He said to Turgon. Just be watchful, Turgon said. Turgon was advising his friend not only for their surroundings, but also of the ranger. As far as Tehi were concerned, the ranger was as known to them as much as anyone else that might have wandered into Ikinidor. While it had seemed that he wasn't letting on everything that he knew, the man was committed to helping Joseph, and for the time, that was thing Turgon knew for sure. That was enough for Turgon for now. Coming to the edge of the village, Turgon noticed there was a small gathering of elves and dwarves sitting around a tiny fire. The thatched buildings he had seen from afar were exactly as he had thought, but there were dozens of figures simply standing around them. There were no doors, no cloths covering the entrances. They seemed to be standing without a single purpose. As they approached, an elf turned and looked at them. You do not belong here, she said. You are also not a wandering lost one, so what do you need? Turgon saw that she had gashes in her arms and a massive wound going across her neck. She wore elvish armor, but the pauldron was broken and her robes were torn. She was dead, in the garb she had on with the injuries, one which she had likely died from. We do not, Elisu said. We search for something. Tell me, what is this pulse? Half moon hold, or that is what it was. We died and awoken. Many have not awoken. They lay where they fell, their minds have remained asleep. They still remain in the bones that covered with time, leave them unfounded. She looked over them. You come for a purpose, and soon the others will leave. You can wait here as we do what we can to help you understand your own purpose here. The others that she spoke of were the others like herself. They seemed to be heading out, and the arrival of Turgon and the others had thrown that off. As they came to the fire, the others left. Each of them had some form of injury, and some had arrows or spears in their bodies still. Until blue rise, one of them said to the female elf that had greeted them. And the others? I will see, she said. Vanku find you, he said, as a form of bye, as he turned away. Vanku find you as well. The others left. My name during life was Elieva, of the Urla's High Guard, she said. Elieva, Turgon said, how did you and your kin die? We had come from the oceans of the north, came to assist the elves and dwarves against the orcs. We found ourselves cut off and overwhelmed, forced into the gorge north of this place. The orcs and trolls smashed us with rocks from above, and those that survived that were skewered, chopped, and yes, her voice trailed off. And those other weird people, Yosef said, pointing at the ones in the huts. Like myself, but they do not know it yet. They are in between. We guard their Ul energies until they awaken. One day, if this land is blessed, we can leave. But most do not know we are here. So we look for others like them, she pointed, and purge the ones that have been cursed. It is our charge in this place, as Vanku has said. Vanku is the god of death, Joseph said, our master in this realm. We, the awakened, gather the ones that wander, the cursed ones we destroy. But Vanku is not our enemy or our friend. He is just a caretaker of the lost. His very existence and the rivers is Ul. but the cursed ones are broken souls that are beyond healing or moving on. Ool? Cursed Ool? Elisu asked. Inanimate owl that exists on its own, Elieva said. It is no longer a person. That must be what we need, Rornikor said. Need? Elieva said. We are gathering 10 of them for an acquaintance, Turgon said. Elieva nodded. Well, 10 is quite a bit. I know little of such things, but I can offer a simple map. Areas you can go to that might have what you seek. There can be many Ool in a single spot, but as such, that could be very difficult for ones even such as you. Aye, Rornishor said, that is fine. A map, and we are good. Then I will draw it. You must wait for the others to return. Blue Rise. We cannot go out during it, but you may have much more luck then. Turgon and the others took seats around the fire. Elieva went into a nearby hut, one not filled with the lost souls of the dead. She was in there for some time, which left the others in a bit of an awkward place. She talked of Urlas, Yosef said. The last time elves of Urlas were seen in any number in our lands was during the very war she mentioned, Elisu said. The Orc War went on for years until, after some time, the Orc were destroyed. Thousands of them drowned in the mountain caves north of here. We know something of that, Turgon said. There was a necromancer using their forms not too long ago. Orc should remain as they are, bastardized creations that should have never been made, Rornishor said. About that time, Elieva returned with a parchment with very crude drawings. It was like every time she tried to draw a straight line, she couldn't keep her hand stable. Turgon noticed that her wrist and several of her fingers were broken. I've done my best, she said. We are marked here with the tree. To the north where I circled you can find one of the places I recommend. I also put borders. This to the east is a high chasm, an obvious deterrence. To the west a thick thatch of thorns. While there are paths through and around both of these, including a bridge over the chasm, this is not a place you explore, particularly without a priest. Damn it, Silra, Rornichor laughed. Elieva looked at him and he stopped. It was rather clear that in this land there was no humor, or so it seemed. Blue Rise, Turgon said. You said it is when we should go, but it is dangerous for you. Yes, Elieva said. She picked up a mug from near the fire, sipping it. Blue Rise is when the others awake. No threat to you, but to us and our kind they are. But no threat to us. I don't know for sure, if I'm being truthful. Well, that would be appreciated, Elisu said. I cannot know. They are those that watch this realm for our master. The blue fire rises over the gray sky and lands as it illuminates the fogs roll back off the faraway places, and they come. Only a few more moments passed before the party that had left returned. Several of them looked to be disformed further than they were before. None of what we sought. But for the visitors, he placed a jar before Turgon. Before anyone said a word, Elisu leaned over to see what it was, and a ghastly form of shimmering silver rose up, circling around his lamp. Elisu held out the lamp and the smoke spun about, dropping into it. The lamp began to glow a bit brighter. Ool? He asked. One to get you started, the man said. A simple gift from your dead acquaintances. Only a few more strange minutes passed before the sky began to glow with a blue hue. This signaled to the inhabitants of the village that apparently they needed to douse the fire and go into their huts. Acts they did without speaking to Turgon or the others. Turgon didn't consider it rude. They were all dead. This was their afterlife, and the Dwarf King and his companions were mere agonal breaths of presence in the gasping void of death and desolation. He doubted the others would even remember them after this interaction. The others began to speak with the Urlas elf in their own guttural and raspy language. They turned away from them, going into one of the huts. On the horizon in the far south, a great white prominence rose above the mountains. It was topped with blue flames, licking the upper portion of the sky, moving through the clouds as the blackness fled off the distant hills, replaced by the ominous blue glow. Turgon picked up the map. "North," he said. The road from the village was littered with echoes of the past events that had transpired. Spears, shields, stacks of broken armor from both elves and men, with at least one dwarven helmet. "I saw no dwarves in that place before," Rornachor said. "Perhaps they are still lost," Turgon said. "Perhaps they have become old," Joseph suggested. Turgon laughed to himself at that comment. A hanging thought had entered his mind since they had arrived here, and he realized what it was. He thought back to the valley where his story had really started, the dead that were there now. He wondered of how they would be in a place like this, though Rornachor now grumbled to himself about never not being in the halls of Throka, the dwarven warrior afterlife. Turgon could see how, perhaps in his old mindset, he'd not be as those in the village before were. He had so much anger in that life before that, to lose and die he'd likely go mad. It made perfect sense to him that the dwarf helmet from before might have very well become an angry spirit, and eventually lost into nothing but wasted energy waiting for another dwarf, somehow in this realm, to collect him into a lamp. An odd and ironic happening. The road passed between two dusty gray hills before rising up to a mesa covered with thick green grass. An obvious contrast to the desolate, rocky surroundings, there were many standing stones here. While the ranger and his apprentice paid little mind and kept traveling north, Turgon stopped for a moment. "Do you know these runes?" he asked Rornachor. "They are not of our language or any I have seen." A face suddenly appeared in the stone, causing both of the dwarves to jump. "Of the living flee. You are not welcome to read the laws of Vanku," the voice said. Both of them backed away, and now their delaying was noticed by their companions. "I saw them," Elisu said. "I just assumed it better not to take a chance of angering this place. Besides, have you noticed the skies?" Turgon looked up to see a cascading blue fire that had engulfed the many strands of silver passing between banks of clouds to other clouds. Now there were portions of the clouds opening, and great flights of black bats swooping down. Beyond the clouds, Turgon spotted something else. It was like there were floating rocks beyond the clouds themselves, and structures of some kind set atop them. The clouds veiled the openings one again. The bats drifted high above them, shifting in an instant into the form of white bone creatures, cracking and shifting through the air, giving off a similar sound to crackling ice on a frozen river. The air felt cold. As they continued to walk north, the bats made several passes, and each time the overwhelming feeling of coldness shuddered through Turgon. It was unsettling in the most raw ways. He could feel his heart thudding in his chest to a near unexplainable level. He wasn't anxious, or so he didn't think he was. He focused on his footsteps and the direction they were going as now, the white prominence with the blue fire passed over top them. Joseph retreated inside Elisu's embrace as Rornachor kept swiggling his watch from the left to the right and behind them. "I don't like this place. I don't like these clouds. I don't like bat-bone things. I really don't like that blue fire white thing. I'll be happy to be back in Ikinidor, a warm ale in hand and a good bit of pipeweed." Turgon knew, looking at the map and their surroundings. Several hours by his reckoning had passed, and Blue Rise, as it was called, was nearly over. He saw the circular area hastily scribbled and realized there were two distinct triangles of rock in the distant ahead. "I think we are close," he said to the others. Elisu stopped, drawing his sword. "And how will we go about harvesting this ool?" There was a shrill call in the air, and dozens of white forms appeared in the rocky ground before them. They did not look like the others from before. They had smooth skin but were of a much smaller stature. They moved with slight limps, close to the ground. Owl, I thought it was more dark or erratic. Turgon and Rornikor drew their weapons. Joseph grabbed at his chest. Master, he said. Elisu turned, catching him at about the moment he fell to his knees. The white forms numbered nearly 24 now. They opened their mouths in unison, and it was not a shrill sound, but something like a choir singing the highest note they could. Come at us, Rornikor shouted, swinging his hammer about. The hammer song took point as the first dozen swarmed them, taking one after another with hammer smashes, their forms breaking into a silver fluid as one after another he took down nearly single-handedly. A few got through, and Turgon chopped them. There was nearly no level of force needed beyond a swinging motion, and their foes would fall. In a moment, all that had come were destroyed. Then a thunderclap overtook the lands, and the blue rise was finished. The remaining white worms became as something else, their forms twisting and becoming repulsive in look. Orc, Rornikor shouted. Turgon ran up to his friend's size, but the orc before them were not too unlike the elves from before. They had arrows in their bodies, hands and legs missing. There was even a large troll beyond the dozen or so before them. It was hiding behind a pillar. The blue fire. Gak, one of them said. Gak, gak, dwarves and humans. Here, you are not of the others. You kill us. You are not the beast. We are not of this land, orc. Orc? Oh, orc Gak, that is what you call us. Yes, Gak knows what he is, as do we all. Did the pointies send you? We are orc Gak. Why are you here? Do you come for blue fire? No, Elisu said. We come for Owl. There is Owl here. What happened? Joseph said, seemingly coming to. Elisu pulled him up. Are you okay now? Joseph nodded. I felt weak suddenly. I don't know why. Beast has Owl. Owl is sad and happy. Many orc Gak became Owl. Some did not. The ones you killed under blue fire, they become Owl, eventually. Pointies don't like us. They send you here? Yes, Turgon said. They sent you to kill us. Pointies lie. So you do not have Owl? Elisu said. No, we live as they do. Owl with beast, near Vanku backbone, to the east. Pointies do not believe war is over. Pointies blame us. Pointies hate Orc Gak. Come, take you go Orc Gak hut. Chapter 5. Gak. The orc and his kin led them into a narrow valley between the rocks. It was so narrow, in fact, that Rornikor barely got through. The troll that was watching them pulled itself onto the rocks and climbed high into the mountains and out of sight. That troll Gak, call him Big White. Big White watches for pointies. You can kill each other? Like the elves and others can hurt you and you them? Joseph asked. No, Gak knows that. Pointies know that. But during the blue fire, things are strange. Curses and hexes stronger. That explains Joseph, then? Turgon suggested. Joseph cursed? The orc asked. Gak feels bad. Gak doesn't hate humans anymore, just pointies. I'm not too fond of pointies either, Gak, Rornikor laughed. You know Gak's name? Wow, how? The orc bounced about, ignoring his own question, and moving to a large stone archway bound with bones that formed up a domed roof. Here, Turgon saw it was much like the first camp they had come to. A simple fire, albeit bigger, and dozens of orcs, except instead of small shacks, they were all in a pen, similar how pigs would be kept. Lost souls? Turgon asked Gak. Fire blinked, they don't respond. He tapped his stomach. Need food? You hungry? No, Elisu said. We are more curious of what you said before. Vanku's backbone? Gak began to eat a spectral dish of something. No one there could figure out what it was, even if they did actually try. Gak motioned to the other orcs, and they joined in, ignoring their guests for the time being. After a few moments, one of the orcs poked Gak, and the orc grabbed a nearby spear before hitting his own head. Gak forgot you were here, apologies. What did you want? Vanku's backbone, Elisu said, his tone more or less making it blatantly obvious he was losing patience, considering the very little he had to start with. Yes, the backbone is where the beast is. Beast is terrible. Pointies don't like it, we don't like it. It can harm us both. Then why wouldn't you work together to fight it? Rornachor asked. Because they are pointies. You are all dead. Your war is long over. You should really come together over something that is a threat to you, even in the afterlife. Gak shrugged. They have sent some to us, we have sent some to them. Beast gets stronger. Wait, Turgon said. You mean you have sent those like us, from the living realm to them, and they've done the same? Yes, then if you die, we get stronger, and if you kill some of them, they become like those here. Fire blinked. Then what they said was only half true. These here, Rornachor said, pointing at the blankness of the ones that they believed from the others were sleeping. They have been defeated. Oh yes, if our Oul is not harvested, then they take form again, but like that. It takes a while, but it is an endless magic where Gak loses friends, and then they come back. Except for the beast, Turgon said. Gak shook his head. No, the beast devours us. Sometimes it eats those that fall, like the ones you killed of us earlier. It gets stronger. The blue fire chases it away but cannot destroy us. But, you want the beast? We want Owl. Need 10 of them. Well, 9. Gak nodded. I can take you to the bridge and the way that leads to the chasm, but I don't recommend it. Not a good place. We need to go there, Joseph said, no matter how bad. Gak understands, just wanted to warn. You are all nice, not like the tricked people that end up here. Not like many others. A good change. We will not eat you. Give me time, then we will go. Well, thank you for that, Rornachor said. I'm not a fan of getting eaten. Several of the nearby orcs laughed, and Gak went back to ignoring them for the time being. Turgon wasn't sure of how a spirit would devour the flesh of the living, but he didn't care to take the time or for an exhibition to learn how. As they waited for Gak, they began to wonder if he had forgotten what he had told them when he stood up and grabbed a walking stick, making a high-pitched sound to the others. The orcs bowed, and he motioned for Turgon and the others to follow him outside. Gak affixed several stones to his walking stick and tapped the ground. The stick became covered in blue fires, and with it, Gak took more of a solid form from his previous ghost form before. What are you doing? Turgon asked. A bit of me gets pulled into this staff. Ool has a significant amount of Nirji. You cannot be in this land in any form, and not have it pull some form of something from you. Even you four. Even being of the old realm. The living one? Joseph asked. Yes, he replied, looking down. I do miss the taste of cheese. A bit of green mold always made it a bit better. The same with green rot flesh. We'd toss it on fire just to warm it up. It was chewy. His eyes lit up. Oh, especially the fatty bits. So yum. Gak sighed. Well, shall we go now? Turgon looked at Rornachor as Elisu and Joseph followed the orc. The Hammersong looked pale. You okay? Turgon asked. I've seen a lot, eaten a lot. That little creature is disgusting. Orcs, I guess. It isn't like they're known for their fine taste in things, Turgon laughed. That answer hardly settled Rornachor's stomach, and Turgon laughed again. I can only imagine, missing the taste of things I love, yet knowing I could not taste it again. More the reason not to miss out on it. As the taste of salted pork caused his mouth to water, they descended away from the mountains, following a long and twisting road through tall but barren white trees. Here there were silver fruits growing in the boughs high above them without leaves, or from the dusty ground, even nourishment. As they passed, Rornacor brushed his hand against it and pulled away, shaking his arm. "Oh, what was that?" he shouted. Turgon turned to see him still flailing his arm. His face seemed to be drooping on his right side. The dwarf bit at the side of his mouth and blinked over and over. "I'm numb. That hurt. Felt like I was getting a jolt from my fingertips into my head. Still burns, and my face, I can barely feel it." He pulled at his cheeks and shook his head again. "Oof, I can feel, but... Stupid tree. It eats owl, takes it if offered. You just lost life force. Good work. Keep at it, you can join Gak Gak." The orc continued leading them on as Rornacor sighed. Turgon pulled him in front of him, laughing. "Here, you walk in front. No touching things." "Yes, Papa," Rornacor chuckled. While there was a particular beautify that Turgon could see, looking up at the vast expanse of otherworldly stars and strange-colored clouds shifting in purple and red above them, there was distinct emptiness like he had never felt in this place. Even the happiness and beautify he the gooth first of the trees they had passed through quickly failed Oe as he understood fully that this place, no matter what he was to see or find, was a place of the dead. Though it still did not have the dark feeling of necromancy, he assumed this was because it was a balanced place of death and not one of dark magic. He assumed this was why he felt comfort in this place, while also feeling what he did before. Death was inevitable and natural in its own time. They had journeyed for an amount of time that Turgon couldn't even gauge. His legs didn't tire here like in the living realm, and as they went up and down hill after hill, he could see an open valley far ahead. Here, there was a single circular tower that rose up above them, shaped like a crescent moon from its base, up to a balcony that reached out over the road. It was almost like a strange hat atop the moon tower. Here, Gak paused and tapped his staff twice. Ahead, Turgon could see the open bridge leading towards a mesa within a large circular valley. There were no trees or vegetation here, and the barren ground, rocky and unforgiving, caused his feet to ache through his boots. This was the first actual pain he had really felt here, even after all of their walking so far. A single torch appeared on the balcony high above them, and a slender figure with a very long-faced and pronocuned red beard looked down at them. He had 3 eyes, 2 above one, that set in the center of his head. There was a darkness about its face with circular blackness surrounding his oddly white eyes. They were bright but didn't give off light, more pinpoint than anything. Gak brought others, not mean ones. "Not mean ones," the voice said, feminine and flowing, as if a soft wind trailed after each spoken word. "How strange for you, especially. The elves bring theirs, and they are supposedly good, but you and your orc kin normally do not have that kind of blessing, as old assumptions twist the opinions of the living." "I mean, we did kill some," Rornacor said, "but we stopped." "You cannot die again, not like that," the figure said. "I am the Bexari. I control the passages of death that lead to Vanku's backbone. They have told you of the beast that is beyond this place?" "We have heard," Ilisu said. "Then why do you go this way? Do you not seek the Vanderlyn way? Treasure that is there is why many come, yet you come to this place? Why?" Ilisu lifted up the lamp. "Harvesting Ul." "I see," the Bexari said. "Well, there is but a beast ahead that shall provide much, but do you not know there are simpler sources, such as Gak and the others? Have they not told you this?" Gak thumbed his staff and looked back at them. We don't just attack those that have been kind to us, Turgon said. Our mistake was attacking him and his lost kin in the first place. What you said. Old assumptions twist our opinions, but even as someone who would smash a living orc, I resist and see the error in that way of thinking here. The Bexari floated down from atop the tower, landing with a wisp of wind before them. So, still you wish to go after this beast, though you could gain what you seek in a simpler way. Might I warn you of the evils that do exist, even in a place under Vanku's Guddiance and Dominon? There is a darkness in death that see and not be escaped or avoided, no matter how hard one tries. This beast shall tempt and test you, and I cannot say that battle skill will be the only skill you will require to get to the other side of this engagement. We have progressed here with clear intent, Elisu said. We will not take a path that would seem counterintuitive to what we desire, that includes taking a offered easier path from whatever you are. I am neither of the living or dead. I am simply a form of that which has dominion in this place. The Bexari is a representation of great loss and finding, a twisted veil of that which is understood and what remains a mystery. I am pain and pleasure. I am death and life. I am nothing and I am everything. How is this confusing? Humph, Rornikor said, remaining quiet otherwise. You look so beautiful, Joseph said. Elisu looked down to him. What? Her hair, golden, like the bright sun. I have never seen such white gold in all my life. Not in the elves either. Turgon did not see what Joseph saw. The Bexari smiled. Do not be confused, he is but a child, innocent, and though he has slain his soul, is still pure in all ways, all except that which is upon him. I see. Death. That is why we do what we do, Elisu said. Will you grant us passage? She nodded once. I would not deny it. Go, show care, seek, destroy, and find. As she had came down to them, she ascended back up. They saw her hold her torch up, and then she vanished back into her moon-shaped tower. Gak goes, he said. You go. Too risky for us to help you. Happy travels. The orc began to hum something to himself as he turned, leaving them before the entrance of the bridge and towards Vanku's backbone itself. In a few moments, the orc simply vanished from sight. Well, this was odd, Rornikor said. This place still has its tricks. I do not get why we would be challenged anyway, Elisu said. The dead are dead. We are not. We do not need some moral conundrum to test us. Perhaps they guard more treasure in these lands? Joseph asked. I can imagine that, Rornikor said. Seems like an odd place for treasure, and even harder to actually get to it. Perhaps not for the Fae and their captives. Perhaps there is some truth to being taken by the Fae. Maybe it works out in a good way sometimes. I cannot imagine that, Elisu said. They began across the bridge without any further delay. The stone beneath Turgon's feet continued to hurt with each step, and he began to feel as if he had injured himself, unknown to him at some point before now. He began to see the bricks before him at a much more concentrated level, as if the bricks were becoming more focused to him or he to them. The pure insanity this suddenly caused him was making it hard for him to breathe. Then he was on his side, quivering. He kept waiting for one of the others to come to him, but he didn't see anyone or anything outside of the edge of the bridge they were walking on. The sky shifted. The purples and blues flowing beneath a field of stars turned to rainbows and bright white light, and he suddenly saw himself sitting in a simple box beside a great oak tree. He struggled to move. He tried to rise up, yet it was like he had not the muscles to do more than twitch about. Laughing filled the air. He could hear voices but saw only the branches of the nearby tree blowing in the wind. Then a figure came into focus. And yes, a voice said, the figure clearing in his eyes. That's my baby, the voice said. It was at this moment he realized that it was his mother. "Mama." "Yes, that's my baby right there." She lifted him out of the box, and he could see only her before his father came into view. "How's my hammer song?" he said. "Don't think I got to that level in life." It was strange. He could feel the warmth of the sun and smell sweet flowers. He knew this place, even so many years later. It was where he was born, just on the western reach of the Tychen Mountains, east of Taria. "No, no hammer song," his mother said. "He will be more than a warrior. He will be kind, forgiving, and I think he will have a great home in the mountains, where he'll have many a lovely dwarven women in a—" "Oh, stop," she said. "He's too little to hear that. Don't you have a deer to skin?" "Yes, yes, you still want to go to the river later?" he asked. "We'll wait until sunset," she said. "But you don't like riding then?" "Oh, hush! You're the one that allays want to push it in hope of getting to use that axe of yours. We can meet up with the clan from Markabla. Didn't they say they'd be there for the solstice?" "I don't remember. Get him ready." "Get him ready," she whispered to Turgon. "You are always ready, my pudgy pudge. He giggled, but it wasn't by his own volition. He felt something he didn't like. His eyes saw the rainbow skies he had seen before. While laying on the bridge before he had returned to this memory, he could not possibly actually remember. But he somehow did. The tree, the sounds, a recessed memory of some kind, and he felt water on his face. He was playing in the river. He was a bit older. The headwaters. That's what we called this place. There were dozens of other dwarves. This, of course, was not as before, since he was able to walk around, but still not too far from his parents. He looked up through the fall foliage of the woods, and the sky wasn't right. It was moving far too fast. The clouds, like streams of silver, flew by. The sun was sitting, and then, perched over the distant mountain cliff, it hung low and firm, a bright golden light flanked by dust rising up around the river. "Turgon! Turgon!" a voice said. His heart beat fast within his chest. He looked around only for Rornishor to be pulling him up from the bridge. He back in his body as he was normally. There was a broken skull off to the side of him, and strange blue liquid all over his left shoulder going down to his hand. What? What happened? We all had a bit of a jolt. Joseph managed to wake Elisu. There was some kind of skull beast on the bridge. Gave us all some unsettled thoughts, but it was feeding on you. Turgon felt much more winded than he had before. The pain in his feet, however, was gone, at best he could tell. "Feeding on your Ool energy, I would guess," Elisu said. "I was seeing the past. My past. Maybe you were seeing your younger years as a repeat of your own life, that recollection before death," Rornikor said. "Not that you're allowed to die, just so you know." Rornikor leaned into him where the others could not hear. "Are you okay, sire?" Turgon nodded. "Yes, I am." He looked down to the smashed skull of the creature. "Any idea what that was?" he asked. "Looked kind of like what we saw before. The skull bats," Joseph said. "From Blue Rise?" Turgon asked. "Yes." Turgon pushed himself up and looked around. They had barely taken more than a few steps on the bridge. "Strange they did not care for us before," he said. "They cared now. Or maybe it was a rogue, I'm not sure," Rornikor said. "Are you good, Master Dwarf?" Joseph asked. "I am. Let's go. Get to this Vanku's backbone." Chapter Aravadi. Vanku's backbone. Turgon still had some of the images in his mind. His parents had died when he was very young, and as his mind began to journey towards those memories again, he found himself unable to recall much. The pure fact he recognized his parents as his parents was strange to him. He normally could only remember their voices. That was it. Not even an image of them. But yet when he saw them in his memory before, he knew who they were in an instant, almost as if the memory had been allowed to be opened or something. The very thought of that was worrisome. What kind of creature would have that kind of power? But to Turgon it was equally a chance that it was the place itself that they were in. The horrors of the unknowing and inconsequential passage into a place that no living being should ever in all of the balance of the realms be within. The Fae themselves were breaking a law of nature, in Turgon's own opinion. No dwarf or elf or any other living creature, for that matter, should have been making passage to a domain of Vanku unless they were dead. This was all very, very wrong to the Dwarf King. They had reached the end of the bridge without any further adversary stopping them. Looking back at the crescent moon tower, it appeared no larger than Turgon's thumb was long. He looked back to the others as Joseph was admiring a large rock that Turgon realized about the same time as Rornikor wasn't a rock at all. It was a skull. Must be from a razorback dragon, the black ones, the hammer song said. You think so? Elisu asked. I've seen blue dragons that were very large. Do you see how big this is? Rornikor shouted. Damn thing could swallow a boat and have room for another. Dragons can get this big? Joseph asked. Oh yes, Turgon said. I have not seen one myself, but the god dragons, or supposed god dragons, are very, very large. I've only ever seen pictures, but it is said that south of the Shadowlands there is an island chain with such beasts. Whoa, Joseph said. Can you imagine seeing one? What if it was coming after you? Then this play would become my home because not only would I die, Rornsihor said. I'd not be happy and I'd have much unifished work to do. He laughed, but I can't ever point to a spot in my life where I wouldn't. I know, let me die in combat in the city of Haradar, as I'm the last breathing dwarf with thralls of enemy forces swarming over me. Turgon about choked. You wish to die as Haradar, as overwhelmed. What enemy could assail that place? Exactly. Rornikor shall never die. Mwahaha, the hammer song said. The ground rumbled. Okay, Elisu said. Perhaps enough talk about death. This beast is somewhere around here, and I'd rather we have the advantage of sneaking up on it versus it, us. And watch out for the skull things from before on the bridge. Agreed, Turgon said. Turgon and his companions went away from the bridge, heading east and realizing that this region called Vanku's backbone was a particular twisted pathway of broken bricks that went through carved rock faces with strange markings that were just as strange as the ruins they had seen in the Fey realm, but were different still. From the bridge, the road twisted through several stone towers with white caps on them, the top of which indeed looked like bone, and further guessing had Turgon thinking that this was actually the spine of the dragon whose skull they had seen before. Odd, Elisu said. There are skeletal bodies here. Turgon saw what Elisu pointed out. All along the pathway and in the rocks above them lay short, stubby bodies. It was difficult to say for sure what they were skeletons of, but more and more began to build up, and then Turgon saw wide-boned faces, dwarves. Continuing on and into an even narrower pathway, he saw more bones, and if they were of the race of men or elf, he did not know, but they were intermingled with more of the short, stubby types. Orcs, he said. This must be an echo of our realm, where Gak and his kind and Elieva and hers died. Come now, king, how would their bones be here? They died in our realm, Rornikor said. We bury or burn our dead. But the bones were tied to their souls at one time nonetheless. Perhaps in burning bones we free the soul's tie to our realm and tie it into the afterlife, Elisu suggested. Seems odd, Rornikor said. Well, hammer song, dwarves believe they can earn a place in Throka's realm. How not unless you have your bones? So bones and things can go with you, Joseph asked. Or you are given new bones, perhaps, Ilisu said. Focus, Turgon said. There is movement ahead. Turgon saw shifting wisps of smoke above them. There was a stench permeating his nostrils, a fact that stood out to him considering he didn't feel, before that he was smelling anything at all. The air felt cold and then warm as the ground trembled. Watch for so blue fire skull things, Rornakor said, scanning above them. Or worse, Joseph said. Or worse, yes, Turgon said. They were moving faster now, nearly jogging. The narrow gorge opened up to a large open mesa, surrounded by even higher cliffs. There were large standing stones and a jagged tree of bone rising up into a piercing bright white orb, spreading out in the sky above them. That isn't good, Rornakor said. In an explosion of red fire, Turgon barely avoided being scorched by a massive perimeter, or rising flames that choked out their escape and forced them to move towards the tree in the center. Joseph, Ilisu said, drawing his sword, stay close to me. Rornakor spun about, looking for their enemy. Where is his beast? Are we sure this is it? Turgon looked up as white orb above them contracted again, vanishing. The fire surrounding them remained, rising up higher in a bright yellow flame. The air shifted many more times, and fogs rolled from the high cliffs and down, filling the mesa. Now a brighter glow came from beyond the fires, and molten fire began to flow into the valley they had passed through. The tree grew taller, snapping and angulating, as more bones flew towards it, crackling as more pieces were forced together. I've got it! Turgon looked at his kin, but without pause or command, Rornakor charged at the base of the tree, smashing it with his hammer. The hammer song's weapon sent a shattering crack into the tree. More bones began to fly into the crack he had made, several nearly taking out Turgon and the others, who jumped to avoid being hit. Rornakor swung again, a second strike sending a large crack, reverter baying up into the upper portion of the branches. Large pieces fell to the ground. A third swing and the tree fell, shattering into dozens of pieces. How'd you know that would work? Joseph asked. Who knows? Seemed like a good idea, Rornakor laughed. But from the bones that were once a tree came eruptions of black fire, and through the flowing fires surrounding them came splintering shards of blackish crystals. One after one they fused into the bones, and from the bones came strange creatures with multiple legs and arms. They barely had a consistent form for, as they tried to move about. They struggled, pieces falling as they went. Rornakor smashed one and two separate beings formed. Those two dragged towards one another and then to a third and fourth form. Don't hit them anymore. Let it do what it's going to do, Turgon said. I think you might be making it worse. Worse? How? Like if we got stuck in some weird fey realm of the dead and had to gather death energy from corpses of long-dead foes and friends Alik? How could I make it worse? Rornakor wasn't wrong, and the delay of even a few moments resulted in a massive form appearing in the form of the strangest of congealed bone trees, with multiple legs like branches hanging down, and the bough and leaves like flailing sinew and tendons. Wish we had a priest or mage or wizard, Rornakor shouted. The being began to shift around, moving with the skeletal backbone of the dragon as its center. The arms or branches of the form swung about randomly. Joseph fired an arrow, but much like his master and even the dwarves, none could get close enough or understood what they were facing down, to even think of fully enaging it in a purposeful way. None of you are of my realm, a voice said that was only upon the air, but not from any of the strange creations around them. I'm not the only one that heard that, right? Rornakor asked. No, Turgon said. There is something here. You are the voice of sanity and obviousness, sire. Watch out, Ilisu shouted. Turgon turned to see a column of fire expanding out from the chasm they had come striking, another column extending up from the opposite direction. What in the dash? But Turgon couldn't even think anything further when the fires darkened, dropping stone walls as more bones flew up and around them. The ground shook as the stone passages they had come through lifted up, the white-tipped bones flipping up and over them, slamming into the rocks and molten fire. Turgon and Rornachor ran for Elisu and Joseph. There was a small tower of rock they pushed to get to, sprinting up, gathering stones and bone fragments until they rose up above the level of the high cliffs as a megalith of sorts appeared where before there was nothing. The walls of this new structure smoked, the molten rock fusing in place, green lines illuminating a walkway to a door that set fused with a silver. "What in the gods is this? I thought it was a beast," Elisu asked. "Proceed," the voice from before said. "You will find the way safe." "Sure," Rornachor said. "I'll listen to that." "This is a trick," Elisu said. Joseph looked between them and then to Turgon, who himself was still trying to decide what it was they were dealing with. "If it wanted us dead, it could have done it," Joseph said. Turgon nodded. "The boy is right." "Why do all this?" he said, motioning to the megalith. "We should proceed." Rornachor sighed and shrugged. "Yes, why not?" "Why not at this point? Come now, Ranger. Let's not leave the sentient bone, fire, stone, temple, thing waiting." They proceeded forward across a walkway that led to an opening door that oddly did not feel as foreboding as the valley itself did upon first entering it. Turgon didn't feel an apprehension like he expected. As they passed into the doorway, there was a distinct change in the air as music began to fill the air. There was an organ playing somewhere, but the walls of the structure were tall, much taller than it seemed outside. Turgon ooked up, seeing starlight as well as a strange, tall figure standing ahead. Drawing closer, Rornachor lifted his hammer, but the figure did nothing but kneel, lowering down a large mirror to the level where they could all see their reflection, as if they were looking into a pool. A form appeared, crowned in ice and snowfall, an entity atop a massive tower where the polar lights, only seen in the far northern reaches of the land, filled the sky behind it. "You of the living, why have you come to this place, and why do you seek out that which is the horror of my realm?" "Vanku, Vanku," stuttered Elisu. "Yes, mortal. I keep control of my own realm as I am in forms that appear as many ways." "You are in the snow?" Joseph asked. The entity looked down at Joseph. "Why are you appearing where we sought the beast?" Turgon asked. He wanted to turn the attention back to him or someone else other than Joseph. He still didn't know what to expect of this strange form. "Dwarf King, I am where I choose to be. The beast is but a servant of mine, to assure souls do not remain lost. But I question the greater mystery. Why are you here, tricked by the Fae?" "How does our business dictate anything?" Rornachor asked. "It is a matter of respect," the entity said. "We do not mean any disrespect," Turgon said. "Only that we had come to face a beast to harvest owl, and we found you. Are you Vanku, the god of death?" "I am as I have always been. Death, guardian of, caretaker of. But I sense there is reason for me to just give you what you come for. There is no beast here except the one conceived by those that still make war upon one another in their second lives." "So no owl is here?" Elisu asked. "I shall fill your lamp, Ranger. Simply tell me what it is you are needing it for. I have much to offer." "We are helping one who is within a realm of Fae," Elisu said. "We have to help him, so he'll help Joseph here. He has put on an accursed necklace." The form before them became much more obvious, appearing clearer than it had before. Vanku was as a skeletal form clothed in flowing blackness, yet contrasted by that the bright stars upon the black sky, and the polar lights seemed almost out of place. Turgon neither feared nor admired what he saw. It was not like he was looking at a necromantic creation, but in truth, he just felt nothing. He wasn't sure why. In my balance of acts and choices, I care little of accrued or holy, life or death, as it is perceived by those living their second life between the birth of all things and the ascension or descension into the voids. But I see you have been tricked, but to how far the trick goes, I cannot guess, and I do not know. Your owl shall be given, but care not for those here in this realm. They are their own entertainment, and such, the place they find themselves is nater their end or their purgatory, but their feelings against one another and for one another are so contrasted, they find their smekfelies trapped adrenally in a struggle that never should have been. But you are, and those that create and destroy of the Itsu gods, and face those of the northern gods, are unending and senseless in higher actions. Consider yourselves blessed by the god of death for whatever that is worth. He made a biting motion, his skeletal jaws clacking, and instantly the lamp Ilisu was holding ebgame brightly alight. You have the owl you came from. What more do you need? No, nothing. I think this is enough, Elisu said, amazed by what had happened. Thank you. No thanks to the one who sings solmenily in desolation alone in the cold, unforviven realms of the glacial seas. I am but a mystery and a blackness. I do what I can until I can do nothing for no one. Let death be a reminder of what should matter before you come before me. At the last, in a sense, you care much for the boy, he said to Ilisu. Soon we shall all meet again, and let not yourself be longing for that left unsaid or undone in the second life of your soul, for to find rest you must come to me without further need. I am forever as I forever am. A blast of ice and snow rolled out from the mirror, and the form holding it stood up as the pool became ice and went black. That was it. All this for the actual god of death to give us what we needed, Rornakor asked. He said we were tricked to come here, Turgon said. We have what we need, we should get back, Joseph said. Elisu didn't say anything. Do you know what he meant? Turgon asked him. I know what you know, Turgon, he said. But if the gilded trader lied, if he lied, we'll have word with him, but we have the shiny rock. We can get out of this place, and yes, we will deal with him if needed, Rornashor said, tapping his hammer. Turgon was trying to understand whoa exactly. They had been tricked as they journey back out of the megalith. Sure, they had been in the realm of the Fae, but beyond that, they knew they were going someplace strange. That wasn't really a trick. As they emerged outside of the temple, they were not in the place they were before, but instead stood upon a high rocky cliff, looking out towards rolling golden plains as far as they could see. Here, there were two large towers, one apy-pairing as the Orc Tower had, and another as a massive hovel, like with the elves and others that weren't orcs. As they passed through the field, Turgon saw that the grass was not quite grass, but instead were thousands of orcs and elves, their forms so numerous that they appeared as grass from afar, and in an endless and futile act, the strands of vegetation fought one another, but it was nothing more than wind blowing across the fields. No matter what they did, nothing changed. Was it all fake? Joseph asked. A dream? For the ones that live it, for Gak and his kind, and then the elves. They believe it is all as they live, Turgon said. We just got to experience it, nothing else. We weren't supposed to be there, and the master of that realm made it so we were no longer there. How different are we than the ones already dead? Elisu asked, not knowing that our reality is nothing more than what we make it. We aren't dead unless we choose to live a pointless life, Rornakor said. They cannot change. They can only release and pass on. We can change our course and do better before the, second life is over. That part was strange. They continued walking, heading towards a triangular set of stones coming into view. "I think I get it," Joseph said. "First life is the creation of our soul, life. Second is our actual life. Third is after our physical death." Turgon laughed. "Wise boy, Joseph. I think that makes sense." "He is. It serves to not be accursed by some elven trash. We'll get this fixed now," Elisu said, pulling out the stone. He tossed it into the center of the 3 standing stones, and the portal appeared. "Now we return to him," Elisu said. "Don't worry," Rornakor said. "Any tricks are found, and I'll be dealing with him myself." Chapter Yeram. Masks. Turgon was surprised when they returned to Illurinia. The orange moon had vanished, and only the black sky, studded with stars, greeted them. They did not return to the same place they had left, which meant they'd have to make their way to the Gilded Trader. They were on a beach, and while they didn't know for sure where they were now, they assumed they had to be close to the village or the caravan of gypsies. He looked up at the mountain range and could tell they were in the approximate same location, so it wasn't like they were some great distance away or something. "I feel tireder," Joseph said. "I feel much, much weaker." Elisu grabbed him by the arm, holding him up. "All that time in the realm of the dead, and he comes here and feels worse." Turgon stood for a moment, feeling his own dizziness hit him. "I'm not feeling too great either," Rornakor said. Elisu suddenly turned, dropping to the ground and retching, spitting as sweat poured from his face. "What happened to us?" Turgon asked. While the Dwarf King wasn't feeling as bad as Rornakor at the moment, he didn't feel great. "You have taken the path my father couldn't," a voice said. Turgon looked up to see the red-haired girl that had been sitting near the fire where the Gilded Trader spoke to them. "He said he wasn't sure where you'd end up coming back, but the moment lightning struck, he knew your return was imminent. It has been several days since you left." He was beginning to get nervous. She looked to Elisu. "What?" he asked. "Did you obtain what my father required?" "Yes, of course." She smiled, and then there was a blast of magic from nearby, a bolt flung into her forehead, exploding her skull in a flash of red smoke. "Screw that fey bitch," someone said. Turgon had drawn his axe, but when he saw it was none other than the Gilded Trader himself, he was shocked. "That was not my daughter," he said, emerging from a thicket of bushes. The red-haired woman was a fey. The Gilded Trader motioned, and several gypsies emerged from the bushes. One of them was the red-haired girl from before, but with her head intact. "This is my daughter," he said. She bowed to them and then went to the body of the fey. "It's one of the guardians," she said, pulling out some form of crystal from what remained of the fey's head. "That means 9 remain," the Gilded Trader said. He looked to Turgon. "It was a trap. They're looking for you. They know you came but didn't leave. You brought the owl?" "Yes," Elisu said. "Now remove this from my apprentice." He looked down to him. "Fine, you kept your side of it. Hand me the owl." "No," Elisu said. "Joseph first." The Gilded Trader stared. Rornakor lifted his hammer up to his shoulder and tapped his chest, waiting. "I see your friend here just wants to smash things. He'll have a chance." He knelt down to Joseph, moving some form of silver amulet over the one on Joseph's neck. "Cursed thing," he said, pulling it off. The chain holding it melted away, and Joseph was free. He handed it to Elisu. "Hold on to that." "It's safe?" he asked. "Its powers were nullified. Now, the owl. Quickly, quickly." "What's with the haste?" Turgon asked. The Gilded Trader took the lamp from Elisu. "I was very particular in my actions before," he said. "Ool is sacred to the Fae. I needed a lot of it relative to its cost per se. You were well known to have came to Illurinia, and your absence was noted. The gypsies were looking at the lamp itself. "It looks good," one of them said. "We can do it from here." He nodded. "Okay, start. They'll be on us soon. Hammer song." "Yes? You're big and weak to them. Stay in the back." "Excuse me?" he asked. There were several ripples of energy on the distant hills. "They're nearly here. They know we killed the one." The gypsies began setting up short poles packed with dust. "How long?" one of them asked. The gilded trader adjusted something on the lamp. "Just a few minutes. The oil is already warm. How'd you get it so fresh?" he asked. "What are you doing?" Elisu asked. "Can't we just get out of here? We're not a part of all this," he said, pointing at what the gypsies were doing. "Ha, that's the fun part. You are. You see, there would have been no worry, really, for you. I could have directed you out, and while it might have been a bit of a issue, I had veiling spells and whatnot. I gave the lamp to the boy there. Fae do not have issue with children normally and would not pursue him. You, however, especially with your history with Fae, are like a horn calling on a quiet morning. Not to mention that little issue of coming from the other realm. Feeling sick?" "Yes," Turgon said. "Why?" "Not a good realm for the living. Your own all is weakened. It'll pass, but after our little fun here, you might feel worse. That said, we'll be out of Illurinia, so that's a good thing. You do need to go with us now." "Go with you?" Elisu asked. "Go where?" "Out. It's why we needed Owl. We have that. Now they're after you. You have to go with us, or—" A sound like shattering glass filled the air, and over the distant hill the energetic sparks turned to that of hundreds of glowing orange fairies rising up. "And our time is short," the gilded trader said. "You all have magic?" he asked. "No," Turgon said. "No, of course not," Elisu said. "Then stay behind us like the burly dwarf. I just thought he'd for sure not have any. You are a sad lot to be coming to this place with no magics." "You didn't tell us about any of this when we left. We were fine before," Elisu shouted. "You didn't ask. You took the lamp from him to protect him, and it wasn't my job to tell you anything more than you asked about. You wanted my help now. I'll need yours a bit more. Anyway, here we go." The fairies swarmed down upon them as other figures appeared in the distance. "Ignite!" he shouted. The gypsies lit something on the ground, and several explosions of purple and green sent out a wave of shards, shredding the fairies in simmering fogs. The gilded trader began spinning the lamp over and over as the few remaining fairies were upon the others. The gypsies used smoking lamps of their own, striking some and causing others to fall in sparking seizures. Turgon saw a familiar Fae in the distance, Borliar, the one that had greeted them before. He was reaching out as the gilded trader threw the lamp holder and all forward. There was a great white flash. Then Turgon felt something grab his arm. He could barely see anything else as he was pushed through an enveloping fire and struck what felt like soft grass. Turgon's face was in the dirt. He pushed up, turning to see the gypsies closing a crackling portal as bright flashes continued over and over. In a few moments it was quiet. They were beside the sea, and the sky at least looked like their own, no strange colors or anything. They were somewhere near an ocean, but exactly where Turgon didn't know. He set up, seeing Rornachor, Elisu, and Joseph. With them, too, were the gilded trader and his cart. The others were not there, even though he had sworn he had seen them before. Elisu grabbed the gilded trader, throwing him to the ground. "What was that? Where is everyone else? What did you do?" Elisu was choking the man. Turgon went over, pulling him off. "He can't answer if he's dead." The gilded trader was coughing, grabbing at his throat. Thank you, dwarf. Good sense, good sense." Rornachor lowered his hammer over the man. "I have good sense, too. Now, answer the questions." Rornikor pressed the hammer nearly against the man's head. I used it like a spell, a powerful spell. Tore them apart, the Fae, so we could escape. We were all supposed to end up in our own realm, but He looked around. I don't know why we're here without them. The Owl should have pulled us all from that realm to this one, without any issue. There was a stir nearby, and the sounds of a sudden brawl with gasping. Turgon ran over to see a strange back and forth between two near-ghostly forms. As Turgon watched the two figures go back and forth, they began to solidify. He knew them, and in something that made zero sense to him, he shouted, "Gak gak, Elieva!" It was the dead orc and elf that they had met before. Rornichor and the others were just behind him, and while they were prepared to fight, the two that were dead looked at them, pausing their fight. "How is this possible?" Elieva asked. "Gak gak land? How? We are not of this land anymore." "What did you do?" Ilisu said, drawing his sword and angling it at the gilded trader. "I just took what was mine. I didn't mean for this." "What is a gak gak?" "He is an orc and she is an elf, from the dead, from another realm," Joseph said with a tone of amazement. "What did you take?" Turgon asked. "Just a small trinket owed to me." "What?" He said what? Ilisu shouted. The gilded trader pulled out a mask made of simple wood with a black line going down its center. "A mask?" Rornikor asked. "A mask, that was it. And what mask is this?" "Just allows me to get some good deals. Trade this and that." "What is it?" Ilisu kicked him. "A planeswalker mask," Elieva said with a solemn tone. "You took from them one of their own creations. It allows you to bend realms." Well, that wasn't what I intended. But it is what it is." "The owl, what did you do with it?" she asked. There was a pause. He looked at each of them. "I killed them. I destroyed their realm to break out." "Then you pulled us from our rest too. It was all from our realm of death, with the Fae realm, with the realm we are all from. You have done this." "What is this thing?" Turgon asked. "A danger to any that have it. We have been marked for death by all Fae. They will hunt us." "I just needed it to finish a deal." "Talk plainly," Rornikor said. "No tricks." "A small trade. A wizard promised me good gold if I could find it." "Well, that is the last person that will have it," Elisus said. "But I need it for my daughter," he said. "Your daughter got mixed up in this already. The gypsies, your daughter, from before." "Those were fake mere puppets, meant to distract the Fae from me. They were all just dolls." The gilded trader pulled out a bag from his robes and dumped them out. There were dozens of small dolls, one with red hair. "See," he said, "I'm just trying to distract and assure the Fae don't know anything. Now, they're gone, but I need to give it to him. He destroys such things to weaken the Fae, but he couldn't go there. I wasn't going to, but he took her and holds her now. I went for him. I found it, but then I got trapped. You helped me leave. He has her. In Finar." Turgon shook his head. "We will return to Ikinidor," he said. "You can go to Finar." "But you cannot. I'm sorry, but now we must finish this, together." "Excuse me, you are lucky we do not kill you and toss your mask into the ocean," Rornikor said. "We aren't ones to be tricked." "But you were," the gilded trader said. "Now we are all tied to this, each one of us." "He's right," Elieva said. "The planeswalker mask takes owl from each person in its vicinity. Since he used owl from our realm of the dead, harvested by you at the cost of your own owl, then we left with him. We are all tied to the mask returning to this realm. It seems that not you and your kin, or I and the orc, shall have any rest until this item is destroyed. If the wizard in Finar can do it, then we must go there." She paused. I have not been around this figure long, she said, pointing at him, but I do not even think he knew what he was doing. We're not doing this, Elisu said. Come, Joseph, we're leaving. But as the two of them headed away from the others, their skin began to glow bright. Wisps of energy flowed from them, and they both fell to their knees. The energy was like a soft smoke flowing towards the gilded trader and into the mask. See, Elieva said. I had never seen one, but we heard of them. A cult used them to hex others, wage war in a way only the Fae really can, pure tricks. I do not know what it is, but I had heard they were all destroyed. Clearly not. Turgon looked to Rornikor. Thoughts? We're in a mine without a torch, he said. Guess we go to Finar. Never been there. Gak was staring at the sky. Orc Gak, not wanted here, he said. Orc Gak is bad. Joseph laughed, going over to him. Gak, you're here now. We're all a bit messed up, though, and I'm not too sure about that. Just no killing pointies, he said. No, and we should avoid elves, Elieva said. I can see my own skin. I know Archons could likely see that I'm not entirely of this realm. We don't need that. The gilded trader sighed. I know I'm not anyone's favorite person at the moment, but since Finar is a bit from here, I can at least offer a ride, since we'll be spending time together. He pulled out a small figure from his bag, threw it on the ground, and in a rippling bit of smoke his carriage appeared complete with a horse. Odd, just a bit odd. No drinking or shrooms, and I just saw that, Rornikor said. Elisu stared, not talking at all. The gilded trader bowed. Just wait until you see the inside. He opened the side of the carriage and bowed. Straight on along the coast to Finar, accomplices. Let's not tarry too long here. We've got a bit of a journey, and I at least can entertain with songs. Turgon took a deep breath and nodded. He wasn't even going to try to guess how this would all end. Astral Walker, Fallen Dwarf, Book 8. It is in the true waking of life that we find freedom from all benevolent and malevolent tricks of the Fae. Chapter. First. Fairies and Fae, F&K. Turgon was laying on a rather comfortable, long couch. He propped up his feet a bit ago, after a few bites of a rather sweet caramel candy, and even a bit of licorice tea. He admitted to himself how strange the event was, being distant from the ordinary and having access to unique things. He had dozed off twice before, and each time woke, believing he had strayed into a weird dream and looked about for the familiar stone of Ikinidor. But between the comfortable couch and flowing red drapes over the windows, the scent of incense, and the sound of the wheels from time to time beneath him, he reminded himself that they were in a precarious situation unlike any before. This was not some extravagant villa or comfortable royal house in some dwarven hold. This was the inside of the gilded trader's cart. I'm coming, he had said, as they all climbed into it earlier. He expected it to be odd, but he didn't expect it to be as odd as he found it. The cart itself didn't look too much bigger than any normal horse-drawn cart, but upon passing the void of the entryway, it opened up like nothing he had quite seen or experienced before. We need to travel like this more often, Josmus shouted, jumping over to a couch opposite the one Turgon would go to. Gak gets to ride in something that isn't orc-like and isn't an elven prison. At least an elven prison doesn't smell like someone exploded into incense, Elieva said. Careful, Shodin said. I know what I said. The elf laughed, but now it had been many hours. Josmus and Elisu were sleeping, and though Rornikor had said he wanted to keep watch, not trusting their companion, he had dozed off. Now, snoring, he was slumped over a wooden table that had far too many books on it. Gak and Elieva simply stood in a corner together with their eyes closed. An odd choice for them, and Turgon assumed they were sleeping or something. Almost the whole journey was spent in that manner. Their companion, the gilded trader, was smoking a pipe and glancing outside as a strange figure tended to the horse. "Come now," he said. "Quick time. We need to get to Finar by tomorrow night." The figure turned, staring into the cart. His face was made of straw, and his eyes were glowing orange. He was some kind of magical being, though Turgon didn't exactly know what he was in full. "My straw man," the gilded trader said. "He doesn't talk, but don't let him fool you. He is a loyal friend, more loyal than the damn Fae." He puffed his pipe. Turgon sat up, rubbing his head. "King, you sleep well?" the gilded trader asked. "Well enough," he said. "Do you prefer King?" "Turgon," he told him. "But what of you? Heard you have a few names, but gilded trader seems odd." "It is odd, more of an insult, to be fair. But I don't rightly care, mind you. You can call me by the name I have told the others, Shodin." Turgon nodded. "Shodin." "Shodin," the man said again. The cart had a window that stretched from one end to the other on the side Turgon was sitting. From here he could see out, and now that the road was climbing up, he spotted the sea. They were taking the easternmost road that followed the Irir Mountains and around the coastline of the southern seas, to Finar. Finar was an ancient place of men, a city that Turgon knew was very, very old. "How much do you know of the place we're going, of Finar the First, and of that which rests beneath it?" Shodin asked him. The others were sleeping, and while Turgon was thinking of joining them again, Shodin seemed to be prying in Turgon's opinion. He hated to assume such of the man, but by default, he did not trust this person at all. "I know it is one of the first cities of men." "The first," Shodin said. "It was founded following the flooding of the southern lands and the loss of all that once dwelt in Vasruhal." Turgon stood up, joining Shodin near the front of the cart. "I know of that," Turgon said. "The dwarves attempted to enslave the goddess Mortua, tried to stop her. They failed. Failed is putting it lightly, in my opinion. The race of men," he tapped his chest, "my race was nearly wiped out. Saved by the elves, right? I understand they emerged into our lands by Narasond. They were saved by the grit of the warriors that rallied together to fight the necromancers. Men saved themselves and, in so, took a city near the ocean, but that is what drew me to the city. It has a temple, an old temple, connected to the old world. I have learned that there are those in Finar willing to pay much for that, and in turn, convinced a traveling wizard to assist me in finding items. But I wish to see my people take our place beside the old races, you and your kind, elves, before we become like the Dwemhar or Rusis. Men are stupid," he went on. "We trail behind in our belief systems, denounce the gods, placate and force our will when we do not need that. Our God, our one God, died to protect us, became the avatar of men, and forged a path to our new land. Do you know of the Anointed Ones, the Holy Order?" Turgon shook his head. "See, dwarves know not all they claim yet. In the mountains east of Finar there lay a temple, and there the Avatar rested. Iruda's followers built a new holy place, and there I believe men will rise up higher. We just need support." "And you selling trinkets will do that?" Turgon asked. "The world is foolish. I am too, a bit," he raised a finger. "Just a bit. I have known myself to get distracted from time to time, wandering into places I shouldn't, and well, you know, the thing like—" He lay back in his seat and stared. After a few moments, he coughed. "Faye, really mess you up," he said. "I feel like I'm still there, back in Illurinia. I don't really want to say it." "I understand," Turgon said. "Not a place I ever saw myself getting trapped in. But it happened. Now I deal with this. He looked towards Elisu. That is a good man. The boy is innocent. I did want to help him, I did. I just had to watch after me, too. It's important what I do. Just like you. He pointed at Turgon and then to Rornachor, who snored even louder. You dwarves must be of very important lineage in Micronoc. Not of Micronoc. Ikinidor, my home. Not a place I've heard of, Shodin said. Turgon nodded. Few have, more are learning. We do what we can to not be the typical when it comes to the reputation of most dwarves. The ranger and the boy came onto my doorstep, and now we're here. Must be strange, he said, motioning to the cart and himself. A few years ago, I'd had thought I must have drank some bad ale. Now, feels like a normal day. It's strange when something isn't surreal. The two of them laughed. Turgon still didn't trust Shodin, but he could admire some of his gumption. The gilded trader might have been a sly, lying bastard of a person, but he seemed to be under the same self-hate that Elisu was. It seemed almost part and parcel to dealing with the Fae, losing yourself in a guilty tirade to where you question even the most basic of actions and motivations. It was a depressing display of desolate focus, as if his own existence had become a joke. Turgon wondered if this was the true purpose of the Fae, to make a mockery out of righteous thoughts and actions, and to trick those who had intent, regardless of the purity of malevolence. It would be something that would take time for him to figure out, and even at this point, he knew he might never figure it out. Shodin climbed through to the seat beside the scarecrow and tapped the creature on the shoulder. The cart came to an abrupt stop. The entire cart shook, waking the others. "What is it?" Turgon asked. "Fairies, blocking the road. Might just be nothing, might be more. But if we go straight through without clearing them, we might end up right back in their realm." "Throka's beard," Rornachor said, stumbling to grab his hammer. "Just fairies," Turgon said. "I'll check it out." Elisu pointed for Yasmus to stay and fixed an arrow to his bow. Gak and Elieva went to the door, but after peering out, didn't venture forward. Turgon and Elisu followed Shodin out. He pulled a long, slender rod from his sheath and tapped it twice on the side of the cart. It sparked and began to glow. "Fairy flinger," he said. "Got it off some dwarves near the Redlands to the east. Very helpful when passing near there. There are already too many fairies in that region due to the elves." As Turgon and Elisu stayed at his side, the man lifted up his rod. "We have no desire to toil with you," he shouted. Turgon had never had any issues with fairies in the wild. These kind in particular were known to sometimes heal travelers of their wounds, and were seen as good luck by most. But that was before he had been to Illurinia, and as such he didn't know what to expect. 2, 3, 4, 5, Shodin counted. Just enough to make a good fairy rue. Learned that back in the swamps to the west. Good, old, fairy, rue. He lunged forward, smacking 3 of the fairies in one swoop. The remaining ones flew about, taking refuge in a tree off the road. Elisu loosed an arrow, taking a 4th down. "Nice shot," Shodin said. "Can you do it again?" "Might as well." Turgon saw something in the brush beneath them. Elisu's bow sang, striking another fairy. The arrow spun about as the fairy's form shook, the light of its body fading before it fell to the ground. The remaining fairy shot down from the tree and into the brush beneath it. "There is something in that brush already," Turgon said. "I thought I saw it moving before, and that fairy went right to it." "Well, of course it did. Likely went to a hole to hide," Shodin said. "I'll rouse it out," Elisu said. Turgon looked back to see Rornachor standing in the doorway to the cart. Josmus was peeking around his side. "Come on, little fairy fuck," Elisu said. "Let me show you my sword." The ranger had drawn out his long sword as he and Shodin crept towards where the fairy was. Turgon readied his axe, following just behind them. There was a flutter of light ahead in the bushes, a clear sign of something to come. "Come out, Fey Mouse," Shodin taunted it. Something snorted, rutting in the ground. They stopped, holding their position. "I don't think that's just a mouse," Turgon said. "Of course it isn't," Shodin smiled. "Fey wouldn't just send a few fairies. They were the distraction, but they never got to, because good old Shodin stopped before the trap. Yes, quite a trap in the road. But now a little fairy has but one option." There was a sudden ringing, a shrill scream, and the bushes exploded in a blast of fairy dust as a stubby creature came running out on 4 legs. It was burly, like a large hog, but had twisted horns and even a center horn on the top of its stubby head. The fairy rode it like a mount, its wings fluttering as it dove straight for Elisu. The ranger jumped, nearly getting his leg taken out from under him as Shodin attempted to use his weapon to strike it. The creature turned, growled, and thundered towards Shodin. The man flipped over it, turning to try to swat the fairy, but missed again. "It's a bauble-rook, fairy pig, but vicious here. Quite tasty in their realm. I had quite a few for breakfast. Hear that, bauble-rook? We know your tricks." Turgon had never quite seen a creature like this. As it ran, there were flashes of sparkling dust off of its legs, and the grass seemed to grow in thickness, and flowers trailed behind it in a weird wake. Turgon slammed his axe down just before it was upon it, scaring the creature and its fairy rider. The bauble-rook made a wide circle, rutting at the bushes again before making a dash towards Elisu. But as it was about to be upon him, and most likely a back and forth between the ranger and his foe, an arrow flew from the gypsy cart, striking the bauble-rook just behind its front leg. The creature jumped and then toppled over. The fairy fluttered about above it before Shodin smacked it. The bauble-rook was still alive, kicking and flailing, but as the 3 of them approached it, its movement ceased. "At least it was only one," Shodin said. "In a group, not so easy." Turgon looked back to the cart to see Josmus holding his bow. "Good arrow work," Shodin said to Elisu. "He isn't bad," Elisu said. The fairy was down but still flickering. Shodin went over to it. He pressed his boot against its body. Go back to your realm. I know you can. Tell the guardians that you failed, that Shodin will not be stopped." The fairy vanished in a cloud of pink dust. "Where'd it go?" Turgon asked. "Back to Illurinia, back to the guardians. They know what they're doing. We will deal with more in time." He returned his weapon to its sheath. "Now the trap," he said. Shodin picked up a large stick and went back to the road. "See the rock up there, the one standing partially on its side?" he asked Turgon and Elisu. Turgon could see a rock, oddly shaped, and even a stick just behind it. Shodin tossed the stick towards the area, and there was a massive eruption of rock and dirt, crisscrossing over the road. The entire trap seemed to tremble before it became nothing more than a pile of dust. Without fairies, it doesn't have the energy to maintain its form. But captured in that, they'd carry us back to Illurinia without a single issue. They were back on their way, and as such, the talk of breakfast spread. Shodin had more than a few trinkets in which to make hot drinks, and even more odd options for food. "These pastries Faye made?" Elisu asked. "Of course not. I made them. Weeks ago. But they're made with elven ingredients. Might not set too well with you dwarves." "As long as it isn't a bunch of leaves, I'm fine with it," Rornakor said. Gak-Gak reached for a wooden fork and began chewing on it. "Not like that," Josmus said, taking the fork. "You might be an orc, but surely you don't think that is food." "But it is," Gak-Gak said. "Wood is good, helps clean the teeth." Gak-Gak used his tongue to shine one of his incisors. He had 4 of them total. "Gross," Elieva said. This is fine food. Eat, eat, Shodin said. It'll be easier than spending gold in Finar. And it is right here, Josmus said. Turgon settled for a bit of tea. It was a very strong cinnamon tea and left a bit of a burning sensation on his lips. Ragar cinnamon, from the Dragon Islands, Shodin said. One of my favorite places. Turgon went up to where Shodin was watching the scarecrow driver. No signs of more fairies? He asked. No, he said plainly. Fairies are but one issue. The Bobblerook was unexpected, but since we did what we did, I did. They will send more. The Guardians of Illurinia are angry. So I understand, then, that the Guardians are something separate than just Fae, Rornacor asked, his mouth full of elf pastry. Fae are innumerable. Fairies restore and return, almost as plentiful as ants in the forest. The Guardians are the holders of power in the Fae realm. For Illurnia, it is Borlair, Vraklu, Tabuk, and Drowa. So there are other realms? Josmus asked. Yes, many realms of Fae, though all tied to the living realm where most creatures reside. Realms act as a border of existence. In their realms, their power is greater than in ours, but the affects can still be felt and expressed. Borlair is alive, but of the others, I do not know. What did you do? Elisu asked. You have heard of dwarven dust? He asked. Of course, Elisu said. Useful for their mining or in combat. It is very destructive. Imagine a concentrated dwarven dust that reacts with the very air you breathe. Turgon saw rolling fire in his mind, imagining Illurnia burning all over. No wonder they're angry, Turgon said. They're Fae. They're always angry, Shodin said. They enjoy tricking, lying, and taking advantage of others. That is it. Their smiles are fake, their laughing is condescending. Their existence should be ended as often as possible. Turgon did not necessarily agree with this character, Shodin. A character was exactly what he was. While the name Gilded Trader already implied a degree of fakeness, they had gone from needing Ul to pay for him to remove a cursed necklace to now being stuck with Fae seeking to kill them and their presence tied to the mask he stole. I sense your anger, he said, as Turgon stared at the rolling mountains outside the cart. Do you? He said in reply, nearly sarcastic but not putting the full emphasis in the question. You might think I'm to fault fully, he whispered, but Elisu should not have had an apprentice. He has gotten many killed. I know nothing of that. I simply know he needed help with the boy, Josmus. Yes, Shodin continued to whisper. The boy he found, the boy he raised. Hopefully the child fares better than others he has watched out for. What do you mean? Turgon asked. It is nothing. Just know that some masters make choices for those that are with them, and the pure truth that this boy took it upon himself to take the item he was cursed by surprises me. You can let him tell you more. It is not my place. Turgon looked over to Elisu, who was laughing as Josmus tried to feed Gak-Gak berries. I guess I will have to talk to him about this. The sun rose to the east, and a red glow cut across the vast southern seas, warming the trees and mountains. Ahead, far down a twisting road and hill, was a blackened mark upon the lands. From the distance they were, it appeared as an obsidian patch of interlaced pieces. But drawing closer and with greater light, Turgon looked upon the first city of Man, Finar. I hate this place, Shodin said. Chapter Dusra. Finar. Turgon had seen many places built by men across Taria, and even made his way to Lokam in the north. Lokam was a newer city compared to Finar, inspired seemingly by elven designs with swooping eaves and high towers. It was split by a massive river down its center, and while it wasn't his preferred place, it had a feeling to it that was friendly. Finar, though, seemed much less a place of happy feelings and more of one of struggle and survival. Its high walls were square and dark, made from sheer ocean stone. Their blackened form against the sky was off-putting to say the least. While as a dwarf he would generally be okay with stone and actually prefer it, Finar was a city built by survivors. Those who dwelt in the lands of the south, which now was nothing but ocean, had spent years and years dealing with a necromantic horror, an apocalypse, until they were able to reach the elven lands of Narisond. From there, going west, they founded this city in clear view of the old land, albeit, if only general direction alone. The race of men was not known to be very religious. While there were some that were, they did not hold Throka of the dwarves or Ether of the elves in any more particular regard than they would some story they had heard. It was a great irony, for at one time their entire civilization was anchored around serving their one god, as they were called. Of the exact names and what not, Turgon had never concerned himself with, and wasn't about to start now. Gak smells bacon. Do you smell bacon? Bacon, bacon, bacon. The small orc jumped up and down, pushing between Shodin and Turgon to see the open gates of the city. "Stay back and stay down," Turgon said. "But bacon—" "Yes, I smell it too. Just get down before you cause us issues," Turgon went on. "Come on," Joshes said, pulling him down. "You don't want to be the reason that we end up in a prison. Been there before. It's a no-good place." "Prison?" Turgon asked. "It wasn't prison as much as it was a regional jail. It was up near Locum. We were undercover," Elisu said. "You take this child into many ill situations," Elieva said. "I guess the world has become more confusing if such things are normal now." "Mind your own words, elf," Elisu said. "The way of a ranger is not one an elf would understand." She shrugged. "I just feel that such actions might be considered ill, even by the worst of standards. There are plenty of woods and foes of the natural world to contend with training a young apprentice. Rangers in my time would be more focused on that, and less on such actions that would involve any form of detention." Turgon took a deep breath, unsure of how the ranger would respond. He looked over at the man, and it seemed Elisu was content to just look away and ignore the elf. They passed up to the gateway when the guard stopped the carriage. Shodin was the first to climb us to the seat, where the scarecrow was. The guard pointed to the scarecrow as two other guards circled the cart out of Turgon's view. "Your business in Finar today, Golden Pot?" "Just a bit of resell. I have found quite an odd assortment of rocks," he said, pulling out several shiny stones. "Ah, you've been to the Moon's Point in the Shadowlands?" the guard asked. "A well-traveled city guard?" Shodin asked. "I have dreamed of being an adventurer, but duty and kids," he laughed. Shodin laughed. "And how is the young boy? Did he like that mask I found for him?" "Very much so," the guard said, beaming now. Turgon breathed a sigh of relief. He had been nervous there would be more issues given the simple, obvious strangeness of a scarecrow guiding their cart. "Well, tell your son to be sure to try to speak to all strange manners of creatures with the mask on. He never knows what he might discover." "And good luck to you," the guard said. Shodin came back to his spot in the cart and looked at Elisu. "Remember the fox mask?" "Yes, the one you carved and painted, then sold to a guard to get us passage into Finar during their uprising?" "Yes, well, his son liked it, so that's all that matters." "You told him he could talk to animals with it," Elisu grumbled. "Yes, and he can and should," he tapped his own forehead, "but that doesn't mean they'll ever talk back." Elisu crossed his arms. "One day all your machinations will come back to haunt you." "Arguably, they already have. Look at this lot looking to hang me." He motioned to Turgon and the others. Hanging is a bit slow to my liking, Rornikor said. Rather just make you into jelly with a hammer, a bit crunchy, but with berries. I'm sure I know a shadow elf or two that would eat you. He'd be sour, I'm sure of it, Elisu said. They passed through the gateway, and Shodin motioned for Turgon to join him beside the scarecrow. Back in the cart, Yosmus, Gak, and the others leaned to see more of the buildings and busy streets around them. Turgon hadn't seen such architecture before, at least in the cities of men in the west. There were intricately carved columns and tall four-story buildings with ornate balconies. The brick street they rattled down was carved almost as smoothly as a dwarven street, with tiny golden star-shaped bricks every 8 bricks or so. At its height, Finar was an echo of the old world of men, yet it stood with a gracious and proud grandeur. When men first came to these lands, they had only a small memory of the grandness of Vasruhal. Most alive had never seen the old city or old land of the south. Most were just happy to be alive. Turgon nodded. I have heard much of those time from my smithy. He came from that time. Oh, so the rumors were true. I had heard such rumors. Rumors? You are from the desert, Shodin said. You found a city there. And if I did, then I would tell you do not mention it to the person we are going to, or we will be stuck for hours having you tell the story to him. He likes such things. They continued down the main road for some time with many a curious eye upon them, as while the city had many oddities and shops of numerous kinds, the cart they were in absolutely stood out. That was a fact that Turgon wasn't too sure about himself. They came to a circular rotunda, and Shodin motioned for their scarecrow driver to stop. The scarecrow cawed like a crow, and Turgon looked up to the red eyes to see a beak and a curious turn of head by the creature. Is our drive a crow in a scarecrow body? Our driver is a distinguished gentleman of the highest regard. Do not judge him. Turgon said, with a nod, looking back at the scarecrow who was staring at him. I just wanted to show you're one of the oldest parts of the city, he pointed. Rornikor and the others leaned up to see, Gak falling backwards as he tried to push ahead of the rest, and instead rolled somewhere behind all of them in the cart. Turgon looked at the gate. It was 3 times the height of the walls around it, which were already towering above the 4-story buildings of the rest of the city. While the door was black, there was silver border around the gateway, and on either side of the passage were 2 massive statues with silver eyes. Turgon assumed these 2 statues must have been someone of great importance to those of the city. The gates of the High Temple of Finar, Shodin told them. The original foundations of the city and the courtyard beyond where rests the holiest place of men. And what can be holy of the 5th race? Rornikor asked. They do not pay homage to any of our gods as it is. They will be the great balancer in time. Such words are whispers within the ethereal realms. It is a truth I and the one we go to know. But if men shall lead the world to light or to darkness, we do not yet know for sure. He clicked his tongue, and the scarecrow continued around the rotunda and down a side street that ran parallel to a massive wall leading away from the gate. Turgon looked back at the imposing black doors and carved tall statues with silver eyes. The creatures he thought were at first statues of men were something else entirely. What did they consider holy here? Unholiness, a leftover from their old world. The first generation or so, the elders that came from the sunken lands and delivered all the others were as one could be mostly holy, but the others, the children. He sighed. They took things a step in a strange way. It was the cause of the rebellion, and I do believe that most was halted, mainly the sacrifice of children. But the belief that evil remains in this city is never far off. From the long road of the initial gateway to the gates of the High Temple of Finar, they took a path that crossed down and back towards the sea. This way twisted through carved stone, and around to where the sun was blotted out by the temple walls, and where the less desirables of the city were everywhere. Here the smell was like that of dung and mud, and while there was no shortage of drunkards and places to find drinks, there was a feel here that was unsettling to even the most stalwart of dwarves. Turgon wasn't sure if it had something to do with the dampness in the air or the smells, but there was something off to the entire experience. It didn't get better, either, as they came to a large and imposing tower surrounded by thatch barns. Shodin clicked and the scarecrow halted the cart. Now, don't get so concerned about the looks. I assure you it is somewhat better inside. The others in the cart had yet to get a good of a view as Turgon had, but the moment Shodin opened the cart, they were hit with the smells. Gak likes it, the orc said, bound in a cloak and hopping from the cart. The elf followed him as Josmus and Elisu went next. He has led us to shit, Rornachor said, sniffing the air. Just a bit of stables and spilled ale. Really a lively place at times, Shodin said. Turgon could tell that this was the most depraved section of the city, and not at all what he expected a wizard to be making him home in. "What is it, King?" Shodin asked him. Turgon looked around. The taverns here were aplenty, but it wasn't just that. The tower itself was out of place. From the outside it was a sheen white stone, but the filth of Finar had encroached around its base. Turgon could imagine it on some grassy knoll with clear streams flowing around it. But this wasn't right. This wizard chooses this. Shodin seemingly noticed that while Gak seemed mildly at home, the others were staring at him with the same concern Turgon had. "I know it doesn't seem like much, but he is a good person. One of the best of wizards I know. It won't be that big of a deal once you meet him. Trust me, trust me." "Mr. Golden Pot," Rornachor said, "I hardly trust anyone, and you've given me less than a reason to listen to anything you have to say. Take us to this wizard so we may be done with the mask." Shodin led them to the base of the tower, and while Turgon expected some kind of door or gateway, there was none to be found. They entered one after another to a straw-filled room at the base of the tower. Here there was a set of stone steps and a purple door. They all stood for a moment before Turgon looked at Shodin, who was half grinning, as he waited for someone to talk. "You going to go knock?" he asked Shodin. "My friends, I have not been as honest as I should have been." Rornachor stepped forward as Turgon put his hand on his friend's chest. "Speak," Turgon said. "I will," Elisu said. They looked at the ranger. "We have to tell them," the ranger said. "Of course," Shodin said. "We've created our own problems," Shodin said. "I am out of Illurinia, but this is all my fault, really. I'm such a failure, and I got them all killed." "Got who killed?" Josmus asked. "The dolls, my family. The wizard is not going to be happy with me." Turgon lowered his hand off Rornachor's chest. The Hammersong stepped forward with his hammer handle in his hand. "Where is the wizard?" Turgon asked. "He is here, and it isn't the wizard, but—" The bottom of the tower trembled, and the way they had come was shrouded in dirt. The doorway above them opened, and a glowing figure appeared in the void. Josmus, Gak, and Eliva stepped back. Turgon drew his hand axe as Rornachor stepped forward. "Wizard?" "Wizard?" it asked back in a voice of trembling winds. "Did you bring it?" Elisu and Shodin stepped forward. "We did, but you are not our friend." "What do you mean?" Turgon asked. "I am as much your friend as you always believed. I am who you believe and are. Give me the mask." "Is this the wizard?" Turgon asked. "Wizard," the voice hissed. "I will give you the wizard." From high above, a latch opened, and something fell from above, striking the floor of the tower. Turgon looked at a rotting corpse in blue robes. "There is the wizard," the voice said. though I gave him his power, so not a wizard." "A sorcerer," Elieva said. "You are the demon that empowered him," Turgon asked. "I am more. I am how he survived. I am the lie that he told and the empowerment he sought, and now I must have what was promised." Turgon looked back to the earthen mound blocking the doorway. "Rornichor." "Step ahead of you, king," the hammer song said. Turgon grabbed Josmus as Rornichor slammed his hammer into the mound, sending out a massive blast of dirt and opening their path. "Go!" Turgon shouted. Elisu grabbed Josmus. "He remains with me. Flee if you must, but you will not be safe." Turgon grabbed for the boy, but the presence of the familiar, the demonic form, flew out towards him, pushing him and Rornichor from the tower. A shroud covered the door as Turgon pushed himself up from the mud. Eliva and Gak came next, fleeing as wisps of energy flowed off of them. "Crazy Illurinia idiots," Rornichor shouted. "They lied." Turgon looked around at a small gathering crowd. "We need to get off the streets and lay low. Get away from this place." "Take the cart?" Gak suggested. "No, just come on," Turgon said. He led them back up the road leading from the area they were in. They'd have to find somewhere to hide. Chapter: Moonram. Hunted. Turgon was torn. He had left Josmus, but it wasn't like he hadn't tried to grab the child. He was half worried about leaving, feeling like whatever bond he had with the mask and whatnot would keep him there, but he felt no ill effects whatsoever. He kept thinking about the boy, though. Josmus doesn't deserve this. "They lied. The bastards lied from the start," Rornichor said. "Quiet," Turgon told him as they had just gotten onto a side street. They took a moment to catch their breath as their ethereal friends kept watch. Gak never dealt with this as an orc warrior. "Welcome to the complicated life of the regular world, I guess," Elieva said. "How old were you when you died? A few days?" "Orcs are 2 weeks old when we can run and swing a sword. I was 2 months old at the time of the battle." Turgon was about to comment on the orc's word when Rornichor punched the wall. "Should have never trusted any of them. They looked weak, looked like we needed to help them. They didn't need us. They used us." "The boy didn't," Turgon said. "He is simply trapped in whatever strange circumstance his master has gotten him into." "He shouldn't be with him," Rornichor said. "They are both liars." "I believe the ranger's heart is where it should be," Turgon said. "Yes, just to the right of the middle of his chest from my drawn bow's arms," Elieva said. Gak laughed. "Funny elf." Turgon shook his head, rubbing his beard. "We make for dwarf lands, any dwarf lands," Rornichor said. "We make for an inn, and not one down back that way," Turgon said. "Then we'll have a breath or two and then figure this out." Turgon wanted them to get moving. While they had caught their breath, they didn't want any unneeded attention. Turgon had no idea where they were, but moving further away from the wizard's tower seemed to be the best idea for now. So they went north along the alleyway and took many zigzag paths until they came to another road, much larger, that had more people and less questionable types like where they had come from. That said, they were 2 dwarves with 2 hooded figures, one of whom was an orc, and 2 of which were ethereal, and occasionally that fact seemed to attract unsure attention. They were in a large crowd of almost exclusively those of the race of men. Turgon noticed more than anything that their speech was garbled, and they talked almost like they, speaking with someone holding their nose, an odd sound that men of the West did not have. After passing across several large squares with fountains, they came to a simple structure just off the main road. It was an inn, and though he had no doubt they served drinks, it was far from the places they had seen when they first left Shodin's cart. "Quiet," he told the elf and orc. "We go in, get a room, and go from there. A drink, Rornacor said. That isn't our plan as of now. Rornacor laughed. I didn't say it was, good king. I just said I'm getting a drink. Turgon pushed open a white door, entering into a brightly lit entryway. There was a window high above them. A second simple wooden door with dark brass handles led to a more typical stone entryway and the inside of the inn. As they entered, Turgon looked out at a quite bar and a skinny man at a chair on the end. He looked up at them from over a book in his hand and took off his glasses, making his way to them. Odd to see two dwarves and a woman and an ugly child. Your faces are so white, I assume you may have never seen sunlight. Staying with these dwarves too much? He asked with a droning, monotone voice. We need a room, Turgon said. Yes, that is why one would come to a place such as this. Shall I book you a wondrous suite or a simple room more akin to the holes you climbed out of? Suite, Rornacor said. Somewhere to stretch. Right, the burly dwarf that needs to shave surely wants the finest Finar has to offer. The man stared, unblinking. Normally, you'd ask for gold, Rornacor said. Oh, apologies, forgot you were here. Terrible time with my memory lately. The man went over to a large leather book and wrote something down before reaching out with an open hand. 30 gold coins, he said. Turgon pulled out the coins, putting them down in stacks of 5. The innkeeper's eyes widened a bit. He picked up one of the coins. You have gold like I haven't seen before. Standard dwarven gold, Turgon said. Currency we use all over the West. You do not use the Finar standard gold pieces. Standard pieces? What is that? Rornachor asked. Investment of actual gold is made to the Finar reserve in exchange for credit coins. We had thought this was the way of the lands. I believe I have overcharged you. Keep it, Turgon said, and make sure no one looking for us can find us. Understood, the innkeeper said, now quite a bit more chipper. The name's is Amsel, if you need anything at all. A keg of ale up to our room, Rornachor said. Amsley handed Turgon a silver key. I'll bring it. And snacks. Upstairs, 2 flights. Room on the end with the gold circle around the handles. Turgon took the key. Very good. As the innkeeper began to gather items to treat his apparent new favorite customers, they headed upstairs, taking them up to the 3rd level. Turgon had noticed the 2nd floor was rather dark with cherry-colored wood, but the 3rd level had a lighter oak finish. There were candles every few doorways. Ahead, Turgon saw a double door with a gold circle around the handles, just as Amsel had told them. He pushed the key in, but just short of opening it, he looked back at the others. Do you feel that? He asked. Rornachor looked behind them and then back to Turgon. The others shrugged and looked at one another. No damn fey, he said. Rornachor laughed and Gak clapped, hopping from one foot to another. Elieva smirked. He turned and thought a moment for Josmus. He knew they couldn't leave, but he felt he had to convince the others. Turgon opened the door, and for a moment his mind fled from the state of the last few days. The room itself was massive, nearly the entire size of the downstairs of the inn. He realized that there was a large covered balcony with fresh air blowing in from the southern seas. There were 2 large beds and several cushioned furniture pieces, including a large couch and chair. They had barely gotten into the room and shut the door when their host arrived with a keg and large basket of what looked to be jams, fresh fruits, and bread. Amsel tapped the keg and poured several mugs before wiping his hands on pants. And if you need anything, you be sure to let me know. I expect a busy night as we have several festivals going on throughout the city. Though of the content of said festivals I am— His face was sullen and his tone turned downward, perturbed. Festivals? Turgon asked. Night of the Fae, they call it. A wondrous time for those that like such travesties. Everyone dresses up and dances like they are 3 bowls of mushrooms deep into a bad night. I do not care for such things. Neither do we, Rornacor said. We'd like to avoid Fae in general. Then stay up here, or you'll have sparkly-faced drunkards coming after you. He bowed. Good day to you. They settled into snacking, and Rornacor worshipped his ale in solemn chugging. The others had barely began to eat when he twisted the tap and poured another mug. Turgon took a mug for himself, but he was barely interested. "What luck is this?" Turgon asked. "We go to Finar, and it happens to be the Night of the Fae, where everyone will be dressing up just like what we are trying to avoid." "As lucky as an elf lord finding himself in the nesting pits of an orc, I'd say," Elieva said. "Hey," Gak said, "I'd have you know I don't like pointies doing that. At least you'd be dead sooner, not charging face first into lines of silver arrows. I see it as a good thing for you." "Can you believe that man, though? He was amazed by gold?" Rornacor asked. "Seems Finar has its own currency. Also seems like a wary thing to take monetary value from gold itself and put it in something as fake as some strange credit," Turgon said. "Not just seems, either. It's stupid." Gak bounced on a cushion and laid back, eating a grape. "Orc Gak use bones for gold. 2 bones for a blood spoon. Good deal. But this is soft rock. Good. Very good." "It's called a grape," Elieva said. "Did you seriously call it a soft rock?" The orc scratched the side of his head. "But it is a soft rock. Grows on prickly bush, shaped like a rock. You can throw it like a rock." He threw a grape across the room. "But it's soft. Soft rock." "Hey, let's try not to make a mess," Rornacor said, "even if you are an orc. So many words from all of you. You would never be invited to a bloodletting in my favorite grotto. Only friends of Gak. You all just like teasing." As the others settled in, Turgon stood on the balcony looking out over the city streets and the slow increase of foot traffic below them. Everywhere, more and more people were gathering, as well as putting up banners and sparkling sticks covered in different color glass. Turgon noticed that as the sun moved across the sky, it looked as if the streets were sparkling from all the sticks. There was a woman below them, dressed in flowing purple and red, with jewels in her hair. She bounced from place to place, singing, take me, O Fey Prince. Darkness, darkness, light of Fey sense. I am but a maiden, but past my prime. Oh, take me away so I can have a good time." As she said the last line, she rubbed her chest against one of the people walking by, a near-drunken man. He smiled, rubbing up against her in turn, and she slapped him. "What in Vanku's pits is wrong with these people?" Rornachor asked. "They're drunk or have taken mushrooms," Turgon suggested. "Or maybe they're just humans and dumb. That fact has proven itself to be the case far too many times in other experiences." "Well, they aren't our concern. I assume with nightfall it will be worse. We'll stay in, avoid it. Of these idiotic fools Throka will deal with in their time." "Well, the great hogs do need their mud. I guess these types can make a good rutting area." Turgon laughed. "Great hogs, you Hammersong do believe every teaching of Throka, don't you?" "Yes, sire, we do, but that's about all we believe. Most living things are like this," he said, motioning to a large group of loud and obnoxious men making their way towards the door of the inn. "He did say he'd be busy," Turgon said. Rornachor chugged his ale as Turgon looked out across the city. While he could easily focus on the craziness on the streets below, there was a solemn feel as he looked out across the ancient city of men. He looked all the way to the temple, seeing the holier portions beyond the high walls. "You mean to go get the boy, don't you?" Rornachor asked. "Somehow, of course. You know, Rornachor, you know I cannot leave him. And I assume the ranger." "The ranger and the other thing are their own issue. Josmus is innocent. He may have had hand in his master's dealings, but he is not his master. So fight back towards the wizard tower. Go smash things. I don't think they are there. That'd be our first move. But the wizard is powerful. That wasn't the wizard, it was his summoning. Still, Turgon sighed. I know. I think you need a bad priest, to be fair. Not a hammer song, as much as I'd love to smash in fey, wizard, or otherwise sentient creatures. I think his skills would be more useful. Do not men have some form of religion? Would they not have those that would be willing to help us, you think? Rornachor shrugged. They might, but I'd rather not trust them. I'll talk to Amsley later. He might have some idea. He doesn't like Fae. I might even mention to him that— No, no, no. Rornachor shook his head. No, do not get involved with anyone else. I'd rather ride all the way back to Ikinidor naked than any other fools get involved with this. By the way, what are we doing with the weird ones? He asked, motioning back into the room. They're spirits, aren't they? Can't they just spirit away? Turgon made a fluttering motion with his hands. I don't know. They're sure as my pit's not dead now, and they're not undead. He sighed. Garivia is going to kill us both. Humph. At least we could maybe join the elf and orc in between life and death. Their conversation fizzled out as Rornachor, well into what had to be his 9th pint of ale, was seeming near done for a few hours. I'll turn in, for a bit of a shut-eye at least. Turgon looked in to see the elf and orc staring at one another in some sort of weird trance. Weird ones are sleeping? Rornachor asked. Perhaps. As Rornachor went in, he went to them both. He looked back to Turgon and mouthed, They're asleep. They sleep. Turgon laughed as Rornachor fell face first into bed. The moon was rising, and the fanfare and carrying on in celebration of the Fae within Finar was well underway. Turgon had finally made it to the bottom of his first ale. The drink was stout, at least for what he had drank of human ale before. He was surprised by the rich caramel flavor, but he dreamed of drinking his own ale back in Ikinidor. In fact, drinking to the point he could barely stand was one thing he really wanted to do, but he wouldn't do it here. Not with what was going on. While Rornachor had passed out, he knew the hammer song was purely more so tired than drunk. In a moment, he'd have his hammer at the ready, even if he was a bit wobbly about it. For now, the cheers and chanting below were like a strange and haunting serenade. They began to light small balloons with candles at their base, the lanterns lifting up and floating through the sky like hundreds of fairies over the city. For such non-religious and caring of magic folk, they sure to enjoy embracing the Fae. A true thought for Turgon to have, but the truth was deeper. They did not worship that which the Fae came from, that of magic and the ethereal, but instead relished in the benefit of the Fae. The forgetfulness and lightness, the treat over the tricks. Much like the woman earlier who just wanted to be taken. They prided themselves in the good and pleasurable side of the Fae, while not taking any of the negative that was to come. But unlike the gods of the north, the Fae do not require sacrifice before blessings. They'll happily give the pleasures of their company before they take you to Illurinia forever. Damn humans. Stupid. Maybe I'll have that second pint. But the thought of drinking more fell from his mind, as in the vast crowd below, he saw a strange figure standing beside a house in the far distance beyond the revelry, and the growing amount of drunkards gathering in the streets, in strange pods no longer partaking in chants, but instead becoming angrier as the night went on. Turgon attempted to not see the figure staring and went into the room, circling around the elf and orc, before standing for a moment just watching back out towards the balcony. Rornachor roused a bit, snoring loudly as he pulled his hammer's handle up to his face and muttered something and smiled. Turgon took a deep breath and wandered back outside, standing on the balcony. and not looking over where he had seen the person before, but instead looking down as he leaned on the railing. There were several groups entering the inn. He looked back towards where he had saw the figure, and now there were 5 of them. They were not dressed as the others below, but instead wore stark black tunics. They did not blink or move. They just stared. Turgon swallowed a bit of saliva and looked away, thinking to rouse the others. He glanced down to the street below, and then looked back towards the figures to see them all turn and disperse, vanishing into the crowds. He went back into the room with the others, feeling a nervous queasiness in his stomach. He'd keep watch for a bit longer. He couldn't sleep, and he wasn't going to try to. It had been several hours, and Turgon was still wide awake. The fanfare and craziness of before was gone, and it was quiet. Turgon went down to speak with the innkeeper. He wanted to see if anyone had come looking for them, especially after seeing the strange people from the window earlier in the night. Making his way downstairs, he nearly tripped on an inn patron sleeping on the stairs. The man was wearing a purple coat and had a glittery silver mask on. "Damn Fey," he muttered to himself. Downstairs, he found Amsel mopping the floor. There were stacks of cleaned mugs sitting on the bar top, and while the one man passed out on the stairwell was sign enough of the revelry that had taken place within the walls this night, it was remarkably clean. "I meant to get back up to you, but the bastards kept me so busy. I do hope the drinks and food remained enough," Amsel said. "If not, I can get you more food, though we're looking at a bit of my stew." He pointed to the nearby fire. "They've eaten all the pastries." Turgon shook his head. "No, I just wanted to see about any strange patrons you might have had." Amsel laid the mop against the wall. "Save for 2 dwarves and 2 rather odd-cloaked people paying with gold." Turgon smirked. "Yes." Amsley sat down at the bar where he had an opened bottle of wine and was scribing in a leather-bound stack of parchment. "Little by little the world makes more sense. I dare say," he said, flipping through the parchment, "that I dwell near the brink of insanity, but when the cards show such a strange and telling event to come," he turned the parchment to Turgon, "I dare say I should ignore it." Turgon looked at the parchment, seeing what appeared to be 2 minors and 2 orbs beside them. "You and your kin with your 2 spirits, coming about on the night of the Fae. You're not gnomes, and you do not have fairies with you, yet you come nonetheless and pay with gold." "We did not come here on purpose," Turgon said. "We were helping others, got tangled up in something." "With the Fae, it seems." He took the parchment back. "I do not want you to worry, for you are safe here for the time. What did you bring with you, the 2 cloaked ones? They are not of this world, yet are not Fae. I could sense it if they were." "Sense it?" "Old blood, friend. Very old. Rare, to be honest. But as far as is needed, I tell you I am of the gypsy, in hiding as many gypsies find themselves. My line goes back to the northern world." "Taria?" "No," he said calmly. "But before the founding of Taria, and even Sailmark. Sailmark is built upon one of my people's older cities." "You are of the Dwem?" "Yes. Though mixed with that of the race of men, I want to help you, dwarf. The Dwemhar yet hold strong in a few rare places. I have no way to repay you, truly. A place of safety tonight was enough. But a young child is in danger. My kin and I need to reach him. You, my dwarf, are in danger." He poured a bit of wine into a cup. "I have a careful place in all of this, but I can tell you that I can help, at least some." Turgon took a deep, long breath. "Okay." 5 came beside the door not even an hour ago. They wore black. They are not of the festival. Turgon felt dread fall into his chest. They then passed 4 more times. They attempted to come in, but while I am open to all patrons, they are not patrons. A little hex was all I needed. Old magic, as some may call it, but I like it. He motioned towards the door, and Turgon noticed a twisted bit of wood that grew up and out of the top of the ceiling, it seemed. An old rowan tree from the north. It thrives in this place, and while it was a bit of luck that I kept it with me all these years, it was enough to block the doors and, I dare say, injured them. But they are strong, very strong. So we are safe here? The door was not their next advance point. Turgon noticed the man adjusting his belt. He spotted the black hilt of a dagger. "It is good you came down here so that we could be of a certain understanding," he nodded. "I cannot go upstairs so you'll understand that I have not deceived any, but I cannot say all I wish." He lifted his leg, and Turgon spotted some form of sparkling circlet. "I am restricted until the mopping is complete. Then I can go to sleep." Turgon stood up, feeling the stark uneasiness from Amsel's words. "Yes, we do have the best wine, though other things will inhibit me. I tell you that downstairs we have a wondrous bottle of wine. I say your friends should join you in opening it. You might find the way is open to those who seek it." Turgon stared at Amsel. The man exhaled. "I thank you for the room and the conversation," Turgon said. "Of course, this is a city of many accommodations, but the cards showed me that I am here for a purpose, though however small it may be in the grand scheme. I assure you that though my old Rowan did what it could, it allowed me to prepare. I assure you the old race remains strong." Turgon nodded. "I think I'll need some sleep, perhaps wine tomorrow." "The sun never rises on the same opportunities," Amsel nodded. Turgon turned and went for the stairwell. He took to it in haste, hopping several steps and realizing that the man in purple was still passed out. He looked back at him as he got to the first landing, then realized that there were half a dozen other people laid out on the second-floor hallway. He didn't know what it meant, but he kept moving. Reaching the third floor, he felt some comfort in that the door was undisturbed and that there was no one else in sight. He had nearly gotten to the door when he heard a whistle. He turned, seeing the man in purple. His eyes were glowing purple. "Lest we be forgotten, downward falling ever trodden, seeking to find a less divine, and just to be sure, rotten." The man made bounding leaps, reaching Turgon before he could turn, and grabbed the handle to the door. They fell into a wrestling match. Turgon grabbed hold of his arm, twisting him off of him and using his legs to attempt to force his attacker into submission. The air had a slight scent of mushrooms, and he began to cough. Turgon's eyes were watering. just a bite," the man said to him. Turgon didn't have his axe, but he had a small dagger in his boot, something he just kept on himself by default, and in hindsight, he shouldn't have left the room without a proper weapon. He reached for it, and the man flailed like a caught snake, throwing the dwarf off of him. Turgon drew the dagger, flipping it in his right hand. He kept the dagger up, held in a reversed grip while he balled his fist. "Come on, Fey boy." "I am not Fey, I'm just a puppet, a lonely little man." The man made a sullen face and then motioned for the door. "Will you let me in?" "You think I'm dumb?" "I do not think, I know. Borliar told me." Borliar, that was one of the guardians of Illurinia, the one they had met when they first came into the valley, the one I was sure Shodin had destroyed. Are guardians hunting us? The man grew in size suddenly, doubling in width and standing over 2 times the height he was before. His clothes were torn from his growth, and he was hunched to keep from hitting his head on the ceiling. Little man, you are the reason that so many are needed. I am just what I said, but you have no friends and—" Turgon shielded his face from a bright flash and rush of wind. He flew off his feet, falling backwards. There was a blast of wood and stone with an explosion of orange flames. He looked up to see Rornakor on the back of the man. The man's skull was fractured as the hammer song had taken him by surprise, shattering his skull with his enchanted hammer. "Fucking Fey!" Rornachor shouted. "Gak gak, to the door!" Turgon heard Elieva shout. Turgon and Rornachor rushed into the room to see 4 of the black tunic, wearing figures, standing on the balcony. "You have taken from us. We will have that which is ours," they said, in unison. Gak Gak and had gathered Turgon's weapons and what little belongings they had, dropping them on the floor at their feet. Turgon took his belongings. "There is not escape," they said, again in unison. Rornachor ran forward, smashing the floor, sending a blast of orange fire towards them. The fire rolled upwards, forming a wall. "Fey, you cowards!" he shouted. Turgon grabbed Rornachor. "Back, downstairs, to the cellar." "The Fey are hunting us," Elieva said. "Yes, but we can get out. It seems the innkeeper was a bit more knowledgeable of our strife than we knew." "The man amazed by gold?" Rornachor asked. "Yes, gypsy, and he has Dwemhar blood." They fled the room, heading back down the hallway. Turgon immediately saw that the man had shrunken back to his normal size from before, but strangely seemed to be made of nothing but mushrooms. His form remained, but his body didn't, not as it had been before. Reaching the stairs, they stumbled down it, nearly falling as they got to the first level. The bottom floor was covered in a purple mist. "Cellar! Cellar!" They went for the door beyond the bar. There was no sign of Amsel at the moment. "You said he was Dwemhar Gypsy," Rornachor said as they went into the dark room beyond the bar. Here, Turgon saw the open cellar stairwell only faintly lit with candles. That's what he said. They came in the cellar, and Turgon saw a black bottle of wine set in a stone case. "Dead end. Back up," Rornachor said. "No, wait," Turgon said. He went for the bottle. "I like a good drink as much as the rest, but I'm not sure." Turgon pulled the bottle from its resting spot, and there was a latch that fell. Turgon looked beyond a strange parchment poster on the wall that had long lost its writing. There was a hidden door. The purple mist was flowing downstairs. He could tell it was the Fae, in some form at least. Then another form appeared, sitting cross-legged, floating within the mist. "Flee! I have split them! Flee!" It was the innkeeper, floating in air. His eyes closed. "Weird, weird, weird," Gak Gak said. Turgon pointed. "Go! Through the door!" The passage was long and dark, leading through twisted pillars, and in and of itself, the passage made little sense to even exist. Around several large barrels, they found an opening and a steady stream of water. "Sewers," Rornachor said. "The Dwemhar Gypsy sent us to the sewers." "He split them apart at their fused points," Elieva said. "He will not be able to hold them like that for long." They looked left and right when Gak Gak pointed. "There's a ladder." "Good, we can get to street level. Try to hide somewhere else. Down here they'll be able to find us just by splitting directions." Go now," Turgon said. Rornachor was the first to go up, followed by Gak Gak and Elieva. Turgon looked back down the passage and noticed the purple mist was beginning to reform. He could see 5 figures not yet solidified. They climbed, pushing up the street cover and emerging just outside the inn down a side alley. One by one they were up, and Rornachor slid the covering back over the way. "This way," Turgon said, leading them down the alley. "Where to, King?" Rornachor was checking behind them as Turgon began to sprint. "I don't know, just away." They were nearly at the end of the alley when another man in purple appeared. He smiled as Rornachor and Turgon both lifted their weapons. But what they saw in his hand was not a weapon but a whistle. The dwarves tried to close the distance. If he blew the whistle, the others would know. It was at his lips. Turgon reared back to throw his axe when, from out of view, Shodin's carriage struck the man, rolling over the top of him. The man quivered as he then began to shake violently. The scarecrow stood up, bowing deeply. "Not Shodin," Rornichor said. The hammer song went to the door of the carriage, ripping it open. Before Turgon could say anything, Rornichor climbed in. In a few moments, he was back out. "It's empty." "You wish to help us?" Turgon asked the scarecrow. It nodded before making a call. "That's enough for Gak-Gak," the orc said, jumping in with Rornichor. The others followed, and Turgon climbed up to where he could talk to the scarecrow. "I know you cannot talk, but we do not wish to go back to your master. We need to get out of the city." The scarecrow nodded. "Thank you for helping us," he said. "I did not expect that." They thundered down the empty streets of Finar, making for what Turgon assumed was the main road going north and south. He was half worried that the driver would take them back towards the tower and its master, but they were now cutting across the main courtyard of the festivities, and thus headed further north. "We get to the main gate, make for the Tikin Mountains," Rornichor said. "Vanku's pits. We could go northeast if needed, seek refuge in Haradar." Turgon nodded. Anything they could do, they had to, but he still thought of Josmus. The boy, wherever he was, needed them. "But what of friend?" Gak-Gak asked. "What of Josmus?" "Let's get ourselves safe first," Elieva said. The scarecrow turned, looking into the cart. He made several clicking sounds. Gak-Gak hurried over to beside Turgon. He growled, then made several grunts. The scarecrow seemed to be replying. Oh, Gak-Gak said. "What is it?" Turgon asked. "Josmus and the others are not in the tower. The tower is gone, he was left. They are fleeing from the same we are, but the guardians of Illurinia know where they are. He says, wait, where?" Gak-Gak's eyes widened. "What is it, orc?" Rornichor asked. The cart came to a stop. The scarecrow made a motion with his hand, and a bright purple fire began to glow. "He says he takes us to them, to the boy. It is what he was instructed to do by Borlir of Illurinia." "Borlir is a guardian. He is one of the ones trying to kill us," Rornichor shouted. The scarecrow made an abrupt motion, and the cart jerked to the right, throwing Turgon from the bench he was on, and towards the door of the cart itself. "Watch it!" Rornichor yelled. He did it again, and Turgon and the others were thrown from the cart. They were in the middle of the courtyard, and in the distance the sky was red and orange as dawn approached. The scarecrow began to trace around them in a circle, going faster and faster as sparks of purple and blue began to scorch the ground behind the cart. There were many figures appearing, more of the purple-robed men, but they were beyond the perimeter formed by the cart. Then, one by one, the figures began moving through the fires. Rornichor lifted his hammer. Fairies. I'm going to start training with Silra, considering these things plus the djinn. I need something besides a hammer." Elieva held a silver dagger in her hand, and even Gak-Gak had drew a jagged knife. There was a large fountain just a few paces from them. "Gak-Gak, Elieva, hide near the fountain," Turgon said. The purple-robed men were surrounding them, and now, even faster, the scarecrow pulling Shodin's cart was moving faster. "Everyone is against us," Rornichor said. "Even the scarecrow. We just need a way out." At that moment, the fountain burst into white fire, and all of the purple-robed men fell to the ground, appearing to evaporate into piles of mushrooms. "Flee! Into the fountain!" The voice was on the wind. "Now I'm hearing things," Rornichor shouted. "I did too," Turgon said. "It's a portal," Elieva said. "The well is a portal now." The purple-robed men were beginning to form up again. Beyond that, Turgon saw the 5 Fey hunters, who he assumed were the guardians, in the far distance beyond the fires created by Shodin's cart. "We have no choice," Turgon said. "Into the well." One by one, they climbed into the fountain as the cart began to go even faster. Then, in a flash, Turgon saw only a purple moon and still, calm waters on of a lake. Chapter 4 Moon Dance. Turgon looked to find that he and Rornakor were together. In the distance he saw Shodin's cart, but it was in pieces. Elieva and Gak-Gak were a few paces from them, but oddly, they had real, non-ethereal forms. Rornakor set up, shouting as he did. He looked around and saw Turgon, shaking his head as if he were trying to wake himself from a dream. "What is this? What is this place we're in now?" Turgon looked around at the thick brush around them, then back to the purple moon. "Not in our realm." At that time, Gak-Gak and Elieva both realized they were not only alive, but had real forms. "What lie is this?" the elf asked. "Gak-Gak is normal. Yay!" The orc began to jump about, running into the water and then back out, as Elieva simply stared at Turgon. She touched her face and then her chest. I feel my heart beating in my chest. I am not just old. I am alive," a voice said from the forests beside them. "And I assume you all have some questions." Turgon and Rornakor both jumped, not expecting the voice. Elieva drew her knife and pulled Gak-Gak behind her. Turgon stared at the short and pudgy man still wearing the coat of the form he had taken before. "You," Rornakor shouted. "The name is still Borliar, not you." Rornakor lifted his hammer and Borliar lifted his hand. Turgon grabbed Rornakor's arm. "No, that little weasel of a bastard was the start of this. I'll turn him into a fey jelly." "If he wanted us dead, he would not have shown up like this," Turgon suggested. "Give him a moment." "Oh, goody. After detonating an owl explosive in our home, you've learned a bit of restraint." He clapped his hands together several times. "But you are correct, dwarf. It is lucky that you survived so many Wobblerico." "What Wobblerico?" Turgon asked. "You said those come from Fadabrin. I only saw your kind." "Ha-ha! You do remember." "Well, that is true, but our kind sent mushroom forms wearing their clothes. Don't you like their nice purple tunics? Wizard hunters are so weird. Now, I think it is an excellent time for tea." Elieva and Gak-Gak still stood on guard, neither of them moving. Rornachor had relaxed but still gripped his hammer. Turgon watched as Borliar pulled out a bag from his oversized robes and set up a kettle on a rock. "I mean, you could help old Borliar if it isn't too big of a trouble. A bit of fire? Number okay?" He threw a powdery substance on the ground, and wood from the nearby trees rolled towards the spot, lighting instantly. Then stones tumbled near the fire, forming a perfect cooking spot and a place for his kettle. "Orc-Gak, over here. Take the pot," Borliar said. Elieva shook her head, choosing instead to do it. "Now that is amazing," Borliar went on. "An elf doing something for an orc? Now, I'd be a drunk bobblerook before I'd believe that." Elieva took the kettle and filled it with water as Borliar began to break random twigs and herbs into a small silver cup. He looked up at the dwarves. "You wouldn't be a bobblerook ever," Turgon said. "We dealt with the fey pigs." Oh no, the bounty likely did gain you a bit of unwanted attention. The other guardians? Oof, especially Drowa. He is particularly angry. But good on you for remembering their names. But Drowa, so angry. "Then explain to me why you're wanting tea with us," Rornachor asked, his tone flat. "You were trying to kill us before." "That is true, it is still true, I guess. But it seems Shodin and Elisu and the Dark One are the issue. See, your friendly cart there was enchanted, and like many in life, many have fallen for the tricks of a fey long forgotten." "You are fey. How did you forget this one? Elieva asked. Poor Lyre took the kettle from her and put it on the fire. I did not forget in the way one typically forgets. Imagine knowing something is wrong but not understanding what. A dissonance, if you will. You justify and allow that which you wouldn't normally. It seems that the Fae has taken form as what I can only describe as a dark one, an evil spirit that had empowered the wizard, until it served no purpose for the Fae Queen of old. He was discarded, cruelly. But even at the moment of his death, he would have believed he had done something wrong and, I argue, taken his own life. For that is what the Dark One would want. We were all deceived at a time by this queen, and us guardians made a point to banish them from Illurinia. She came back, tried to destroy us, and when at the cost of many lives of us higher Fae, she eventually fled. We breathed a bit of relief. Sure, we kept up our own defenses, but we went out into the world to try to find her, to assure she did not try to gain power again. Shodin became one we were suspicious of, for he is not of any normal realm himself. What do you mean? Turgon asked. The kettle had begun to boil, and so Borlyre added his herbs and moved it from the fire. He made a sweeping motion, and several pieces of wood shifted forms from that of pieces of log to carved cups. He arranged the cups as he let the tea steep. Of Shodin, Borlyre said, I can't say for sure. His workings with the wizard and his penchant for oddities showed there was something off. He had cursed his own family to gain power, and I don't believe anything he says about his daughter or wife or husband or any other claim he has made. I know of the right now and what we learned, and that is, the queen has enslaved several. She wanted the mask to gain access to Illurinia, and now we have mere moments to stop her. He poured the tea. Moments? And we are having tea? Rornikor asked. Take us back to our realm. We will deal with this queen and be done with all of this. Careful, Borlyre said. The guardians themselves do not see things as I do. I have spent much time with those such as you. I see you as your own creations, but the other guardians do not. The moment I saw that the carriage that is now nothing but wreckage over there, he pointed, I knew that our attack on you was an overzealous, foolhardy plan. She did too. It was Fey magic that allowed the carriage to attack, as it did in the courtyard, not your scarecrow friend. She is a sick Fey, for she has enabled us to know and understand what we are in, and now she feeds us into this attack. We are in the land of the Fae, Elieva said. It is why your powers are so strong. So what attack could you make within the realm you banished her from? Because, dear elf, just like your life and the orcs has returned, this is not a place of my creation or will, but that of another. We have tracked the wizard for some time, but his tower vanished, and with it, your people. The eruption of the portal to this place in the fountain of Finar was meant to pull more into her power and to bring us Fae in for once purpose, to destroy us once and for all. So this realm is hers, you think? Turgon asked. I know it is. I have halted time around us to have this conversation, but they are here, all of them, and I think you would very much like to destroy that which took your friends. Not Shodin, Turgon said. Elisu and the boy, Josmus. Then you will need to understand that we have exactly one, he put up his finger, one attempt. Knowing I am here is a small thing. Knowing you are not dead, as I have veiled it that you are, is another. Turgon looked over at the cart, seeing that while before he had not noticed, he now saw his own body, tangled in the wreckage, as also the bodies of Rornikor and the clothing that Gak and Elieva wore. She thinks you are dead, and thus her mind will be on that which she has before her. The Dark One cares little of truth, and only how she appears to others, so now she will show her true form and become enraged as you will not see her as she wishes. So she has given us life? Gak asked. Your life is a gift of the Fae, in the purest of forms, just as a fairy can heal wounds in your realm, because she is our queen. Her pure energy permeates everything here, but because she herself has fallen, she does not have the power she once had. She must use the mask so foolishly taken to her to regain her power once and for all. Turgon sipped his tea. It was sweet but slightly bitter, like a tart cherry wine. It is important you all have some of the tea, Borlier went on. I have made sure that you will keep up your strength and not need the energy sources of your natural bodies. Any sense of your dwarven, elven, or orc blood, and she'll know you're here. Well, I guess I'll drink it. Tastes like sour honey, Rornichor said. How can we trust you? Elieva asked. Because if it was up to Fae, you'd just die. They are coming and they will kill all of you, including your friends. They will destroy this realm if they can. You have something, Turgon. A stone that allows you to go where you see. Turgon had just about forgotten about it until now, but he had the white stone Shodin had given him. He took it out. Yes, he said. Once you have those you wish from her, go from this place. The Fae will not hunt you. This is a narrow moment of forgiveness in the minds of Fae, but between the belief you are dead and my thanks for dealing with our tricks, you can return to your realm untouched by the actions of others. I would also advise you never to seek Shodin again, for even the Fae do not trust him. Then why don't you kill him? Gak asked. I will try, Borlier said. There was a moment of silence between those present. What happens to us? Elieva asked. Rornichor looked at them and the back at Borlier. If their option is to live with you and your Fae, I'd say they should just go back to being all beings, he said. Borlier looked at them. You are alive here, but as of being in another realm of existence, especially of your own once lives, I cannot say. You do not have to help us, Turgon told them. Go, live in this place. No one says you must anger this queen or whatever the Fae is, or attempt to go to our realm again. Gak will help Josmus. If Gak dies, it was well fought. And I'm making sure the orc doesn't do anything stupid, Elieva said. So, the elves of old will see it done, whatever happens. Rornichor set down his empty mug. Good, he said. Now, where are they? Borlier nodded. If everyone is prepared, we shall move now. I will withdraw my affect, and we shall begin. He looked at Turgon. Rornichor, we get Josmus. If we can help Ilisu, we do it. Don't worry about smashing Shodin as much as you may want to. I'll remedy my own intrusive thoughts and keep focus. But if he threatens the boy, I'll do what I need to. Turgon turned to Elieva and Gak. Both of you have experience with fighting, but not Fae. I could almost say I'm at the same level as they are, he said, looking to Borlier. Any advice? My advice is to let me handle the Dark One, avoid my kin, and get your loved ones free from this place. Then go home. Turgon nodded. We are ready. Borlier clapped several times. Oh, so lovely. Time to go hunting. Yay! He made a circular motion with his right hand and snapped. Turgon felt a puff of wind on his face, and they were standing still as they were. But now a great pinnacle of white rock appeared in the woods ahead, as if veiled before and now visible. The tower, Turgon said. It is as it appears here, brought into the Fae realm. No longer a place to blend into the city of Finar, but it is not that which I want you to notice. He pointed across the lake behind them, and there Turgon saw a great, large purple moon rising higher into the sky. We have only a bit of time before the incantation of the Fae Queen can be enacted. At the moon's pinnacle it will rise equal to the tower, and in such the way from this realm in fullness will be realized. She will wrought damnation on Illurinia, and in turn those guardian kin of mine will be enraged. They will move into your realm, I have no doubt. And you are sure of this? Turgon asked. How is it that you are not affected and as enraged as they are? For this is all my fault, dear dwarf, he said with a solemn expression. I was her first love and her first victim. The others are my children and hers, if you can call them children. And so Illurinia was our home before her madness took control. She will take control of them, and I will be destroyed. Don't worry, I will enrage her in my own way, give you distraction that you can use to save those you care about. And the mask? I shall take it and destroy it, for none should have the power to move between realms, save those of the higher order of ethereal, the gods of our world. Every race that has played with such magic has been wrought with destruction. The Fae, clearly, are no different. Come now, the moon rises steadily. Chapter 5. Zenith. Burlair was right. In just those few moments, the moon had moved significantly from where it was just over the lake to a position nearly following them, it seemed. They moved through the wood and down an earthen path between twisted vines and trees covered in glowing mushrooms. Turgon's mind was on Yosmis right now. As it was, they knew little of this Fey Queen, or Dark One as it had been called. They didn't know if Burlair could be trusted, or if he and Shodan were misleading them in their own ways, or even if Ilisu was who he said he was, either. But in the simplest of options, they were headed towards the tower where Yosmis was. Turgon and those with him had not been tasked with taking down the Fey Queen, or doing anything else except saving who they wanted to save and fleeing. Damn Fey, I knew they were trouble, but I didn't realize how much. And damn Silra, I'm sure he's having a few lovely pints and kicking back now at Ikinidor. Or angry as he could be about the fact he was left. They came to an end to the woods, and rolling green fields led all the way to the base of the tower. From a distance, Turgon could tell that the tower was surrounded by some form of crystallized trees. He ran faster, keeping up with Burlair, who was hopping from rock to rock along their paths, spinning on some hops in a complete circle as sparkling dust spread from his feet. Following the earthen path, they crossed over a stone bridge with large red flowers with yellow centers that grew just beside the river. Here, several frogs made of red ruby began to follow along. "Egoli spawnlings, they will help us," Burlair said. "Onward, onward." The little frogs were jumping along the same path Burlair was taking, and their presence seemed to create an aura or glowing red dust twisting between Turgon and the others. At this point, Turgon realized he didn't feel any tiredness or strain on his muscles. Whatever the tea Burlair had given them had worked to do what he promised. Above, the purple moon, cut through slivers of glowing white clouds, contrasted against a stark black sky, studded with ever-brightening bright blue stars that appeared like sapphires the closer they drew towards the tower. The scent of jasmine filled Turgon's nose as along the wall of crystal trees, tiny orbs flew up, almost as if sensing the approach of Burlair. "Go by, little Egoli, go." The frogs had grown to numbers that were unexplainable to Turgon. There were dozens, if not hundreds, now trailing behind them. As Burlair leaped high and far ahead of them in a single bound, the frogs followed, making several more bounces ahead of them and flying towards the fairies. Ahead there were explosions of pink and green, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Burlair was upon Thew all, and in a harmonious series of bounces, he caused a shimmering light to erupt from the encircling wall before the trees shattered into thousands of pieces. "Not very subtle approach," Rornikor said. They were far behind the Fey Guardian. Turgon looked up as the moon was falling behind them now, possibly because it was slowing its encroachment or because they were just moving so fast. As was said in the old stories, dwarves were indeed natural sprinters, but to run at this pace for this long was an oddity amongst dwarves, save maybe a handful of Hammersong in Haradar. They had come to the crystal walls as Borlyre hopped up the side of the tower itself, heading for the very top. Elieva drew out her knife as Gak hopped up and down. "Angry mushrooms," he said. "Our Fey Queen's minions," Elieva said. Turgon wasn't sure what the two of them were talking about until he saw that all along the base of the tower there were red and white-capped creatures rising up from earthen mounds. Rornikor, much like Turgon had been, was still entranced by Borlyre. The Fae had just vanished over the top in a spin of sparkling dust, falling now like rain. "Time to make a bit of sautéed mushrooms, friend," Turgon said. He drew his own axe. Just beyond their foes there was a door. It was time for them to find out if the Fae Queen truly did not know they were all coming with Borlyre. Rornikor surged ahead with a vigor and bounce that Turgon had never once before seen from any dwarf, but especially the hammer song. With a shimmering blast of energy, Rornikor's hammer smashed into the first few of the mushroom minions. They exploded in a mixture of white pieces and red dust, the flames from his hammer igniting and spreading to the top of several of them. Turgon and Elieva reached them next, and while they didn't have weapons in the traditional sense, their arms were like hardened blades, swiped and stabbing, but missing Turgon's head as he slid into one, knocking it down before snapping his axe upward. Elieva fell too, and it was the orc who came next, hacking wildly with his dagger. "Aetha Lembi!" Elieva shouted. Her dagger elongated, becoming a shimmering white blade. She wielded it with both hands, moving with grace and power, heaving a deep line of fallen foes between herself and the tower steps. Gak followed her, stabbing the ones still moving as others exploded into red dust. The trail of fire growing from Rornikor's attacks and subsequent explosions wrapped around the tower as now they began to the doorway itself. "Feel like I'm a kid of 20 years, the hammer song shouted. Their foes were either dead or staying back. Whatever charm their queen had on them was not enough to force them through the flaming corpses of their kin. The orc laughed. "Shroomgak, flaming Shroomgak." "Yes," Elieva said. "Good knife work." "Never thought I'd hear of an orc having good relations with an elf," Rornikor laughed. "Focus," Turgon said, pointing to the door. "Now, we deal with the inside. If this is the same tower as in our realm, I expect a barn and hay, but something tells me it won't be." Turgon was the first to pull on the large silver circular handle at the center of the door. As the opening creaked open, he heard the strangest tune in the air. It was like a clicking pipe box, playing a repetitive melody, a cyclic 5 notes. It was a high note followed by lowering notes with a loud and strong 5th note that lasted a breath or two longer. Elieva looked out up the sky. "The moon is over the courtyard," she said. "We do not have much longer." Turgon opened the doorway to find a spinning red and purple flower with 5 petals floating in the center of the floor. Not a barn, like in Finar. Across the flower was a grand stairwell that circled clockwise around the inside of the tower to the upper levels. Turgon stepped in and looked up. He could only see up about 3 stories, and the tower, in his estimation, was at least 12. "Go, go," he said. But just as they stepped through the void of the doorway, the flower on the floor fluttered, rolling its petals. Rornikor grabbed him from behind, pulling him back as the entire flower lifted up and nearly grabbed him with a snap of twisting vines. They backed up, falling back away from the tower entrance as the flower pushed out, sending out multiple tendril-like vines into the corpses of the mushrooms. The flower itself rose up, its center core dripped with pollen, and it seemed to make a raspy sound, though from what part of the plant it was speaking, Turgon didn't know. Elieva parried 2 vines that nearly struck Gak-Gak before the orc climbed onto her back with the elf's beckoning. "What in the flowery fey is this?" Turgon asked. "It's an elf trap, well, normally," Turgon said. "No elf made this," Elieva said. "Well, fairy, fey, elf, it's all close," Rornikor said, attempting to smash one of the deformed mushrooms the flower beast had grabbed. His hammer missed, but the reverberation still sent up a cloud of smoke that ignited and caused the monster to recoil. "Of course you're afraid of fire," the hammer song shouted. "Etha, Lembi, Hammerthrock." Elieva cast another spell. This one caused her sword to become like a narrow but long hammer, not too unlike Rornikor. Gak-Gak jumped onto Turgon as the elf and the hammer song both jumped into the fight again, smashing the creature along its tendrils and causing it to shrill. "Elf-Gak got a hammer, too," Gak-Gak said. "Yes, I know. Never seen that kind of magic myself," Turgon said. As he and Gak-Gak stayed back, unable to get close enough and lacking the weaponry the other two had, the flower stalk elongated, and its head snapped down in blast of pollen upon Rornikor, consuming him down to his knees. Elieva attempted to grab him, but the flower ripped upwards, almost as if a dragon trying to swallow him. Turgon ran forward, but the creature made a wide swing with its tendrils, knocking him and Gak-Gak to the ground. "Turgu! Turgu! Give Mada Fuk Ut!" Rornikor shouted, his voice muffled by the creature, but his words and their inference clear. Turgon ran with Gak-Gak on his shoulders, jumping over another vicious swing from the creature, as Elieva ran the opposite direction and towards the tower. He slammed his axe into the side of the creature, the elongated stalk fraying as he looked up. With the purple moon behind her, just almost at the edge of tower, Elieva had propelled herself into a leap, bringing down her weapon. The fire from the blade ignited the pollen dusting the air, and the creature burst into flames. Gak-Gak jumped from Turgon, climbing through the fire and grabbing hold of Rornikor's legs. As the creature flailed, falling back into the tower, the hold it had on the dwarf, plus now the orc, was not enough, and they both fell out. Turgon went to them as the elf flipped her blade, returning it in a hushed spell to its original form and severing the head of the flower from the rest of the plant itself. In an immolated form, it shrunk and twisted until nothing but a small, blackened plant and root remained. Turgon pulled up Rornikor. The hammer song was spitting out a thick yellow drool as he and Gak-Gak were patting out embers and completely covered in the slime of the creature. "Gak-Gak got you," the orc said, patting out the flames that still smoldered. "Bleh," Rornikor spat. "Bleh, I taste it. This is another reason for me to avoid all damn plants in the world. Bleh." He kept spitting. After a few moments, the hammer song looked at the orc. "Thank you for saving me," he said. "Another phrase I thought I'd never say, orc friend." "Gak-Gak helps. We'll have to go fish now. Orc friends share in fishing." There was a circling bolt of lightning that came off the tower, striking into the clouds and sending a shimmering wave across the sky. Turgon looked back at the moon. They were running out of time. "Come now," he said. "We have to get in there. I assume Borlaia needs our help." The 4 of them entered the tower for the second time and cut across where the flower had been to the stairwell itself. Up and around they went, Turgon in the lead, followed by Elieva, then Rornikor. Gak-Gak fell behind. For whatever reason, he was quite a bit slower navigating the steps. He wasn't running up the steps, but hopping 2 to 3 of them at a time and loitering a bit before hopping again. "Come now, orc, you're falling back," Elieva shouted down to him. They circled 3 times before coming to another door. He checked if it was open. It was. He opened it and looked. The room itself was elaborate and ornate, with many chairs and stone caricatures of faces and eyes. Here, there were many masks, both ornate and simple. Across the room and a blue carpet was another door. As they went through the room, he noticed a mask of what appeared to be a fractured face, another that looked like a cat. There were numerous stone and wooden masks, and another which was white with golden eye sockets. "Who needs so many masks?" Rornikor asked. "Perhaps the queen has been looking for the mask for some time. In that time, it took many more masks as it tried to reach its goals." "Queen," Elieva said, "more like a jester, a fool." Gak began jumping on the furniture. "So many fluffy things outside of the Orc-Gak world. I like it." The melody from before, the one with 5 tones, returned. "I don't know what that is, but it's back and louder," Rornikor said. Turgon went to the door, pulling it open. There was another stairwell. "Come on," he said. They were traveling up again, and the pathway was narrowing. It still wove around the outside in a circular fashion, but they were going higher and higher. Soon they entered a passage and what had to be near the pinnacle of the tower. Thunder shook the tower from the outside. The dwarves had moved ahead of the others by several bounds, and while Elieva was just behind them, Gak was further back. They reached a door that was black with a silver handle. They waited for Gak, and in that small hesitation, Turgon heard something on the other side. "Sounds like muffled voices," he said to the others. He pushed against the door. It was locked. Turgon heard someone on the other side, and then a voice, clear as anything. "Cry and I'll do it again. Queen won't have you complaining. You've done this to yourself. You don't even understand why you're here. Don't you know anything? You are the stupidest boy I've ever met." Turgon motioned for Rornikor. The others stood back from the door as Rornikor lifted his hammer. Slam! The frame of the door was thrown asunder, and a moment later, Turgon pushed through, followed by the hammer song. He quickly scanned the room, spotting Josmus in the center, his face red with tears. Against the wall was Elisu on his knees. Shodin was bound nearby and against a wall, but standing between Josmus and Elisu was a tall figure with a chubby belly. He had thinning hair and long, bony fingers. He was wearing nothing but a simple shirt and pants, and he was so pale it looked like he had not ever seen sunlight. He held a twisted cane with spikes in his right hand. Elisu's back was bleeding and weeping fluid. He turned, staring at Turgon. "The queen will not—" Rornikor was in striking distance in a single bound, slamming his hammer into the fragile form and wrapping the Fae or man or whatever it was around the edge of hammer in a blast of energy. The figure broke, the shattering bones followed by the smack of the person's body on the floor. Rornikor lifted his hammer again, breaking the body further and sending a splattering pattern of purple blood across the floor. Turgon pulled Josmus up, checking his body. "You hurt, boy?" Rornikor asked. "They are terrible," he said, trembling. "They didn't mean it, though." "Who?" Turgon asked. "The queen?" "No, them, they are not," he screamed, and Turgon turned, seeing Elisu nearly upon him with a drawn sword. Turgon parried the blade, attempting to grab hold of the ranger. "What are you doing?" The ranger attacked again, dropping his sword, but grabbing Turgon with both hands. "You left us! You left us! This is your fault! All of it! None of it would have happened." Turgon flipped the ranger, shoving him into the ground and striking him multiple times in the ribs. "We're here to help you." Shodin stood up, a blackened look in his face. If people would have simply listened, this would not have come to pass. Rornikor lifted his hammer but stayed in place as Gak went to Josmus and held him. Elieva walked along the edge, keeping an eye on Shodin. Turgon was still struggling with keeping Elisu down. "You left us, you left us." "I had to, but I'm back. We can get out of this place." No, never. We can't leave her. What is wrong with them? Elieva asked. Turgon struggled to hold Elisu, instead pulling him up and throwing him towards the wall near Shodin. Come to your senses, men. We are both fine, Shodin said. You are the problem. You and your kingly ways, your high castle of your mind. You'd all be dead if it weren't for me. Shodin turned and began beating Elisu, to which Turgon and Rornikor both jumped forward, pulling Elisu away from Shodin. Shodin lifted his hands, showing he didn't want to fight. We all serve the Queen of Masks in one form or another. We have to. It is our fate. But there is something a bit broken with us both. If I may, I do believe there is trouble above, and you have killed the sickness that plagued us. Elisu broke down, crying, I'm sorry, Josmus. I'm sorry for all of this. He tried to move towards the boy when Gak drew his dagger. Stay away from Orc Gak's friend. Gak, stay with Josmus. Elieva, can you watch these two, especially that one? Turgon said, pointing to Shodin. Of course, she said with a smile. I'll cleave his neck from his head if he tries anything. Shodin smirked and again lifted his hands to show he had no weapons. Come, Rornikor, Turgon said. They went to the next door and pushed it open, seeing a smaller stairwell and then the open sky above them. The massive purple moon was nearly above the tower, and the sky was bright with the strange jeweled stars. Next time I stay back and sample more ales, Rornikor said under his breath. Same, Turgon said. What kind of mushroom journey are we on? Rornikor laughed. A weird one, he said. They crept up the stairwell, leaning against the wall, which Turgon realized was some strange, translucent glowing substance and not brick or stone. A bolt of lightning struck just above them, causing a deep scorch mark and forcing them to wait a moment for their eyes to adjust. The melody of the 5 tones was the loudest now, continuing on in its cycle over and over. As Turgon reached the top of the stairs, he saw a massive platform and a center wooden tower. Then, Borlyre, holding a crooked wand in his right hand. Above him, in a shimmering combination of crystals and glowing dust, was a blackened form radiating green energy. As Turgon and Rornikor revealed themselves, the form bounced between the crystals several times, becoming a tall and slender being of sheer and pure skin. She wore an elaborate dress made of pink and blue crystals. Borlyre turned. She appears as she did once, not as she is. Do not be deceived. But deception is the art of all that hold to my ways, she said, laughing. Just as this one deceives that he is a king, and that one, she said, pointing to Rornikor, acts like a warrior he is not. All are pale in their power, and the only one who is real upon this tower or within it is me. In her right hand was the mask. Turgon could see it held just behind her back. Not able to knock her out yet? Rornikor asked Borlyre. It's proven difficult, Borlyre said. They are coming, but I do not think they will be here in time. And if they are, and you and the others are here, it will be no different for you than if you were alone with her. Alone with me? I am always alone, no matter who is beside me. But soon I shall make sure that all can feel as alone as I do, for I will access that which the Fae could never on their own. Thus, I will prove that I am the queen I have always been, and all the weak will fall away, and the strong will be all that remain. But you aren't strong, Borlyre said. You're just angry, raging, driving others to madness from the years of rot you put into their minds. Your true hate of yourself is all you are. Personified now is the husk of blackness. You are not of the Fae any longer. You've beaten those 2 men until they are frail nothings, as you do to all people. Some can stand, she hissed. My shadows give them strength to command armies, to build kingdoms, to break down the weak in their own realms, and in return they gain power. Until they fail, such failure can break them, or if one gives them an injury like no other. Some, she grinned, take it upon themselves to die rather than be seen as they are. Then while some fail, others go on to do as I do, and while some see it as breaking another, I see it as creating a new form of them. This one, malicious in their own right, a suffering, self-hating being that looks as if it is defenseless and then ensnares those who wish to be strong and help them. It is a game like no other, and many wasted years do nothing but feed into me, the queen of fools, she screamed, sending a shard of glass at Borlyre. The Fae shot up above her, focusing a powerful glowing beam of light on her. Her dress shattered, forming into spikes that flew into Borlyre. The Fae fell to the ground as the melting form of the queen floated down to the ground. Dwarves, the most stubborn of those of the living realm, yet here you are, caring not for riches but for the fate of another. You make me sick. I know your truth. I know what you do is fake. I'm the only one that knows the truth. You talk a lot, Turgon said. He stood there, axe in hand. You are nothing. You are a broken form. He continued to stare. What? Nothing to say? Of course not. You wouldn't know what to say. You defeated a Fey guardian. I don't have magic. But you'll describe that which I know well, what I have dealt with. You think you know me? No, but you're all the same. I was you, though, but I just care about the boy below. That's why I'm here. Oh, so you're going to rescue him. How noble. Do you not know you are the easiest to manipulate and control? My servants would decimate you, destroy your life. The purple moon was nearly at its pinnacle, and now, in a slow rotation high above, there was a maelstrom of clouds appearing. The queen looked up. The others come and they will kill you, and I will devour them, for ultimately all Fae just want one thing: love and devotion. They seek it out as tricks, but I grew tired of such games. I will make all like me, and all will dwell in realms of sadness. Your realm will be upended, and I will feed on that which remains. You will never be a true goddess of power, Rornikor said. Perhaps in your realm, but not ours. The gods of the north hold true power. She hissed. They do not know power. I do. She lifted the mask up. This has been the greatest of my earnings. I stole it. You used others, Turgon said. It does not matter, little dwarf. You both know you are no match for me. Turgon heard the twang of a bowstring followed by another. 2 arrows flew towards the queen, but neither were going for her. The first she stopped, but the second flew into her hand, knocking the mask from her hand. Turgon sprinted forward, sliding across the ground for the mask. He grabbed it, feeling the queen upon his back, but then a deafening blast and eruption of fire. He clutched the mask as he scooted back on his back. Seeing the Fey Queen rise up off the ground, only for Rornikor to leap to meet her, him hammer slamming into her legs, dragging her down and sending her into the tower platform. She went to stand back up, and he struck her again, sending her flying again the side of the tower. What was that about not a warrior? The hammer song shouted. Josmus and Elisu were at the stairwell with bows in hand. Elieva and Shodin moved towards the queen, who was struggling to stand again. Turgon, Shodin can stop her, Elieva said. Shodin? Turgon asked. He pulled out a gold pipe. A little bit of a trick, but it'll work. Use the stone, get them from this place. She is mine. He began to play a melody, just as the one that was playing from the tower. She creates her own world, and I must stop it. They will all be here soon. Take the others. Go. Turgon forced himself up. But the mask, what do I do with it? The sky suddenly glowed bright, and Borlyre set up. They are here, they are here. He looked at Turgon. Get them from this place. Turgon pushed himself up, grabbing Josmus. Elisu had ran to the Fey Queen, punching her form over and over as Shodin continued to play his pipe. You tried to create a world to trap her in, Borlyr asked. No, you used that pipe the wrong way. She must be destroyed. You are fool just as her. In the chaos enveloping, Turgon noticed that her blackened form seemed to be coming whole again. Gok, Gok, Elieva, he shouted. Come! He took out the stone while still clutching the mask. Turgon thought of Ikinidor. Sir Turgon, sir, Josmus said, my master. We have to take him. Turgon looked at Elisu. Ranger, come on! But Elisu was enraged, continually striking the queen. Go, Turgon, go, Borlyr shouted. The chaos has renewed the queen somehow. Turgon pulled Elisu away as she exploded upwards in radiant, glowing energy, sprouting beautifully horrid, crooked gold wings. From high above, bolts of energy struck her, but she formed a ward with her hands. Your chaotic natures are my peace. I feel most at home in this. You all believe you are something that you will never be, but... She looked at Turgon. You have taken that which is what I need to do all. Give it to me. She swooped down at the moment she was nearly upon him. Rornakor swung his hammer only for her to grab it, twisting it from his hand. Weak, she shouted, grabbing Rornakor. Borlyr struck her, flying directly into her, only to be thrown away. She dropped Rornakor's hammer. The moon reached its zenith, glowing brightly with shining bright purple. The Fey Queen hissed, going for Turgon. Elieva tried to stop her, but she wasn't fast enough. He dropped the mask, swinging his axe and grabbing hold of her neck. Low life, stone-eating, bug, she said. She threw him down. Turgon could only see the fiery gold enveloping the top of the tower. Where is the stone? It was just in my hand. The other Fey Guardians grabbed hold of the queen. Shodin held the note he was on, blowing louder and louder. One of the Guardians looked over at him. What are you doing? Turgon could see Josmus running with Gak-Gak, making a circle around the Fey and going for him. Elisu scrambled to crawl towards them, too. Rornakor retook his hammer as the moon began to tremble. It is mine, the queen shouted, throwing back all of the Guardians. I will not be tricked by you fools. The stone, Turgon, the stone, Rornakor said. I lost it, he said. Chapter Saravadu. Not again. The queen was upon them. Turgon grabbed hold of Josmus, and the others all tried to block the queen from the mask. But then Turgon felt a pulling motion, and then the smell of flowers. He heard the note Shodin was playing fade from mind, and the rage of the Fey Queen lessened on his body. He heard a soft, strange laugh, and his eyes cleared. He saw rolling plains beside a great walled city some distance away. There was a massive tower in the center of the city. It looked almost like the Fey Queen's tower, but wasn't. Josmus, he heard Elisu say. Turgon turned to see Josmus standing with the mask on. He removed it and stared at them. I had to save us, so I did. Gak-Gak sniffed the air. I've never smelled this before. This place seems strange. What did you do, child? Elieva asked. I used the mask. I went to a place of my mind, my imagination, from an old story. The place of 3 days, where the little boy has to stop the fall of the world. Yes, I loved that story. It was a happy thought. I couldn't find many happy thoughts, but that one was what I thought about while the evil man hurt us. Elisu sighed, looking at Turgon. So the boy created the realm, Rornakor asked. I guess, Turgon said. But what do we do now? Gak-Gak asked. If the boy moved all of us and that tower is here, she said, pointing. Then the others are here too. But we are here. I tried to get us to somewhere safe, so I saw this place in my mind, but only us. I don't know about the rest. And the stone I dropped is here, Turgon said. We could use the mask to go back to our realm? Rornikor asked. No, it does not move through realms as we were told, but moves all into a new realm, one where you as the user may be able to control things a bit more to your liking, Elisu said. But it drains your life force unless you are a god, or you can feed off others, like the queen and her thirst for those to serve her. Okay, then we go into the city. We have to find that stone. That sounds impossible, Elieva said. Well, it could be worse, Rornichor said. It is, Elisu said. If this world is of the story I told Josmus, then we have 3 days. 3 days? Until the queen, wherever she is, destroys this place and takes that mask. I assume. Turgon shook his head. Then we better get started figuring out exactly where we are and who is here with us. Damn, Silra. You really lucked out. Pre-order the ultimate conclusion guaranteed to be the longest Fallen Dwarf book ever. Don't miss any of the Fallen Dwarf! Turgon the Dwarf story continues. The next entry into this series is coming soon. Join my readers list to be notified the moment it is available. Join here. https www.subscribepage.com/FallenDwarf. Author's note. August 2023. An exploration of real life. There are certain meanings behind writing where I weave real life into fiction. I wouldn't say this is exactly what this story is about, but it's important to understand the trick of the Fae and how it relates to some real-life counterparts. Illurinia is a place of insanity for those other than the Fae. It was designed to be that way, and the big key is that, as long as you are tricked by the Fae, it is exactly what you want. You don't see the deeper manipulation, the energy pull, the feeding of your essence. There are many aspects of this in real life, from relationships to addictions. If you read into the relationship between the Dark One or Fae Queen with Shodin and Elisu, you may seem a bit of a narcissistic flair. The overt narcissist and the covert, a term that most people don't know. The villain is generally never seen as good, but how many villains are there in this story? The twist on this new land took some liberties from my favorite Zelda game, Majora's Mask. A story that is equally intriguing as it is an alteration to the characters of Ocarina of Time. The Zelda that came before it. You have something like that to look forward to with the next book in this series, and I can say that I will be bringing these stories to a pause after that. The Fallen Dwarf novella series has more to come. A big reason for this pause is the new Ranger's Oath book, part of the Black Moon Wars trilogy that should be releasing by the end of October 2023. You should know that Josmus appears as a major character and Ranger legend in this new trilogy, as well as a handful of your favorites from this series. But I will leave it in a good spot. Don't worry. I also want to point out that if you haven't already, check out the Dwemhar Realms Patreon. Lots of cool stuff going on there. Happy reading, Jeremy. Moondance, Fallen Dwarf Book 9. Illurinia exists. It's in the quiet places and the unsaid, those that smile and yet cannot be happy, in the madness of maddening songs. Beware. Chapter 1. A strange place. Turgon stood watch as the unanimous decision was that rest was necessary before a single step forward. Besides, at night the city was closed to outsiders. He and Rornichor had went to the gates early on, and while most cities may close their gates, this city had drawn up their drawbridge and everything. A few hours until dawn? I don't know, Rornichor said. There was no moon to guide them, and the stars were like nothing any of them had seen before. Gak and Elieva were sleeping next to Josmus. Rornikr insisted on taking first watch, so Turgon was able to get an hour of rest, but it was already past the point he was supposed to wake the hammer song. He didn't want to. What had happened to the others was anyone's guess. Borlyr he had thought was killed at one moment, and then the Guardian was back. The others, they barely took form in a way that he could see. The Queen, he assumed, was alive, as was Shodin and Elisu, but he couldn't even guess as to where they were. But this place created by Josmus's memory of a story was an odd one. He wanted to pass it all off as a grand illusion that they were all seeing, but the grass felt as grass. The flowers nearby, with white petals and a red center, smelled as ever sweet as any in his world. There were bugs singing on the nearby trees, and the water flowing nearby where they had filled their canteens was surely water. But then there was a rustle, and Elisu woke from his sleep. Turgon went to talk towards him when there was a snap, and the ranger vanished. He hurried over there, but found nothing but the spot he was sleeping. Turgon could tell that Josmus was awaking, but first he thought he was simply stirring in his sleep. The young ranger apprentice sat straight up with his eyes wide. "Master!" Turgon went over to him, kneeling down as he could tell the boy was shaking with sweat pouring down his face. Turgon, he said out of breath. Turgon rubbed his back. "You're okay. Were you having a bad dream?" Turgon nodded. "Bad dream and a weird memory. There was this time a few years ago where I just started my work with my master, and we were attacked by wolves. I was still very new to using my bow, and I couldn't quite notch the arrow fast enough. I thought my master was going to be killed because I couldn't do what I needed to do. But it was just a dream." Josmus looked around. "Wait, where is he? My master isn't here. Where did he go?" Turgon stumbled with his words. "He vanished before you awoke. He was there and then gone." Josmus didn't react as the Dwarf King expected. Instead, he sighed and nodded. "It is a fey realm. It is a place of mystery," he said. "And if it is like the stories, then he is somewhere." In the distance, the glow of the city seemed to illuminate a bit more, then fade. Turgon put his hand on Josmus's shoulder. "I believe we will find him," Turgon said, "and I think this city has something to do with it." Josmus shuddered. The boy was cold, and Turgon knew it. The wind was slightly cooler since when they had gone to sleep. He took off his outer tunic and placed it around Josmus. "I want to go in the city. I have to go to the city and see if it's anything like what I've seen in those stories I've heard." Turgon sat down next to Josmus. "Like you've seen?" Josmus nodded. "The story that my master told me was from a book that always would put me to sleep, but give me the most vivid dreams. I think many times he would keep telling me the story as I slept, and it would create the dream in my mind or something. This looks just like my dream and makes me wonder if I'm not just asleep. Do you know what I mean by that?" Turgon nodded. "I've had those dreams where you wake up and maybe the dream was in the same place you were, and you thought it had all happened, but it hadn't. It just feels weird. It just feels weird and I can't explain it. I thought of this place to help us, and I'm worried that it may not." "Well, most stories tend to have some form of happy ending, don't they? How did this book end?" Josmus shook his head. "I never got to the end. But there are so many characters and so many weird places. And music. Music is the key, is so much in this story. And I guess, kind of ironically," he said, rubbing his forehead, mask, or a key to the story." He took out the mask that he had used bring to them there, and just stared at the strange wooden thing. "Such a simple object, but so powerful. What you think is the meaning of it?" Turgon wasn't quite sure not what he wanted to be sure. He reassured the boy. I think, if I may say, that the point is that we together as much as possible. I a few hours, the others will awake, and we will go into this town and see what we see. Though they put their gates up at night to perhaps defend against some enemy, we have been left alone. I see no more than fireflies and stars this night. Okay, I want to see the inside of the city, though. That'll help me, I think, to know what we should do, and maybe where my master has gone. Turgon sat there for a few moments before he thought of a question to ask. It's an important question for you, Josmus. But when we were brought, do you happen to see exactly what happened to the Fey Queen? No, I don't think I harmed her, but I'm not sure what I did do. It was more that the mask took my memories and reformed them, made them something slightly different than I understood them. I just can't say for sure. With all I've seen so far, Turgon said, I'm not looking for a sure answer on anything. It's quite obvious to me that the tower that we were fighting atop before had been reproduced here in the center of the city. But our enemy, the Fey, are well known to shape-shifting appear as other things. Whatever we do see in this city, we must be cautious of. It might have been produced by your memory of a story, but that doesn't mean we know what we'll find. Morning came, and with it the clicking of the gates to the city before them. Now the drawbridges were back down, and the others were slowly waking. Turgon had not slept again, and, thankfully, no one else had gone missing. Gak had really weird dreams. I don't recommend this, Gak, the orc said. You had weird dreams? I dreamed the nothing, the elf said. Well, Ronishor said, I dreamed I was holding 2 gigantic mugs of ale. One was a dark spiced cider, and the other was a deep, rich amber one. I managed to get some of the best you could buy from a trader that had came from the northern glacial seas. The dwarf stared at their small campfire for a few moments. But I've never heard of hops being from the northern icy regions. Oh well, it was a good dream. Rornakor looked around before he jerked his eyes towards Rornakor. Where has the ranger gone? Vanished, Turgon said. Eliva and Gak now joined in Rornakor's shock. It's okay. He has to be here. Somewhere, Josmus said. Rornakor crossed his arm. So we're just going to go with that? He asked, speaking towards Turgon. While they had a small ration of simple food and a bit of tea, they didn't have much else. I believe the best course right now is for us to keep a camp outside the city. We don't know what we'll find in there, but I, Turgon said, will take Josmus inside. This is a place that is a creation of his own, and I do not think it wise for all of us to go together. Are you sure about separating? Rornakor asked. We already had one go missing. No, but that's why if we go in and we do not return by sunset, Turgon said. I expect you all to come in looking for us. Stick together. Do not leave anyone here. If the Fey realm still holds any power like we think, I feel it's a bit risky to do anything alone, but all of us just walking in likely isn't too wise. My intention will be to come right back out. We'll go in, see what we see, and be back before lunch. We can fish, Gak said. I can smell them in the stream nearby. A good bit of fish and some lemon herb. That is the most proper food I've heard you mention, Emily said. You almost hospitable, from approved food type of point of view. Gak is hospitable. It's elf Gak food that is weird. Turgon and Rornakor took a quick walk away from the others to speak more. I know you don't like the idea of separating, Turgon said, but I do feel it's necessary. Need someone of a level mind in case we get into trouble. Well, unfortunately, Rornakor began, you just got me. Not sure how level of a mind that is, but I'll be expecting you to be back by noon. If not, I'm going to be getting antsy. If it gets to the point of nightfall, we will be coming in. Though I'll try to resist cleaving and smashing heads until I sort out what's going on. Turgon nodded and looked back to Josmus and the others. This is not what I expected. When is it ever what we expect? This is basically how things go. I still think we're being told everything, and it's bothering me more and more. The boy's master, Shodin, they're not here, but somehow I'm more unnerved by that. Well, we can get out here, we can be rid of him. I told you before how I felt, and I haven't changed that opinion. While I understand how the boy feels, that's his family. He wants to save his family. Family can be not what it should be, Rornashor said. Family can be more toxic than the worst poison. Turgon simply nodded. Yes, and what's worse is you'll have no idea it's poison until it's on the outside. But beyond that, this Fey Queen is a threat to all of us. That's why we will see it done, even if it's just the two of us. Rornachor laughed and slapped Turgon on the back. Maybe they've got some pastries in there. I love a nice pastry, something with maybe strawberry. I'll keep that in mind, but I doubt it. Likely something with a mushroom or a fairy wing. No mushrooms. No mushrooms. I've had quite my fill of things such as that in previous adventures. The two of them laughed. Chapter Dusra. Oddities. They were standing before the open passage that lead into the city. Here there were two guards wearing silver armor with high helms. Through the slits in their helmets stared out as Turgon could see their eyes. He brought his arm around Josmus, moving the boy closer to him as the two guards stepped to intercept them. "What business do you have in the high city?" the guard on the left asked. "We're seeking trade," Turgon said. "That is all." "You're not here for the celebration?" the man asked. "Well, of course we are," Josmus said. "But we were just really curious of what else was in the town, any venues or special party things." Both the guards laughed and then removed their helmets. Turgon realized that while they looked like any normal person, those of the race of men, they had features that didn't seem quite correct. Their noses were a bit off, and their ears imperfect and not matching the other ear. They were like caricatures of what they should be. The one to the left bowed and stepped back, opening his arm, directing them forward. "You'll find great things in our city. I'm glad you're here for the celebration. It's still 3 days away, but it will be magnificent." Turgon laughed nervously, but him and Josmus continued on. As they passed into the doorway, they felt a slight rush as they emerged on the other side. They were greeted by cobblestone streets and white buildings, 2 to 3 stories each, that lined the inner walls of the city. As he looked around, he saw many more of the strange-looking people, as well as a handful of birds fluttering from one space to another. There were large lamps hanging up on hooks, suspended across the street and connecting to other walls and interlaced walkways. The people here were jovial and celebratory, and all ways, with some dancing and others simply singing a song of their own language. "You said a celebration," Turgon said to Josmus. "What are they celebrating?" "It was just a guess," Josmus said. But it was clear they were celebrating something, and with it grand festivities were going on. But still the people did not look right, nor did really the buildings the longer Turgon looked. Whatever substance or conniving the mask had created, it was haunting in its own way. There would be windows next other windows that were misshapen, doorways that seemed to be open, but there was only a wall on the other side. Nothing else was there, while other doors were just missing, and the opening to the building clearly showed that there was something within, but it was as if everything was incomplete. "It's like when I remember a dream," Josmus said. "Yet my dream is stuck in a state and solid before me, however I still have patches that are missing." "And where would you say we go within your dream?" Turgon asked. At this point, Josmus looked around to see what he could see. Turgon realized that the boy was just as lost as he was, but at the very least was trying not to show it. "Let us go this way," he said. Josmus pointed towards a passage that led to another part of the city. Turgon nodded, and that's the way they went. Now, entering this new part of the city, he saw an assortment of shops going up and down a narrow road that led uphill. As they went past each shop, Turgon took note of what he saw. First, there was a bookshop, then an apothecary, and then a shop that simply said, "Quote Shop." This is where Turgon was most surprised, for Josmus's eyes grew wide. "I've been here. I've been into this place when I dream. We should go here." Turgon didn't have anything to say against it, but he was curious of what they would find. As he pulled open the door, it rang a bell, and a shopkeep with long gray hair and a pointed nose glanced from behind a book. He had thick black glasses, and the shop itself was rather tidy. However, it looked like everything was pushed hurriedly onto one side, while the left side had every form of knick-knack and thing you think to put in a place. The right side was barren. "Welcome, welcome," the shopkeep said. "You're here for the best of deals. As of the best of deals I will provide." Turgon smiled and bowed slightly as Josmus followed suit, doing the same. The shopkeep scrambled out from behind his desk, and it was at this point they noticed that the shopkeep may have had the man appearance with his upper torso, but his lower half was that of spider. "Oh, don't be alarmed. I am quite whole. A bit too long under a curse in my youth, but I am better now. Well, mostly. I struggle to find a good dame to dance with. I think it's something about the legs." Josmus laughed nervously. Do you have anything to show us? Something interesting to sell us, maybe?" The shopkeep looked down at Josmus and then to Turgon. "He's quite direct." Turgon laughed to keep it light-hearted. "That he is. But we are interested in whatever you have. If you can show us." The man began to rummage through many of the items, and in time seemed to be stacking several items in a long line. None of them were particularly useful or stood out to Turgon, but he was more so concerned if Josmus might see something of importance. "I've journeyed near and far to collect what random assortment of items I can have here. Some are important, some not so important, but I do believe that what one may throw out, another may see as true and epic treasure." Josmus looked over the items and then slowly turned to Turgon. "It's not here," he said quietly. "But what? But what is not here?" the shopkeep asked. I was looking for some kind of crystal, a crystal key." He, of course, wasn't. He was curious if perhaps his stone that he had on top of the tower before they came to this realm might pop up. But at least a crystal key was a bit more direct of an item than a stone. "A crystal key? I don't know of any crystal key. My apologies. But can I offer you a rare golden duck?" The man pushed Josmus with one of his spider legs forward slightly to where he could stand right in front of a golden duck. It was about the size of Josmus's hand, and from Turgon's inspection, now moving closer, it looked to be made of pure gold. "I don't believe that's what we're looking for," Turgon said. "Well, very well. If I have nothing you would like, you may leave. Perhaps I will get some before the festivities." "Perhaps. The Zenith Tower, yes, the center tower has such a name. It is quite a place of power. I think, though, you may leave." Josmus was nodding. "I think we are done." Turgon could tell the boy was scared, and Turgon would be dishonest to say he was a little perturbed by the shopkeep. But as they were leaving, Turgon noticed that Josmus stopped at a trash can that was directly beside the door. He reached in and lifted up something of particular strangeness, but it fell from grasp. Turgon never had an opportunity to see it, for suddenly Josmus became very dizzy. As Turgon notices this, he swooped him up as the shopkeep quickly came over too. "Is the boy unwell?" the shopkeep asked. "No, he is fine," Turgon said. Turgon took him back outside, and he noticed that Josmus was covered in sweat again. We have to go back in there." "What is it?" Turgon asked. "I saw it. I saw Shodin's golden pipe. It was in the trash. We must go in there." Turgon turned to go back into the door to retrieve what Josmus had pointed out, but he found the door locked. He banged on the door frame. "Hey, let us in!" But then the glass faded from view and the door became as stone. "Fey tricksters," Turgon said. The dwarf looked down at the boy. He seemed to be getting his color back. "I don't know what that was," Josmus said. "I did not feel good. We have to find a way back in there. That was the only thing of use I saw, and I just know we'll need that. I don't even know why." Josmus was distraught, but Turgon could only comfort him for now. We'll figure this out. I think we should keep moving, try to see how close we can get to Tower." Now, they began making their way towards Center Tower, and it was at this point they realized the tower seemed to have like the roots of a tree extending out all over the city and interconnecting with the buildings. However, the people seemed to not even notice this tower. Instead, it seemed to them that was just part of the town, and even though there were periodic flashes of blue and green and red, no one even looked up. The good thing is that everyone seemed rather friendly. There were greetings here and there, and though clearly no one else brandished weapons of any kind, and Turgon and Josmus did, there were no questions of the weapons. They had not seen any guards since they first entered, and there were children playing about, one chasing a ball, and another two playing some kind of sparkly stick. "This is very strange." "That's one way to put it," Turgon said. As they continued going, Turgon thought back to the shopkeeper and realized that many of the items that they had seen, though looking like trinkets and trash, reminded him of no other and Shodin's cart and the many random items he had. As he was pondering such things, they had come to the base of the massive tower that indeed did look like a massive tree. But as it grew up higher and higher, it turned to a blackened stone with twisted blue and pink crystal. Here Turgon to begin to feel dizzy. As he stood there looking up, he looked to Josmus, and he saw the boy wobbling in his stance. Then, in a very strange sudden flash, the sun went over them 2 times. As the sun would disappear, a strange and ominous dark moon would appear, and it crossed, and looking around them, they had stayed in the same place but were surrounded many of the townspeople. "What are you doing here?" one of them said. Another one, a baker with a large loaf of bread, broke the bread before them. "You are an enemy. You must be taken." Turgon reached for his axe, preparing to defend them both, when Josmus tapped him. This way, quick." Josmus took off running, and he passed away from the central tower of the city and went down a back alley where it seemed that Josmus knew his way. As they twisted between the darkened buildings, they came to a passage that led down by a waterway, and in they went, Turgon following Josmus into what he assumed were the sewers of the city. The people were chasing them, he could hear their shouts, and Turgon wanted to make sure they were safe. "We must go deeper now." They ran, going as deep as they could before any sense of light was around them. Then they saw a single torch, and it was that way that they went. Here there was another passage, and Josmus looked at him with a slight smile. "I don't know what happened, but this is from my dream. We can go through this passage, and it should be led us to somewhere safe. I went down this way many times." Turgon wondered how much time had passed. He knew it was past noon, and he had seen the sun and moon rise twice, so it was 2 days. Whatever had happened, perhaps it could be explained, but right now he wondered of the others. Did Rornachor attempt to come in and forcefully find us? Was he captured? Killed? Turgon had no idea what had transpired, but he hoped that they would figure out something very soon. Chapter Mundram, the one in strange form. Now Turgon and Josmus were making their ways through the sewers. As they followed a earthen path that led beside a stream of questionable contents, they saw a few rats scurry away and vanish into a side drain. The main thing that Turgon noticed at this point was that, for it to be a sewer, it was rather ornate. There were curved buttresses and carved stone every few paces at about knee level. On a few occasions they had come to bends in the path where the road dipped down, and there was brick that made it look like the earth they were upon was covering up something perhaps older. Their torch began to burn out, and as it did, they unfortunately reached a darker area. Turgon was quick to find a bit of kindling, and in the dying gasp of the final torch, he realized that there were candles on the wall. Thankfully, being able to light one, he began to see that the walls around them had changed substantially. Where before was large bricks and part of the city works, it's like they had wandered into a new area. This place, unlike that before, it smelled now of dirty water and sewage, but of sweet herbs. "I never thought I would say it smelled good in a sewer," Josmus said. "Well, they do say that in a world of crap, you can find some good things," Turgon said, catching himself at the end that he was speaking to a child and not Rornacor or one of the other ones. "My apologies, son. That probably wasn't appropriate. Have you seen my master? Do you see the things we've done? I hardly worry of it," the boy said with a laugh. Turgon held the candle and lit another one for Josmus, as now they made their way down this quiet passage to where the aroma that was sweet revealed its source. They found a cavern full of bright purple mushrooms that were glowing to the point that they barely needed their lights. The earthen path here continued and crossed over several wooden bridges that were, while old, still seemingly in good shape. As their boots clonked across the wood, the sound echoed in the cavernous expanse below them. They made their way to a set of stairs with haste went up it. Now they came to a large open atrium with a brilliant stained glass high above. From here, Turgon could tell that the light shining through the stained glass was no doubt the sun above. The glass itself showed a glorious city of light, surrounded by clouds and darkness. "I know this story," Josmus said. Turgon stared, trying to make some understanding of the story itself, or what possibly Josmus could be talking about. "That's the city of Vasruhal, the city of men that fought against the undead. Do you not see the torch above the city? That is not the sun that is their god. They fought until, essentially, they all had died. But somehow some men and women and children were able to escape to the north. They founded the city of Finar. Turgon was of course familiar with that story, and the part of the story the boy had not recounted. The part where the dwarves had held the goddess Mortua in a prison in the far western deserts of the land. "But why is this bit of our history in your conjuration?" Josmus thought, and then shrugged. "I always liked the story, though not quite the ending. Maybe it's how I feel like we're fighting and surrounded by our enemy, and may not be able to remain as we do." "Remain as we do?" Turgon asked. "It's just," he sighed, "I don't know how this is going to end. I just try to keep having some hope. And having hope when there is not an easy source of it is the key, to keep going one boot after another. To keep pulling your bow back no matter the enemy. I'm not one for archery, but I would say that you release your arrows, and then if you run out of arrows or your bowstring breaks, you draw your sword and never let your enemy see you falter, unless, of course, that falter is deception, and you will come back striking harder." Josmus nodded. "I guess that makes sense. My master had told me that sometimes in your hunting, the animals will take a path through the water to try to knock you off. They are used to being pursued by things that can smell them. There was a handful of times we cut across the river and found our quarry coming right at us. Sometimes you can guess and get it right, and it's always best to try to outsmart your enemy." "Why did the people become so angry at us?" Josmus asked. They began to walk out of the large room and into another passage. Once again, the brick changed, and it seemed they were entering yet another hodgepodge of construction. "I don't know. I'm not sure what happened." It was some time, and many twisted passages with the stone stayed essentially unchanged. They came to a door. The entire path they had been ascending up, little by little, and now they were likely away from the sewer itself and more closer to the basement of the city. Turgon checked the door and found he was able to pull it open without any issue. He peeked, looking through the crack and seeing only what appeared to be a garden surrounded by small white crystals. "Stay close to me," he told Josmus. "I will," he said. Now they proceeded into this garden of sorts to find a large pedestal full of dirt. Planted within this dirt was a strange tree wearing the clothes of no other than Shodin. "So if we're gonna go with the fact that you created all of this, you made an effigy of our disastrous shopkeep," Turgon said, looking at the strange thing. But then, without warning, what they thought was a plant swiped at them with a vine, and then said something in a language none of them knew. Get back," Turgon commanded. The dwarf and the ranger's apprentice stayed away as then, much to both of their surprise, it began to speak. "What exactly have you done, Josmus?" the creature asked. "I haven't done anything," Josmus said back. "Hardly. Do you not see me? Do you not see me as I am dressed? Do you see you've turned me into this?" "Shodin," Turgon asked. "Yes. From my bones to my flesh. Oh, wait. I'm now a tree. This is glorious, just glorious." "I didn't mean to do this," Josmus tried to explain. "Don't apologize to him," Turgon said. "What do you know of this place? Why do the people want to kill us?" "Would you believe me if I said we were all mad?" Shodin questioned. "No, I wouldn't. What is this place and what is going on?" The plant they now knew as Shodin bowed at them, and what appeared to be a face as much as a face could be discerned from darkened wood appeared. "What has transpired is exactly what the boy wanted. I can say the good part of it is that Fey Queen likely did not expect this. The Guardians, they are in this land, but where I cannot even say, your enemy once again awakens. And because this foolish boy has taken us into a place from a story of his, from the time you arrived you had only 3 days, and now, because time is out of control, you have until midnight. At midnight she awakens, everything he did is undone, not to mention what I have done, and what the Guardians have done. We have no allies that can reach us." "What do you mean, time is our enemy?" Turgon asked. "This story the boy brought us to was based on a cycle of time and the ability to control it, and as it goes there was no ability to control anything. The Fey Queen will awake, I will die as a plant, and you two will be wondering how it all went so wrong. You cannot trust Fey, not ever. This is what happens in the land of Illurinia. It does not matter if you are elf, dwarf, or the most powerful wizard Fey. I am but a mad plant now, and I have no understanding of anything. I didn't mean to do all this. I didn't mean for it to end up like this," he said. "I just wanted to help." Turgon brought his arm around Josmus. "We will sort this out." Shodin waved his branches about. "You will sort this out? I will sort this out. I grow flowers from my fingertips, and everything will be better. Perhaps you should tell me something of use, or I will cut you down to silent you and in your misery," Turgon growled. "I am connected to this place, and I can feel the power of the Fey Queen's tower taking over all that dwell within the city. They are already against you as you are in the final hours, and they will do nothing but attack as a void is opened up, and as the Fey Queen's servants pour upon this land to assure she is resurrected. There are nightmares beyond nightmares within her control, and you wonder why I work so hard." Turgon hacked at the tree once, cutting into it. Shodin shuddered, screeching a horrible sound. "You have lied since the beginning. Don't start acting like you're a victim to all of this. You said we would have allies. Do you mean my companions that came with us? I cannot say what happened to your companions because I do not know. Perhaps they were taken. Perhaps they're dead. But your only way to stop her is by the same power that nearly stopped her before, the Fey Guardians. But they are not in this place, or I would feel them. They would have acted. You must figure out a way to bring the reality back to the way it was, to do something to stop the passage of time so she does not awake. The mask? No, not the mask. Masks are part of our problem. You can't use it here. You're not in a different realm. You're within the boy's mind. He is holding us together. He could use it, but we cannot, and I wouldn't trust him. If we could escape, then we would just be upon the tower as they were before, at that last moment, and thus, our situation is a bit of a blessing, and again, time is our enemy. This place is a madness of his creation, yet he cannot control it. No, something else. But I forget. I do fear where it is, but it may be the only place where we stand a chance. Okay, at least that's better than just telling us we're going to die. Where is it we must go? What can we do? Turgon asked. It could be anywhere, but you need that which I had before, my golden pipe. If it was like the story of the boy, our Fey Queen would have it, but I do not think so. It is lost somewhere within the city. You mean the pipe you used before? Josmus asked. Yes, that. It was something used at the creation of the realm, and will allow us to go back to that moment, albeit I can't be sure. I was going to do it before, to give us time, but time has been robbed from us. Your enemy will not let you have it so easily, especially now that townspeople are so angered. Shodin seemed to grow a bit taller, and his face became more obvious. I can feel it. The townspeople begin to gather any object of power they possibly have as an offering to a servant of the Fey Queen. I wish I could tell you this will go well, but I cannot be sure of it. You have been unfortunate enough to fall a bit too far, my good dwarf. With that, Shodin, or the tree that was appearing as Shodin, solidified and was still. Turgon looked down. They needed to try to find this altar with these pieces of power being gathered by the townspeople, but before he could process that too much, he noticed that Josmus was breathing heavily. "It's all my fault, it's all my fault," the boy said, beginning to panic. Turgon lifted the boy up and put him on a pedestal. Look at me, he said. Okay. Turgon smiled, trying to reassure Josmus. We're going to sort this out. I told you that from the beginning that I would be here, and I'm going to remain here. You're our ranger apprentice. We may need your bow skill before this is over. All of our friends could be upon that tower. But if we can find what we need, go back and get the others and formulate a better plan. Now we know we have 3 days. I think this will work out. Chapter 9. Missing. By a bit of a chance, Turgon and Josmus had found their way back to the street level. Though it was a very careful process, the two of them slowly emerged to find that for the most part, the people were unaware of them. Where before the townspeople had been like ravenous beasts, clamoring to get them with all ill intent, now they seemed less active, almost as if they were in a trance. Though they were still careful, they stepped from the doorway leading up and out of the chasms and labyrinth behind them, to sound of simple music in the air. Turgon did not know where it was coming from, and, as such, he didn't care to find out. The sky was darkened with black clouds rolling in an almost continuous flow, sending gusts of wind spinning the leaves upon the bricks of the city roads. There was very little to be said between Turgon and Josmus as they made their way down the road with a general sense of what direction they should go. In time, they made it back to more familiar surroundings and made a straight march directly the gates of the city. It was here they found one of the guards laying up against the wall. Turgon motioned Josmus to stay back as he made a few steps towards the man and saw that he was not breathing. "Is he dead?" Josmus asked. Turgon looked back at Josmus and nodded, and then towards the other guard who seemed unaware that anything was wrong with his companion. "Soldier, do you not see your friend?" But the soldier and guard of the strange place had not even seemed to turn to the sound of Turgon's voice. As Turgon motioned for Josmus to follow him, they passed by the guard and saw that his face was nothing but a blank stare and empty eyes. As they began across the drawbridge, they saw yet another guard dead, but this one had been cleaved into. Then, shockingly, they saw one of Rornikor's hammers. Turgon ran for it, picking up and searching for its bearer. "Rornikor! Rornikor!" Turgon frantically looked around and then over the edge of the bridge to see if perhaps he had been knocked into the water. The water was still, and even looking at the muddy embankment, there was no sign that a dwarf or anything else had climbed out. They had to hurry to the camp. Now Turgon worked to control his own nerves, and as they came to the camp, they found it abandoned. "They're all gone," Josmus said. Turgon scanned their surroundings and then made a point to begin searching the grass. He wanted to see if there was any sign of a struggle or otherwise. There was no blood. There was no broken dirt or any other weapons to be found. He did not know what had transpired, but now he feared even more for lives of his companions. Turgon looked back at city and the massive zenith tower as the dark purple moon they had seen go over them in the time jump, before moved towards a point directly above the tower itself. "Tell me more of the story, Josmus. Tell me how this is the same and is different. In my story, the world was going to end, but of the exact details I'm not too sure. I always fell asleep. But was there anything else? Anything else that might help us now?" "Everyone of the city had some part to play in the greater chain of events," Josmus said. There were many little storylines, and some people cared about the end, while others were trying to tend to the things that were important to themselves. So, even in the end, you had both pride, gluttony, and every other sour emotion and motivation." "But how does that help us?" Josmus asked. "If we look at the fact that everyone has a representation from our realm, and that many of those that are here are simply not aware of their own place, or are nothing more than a creation of your mind, and while we also know that Shodin was tied that plant, but no longer there, makes me wonder of the last place we had saw his instrument." "The shopkeeper," Josmus said. "You think it's another form of Shodin? Or it's a trick and it's the Fae himself. But perhaps the Fae is lost too and doesn't know what is going on, made in the pure madness by this place, or some ironic sense of switching between a Fae and Shodin. I think that's where we should go. I'll break down the door if I need to," he said, lifting up Rornikor's hammer. "Okay, I'm with you." Josmus made a point to string his bow and nod. "This ranger is ready." They made their way back into the city, and it was in just the right amount of time, as a guard and lifted a switch, triggering the gateway to close, as they slipped in at just the right time. The guard nodded to them. "Welcome to our fine city. I do hope you find what you search for. Madness is our motto in questioning, quelling quests of query." The guard kept the same unchanging and unwavering glare, and did not hinder or question them further of their purpose like had happened when they first entered. They made their way in haste through the city and back down the side street that led to the shopkeeper's place. The windows were dark, and the door was there but locked. Turgon did not even hesitate, and with a massive and powerful swing, he shattered the door with the hammer-song weapon. As he glared in, he could hear Josmus's bow creak as he pulled it back, holding an arrow to cheek. "I don't see anyone," Josmus said. Turgon held a hammer in both hands and pushed his way through the wreckage of the door, checking to his left and right, and immediately proceeding towards back rooms. The shopkeeper was nowhere to be found. As Turgon searched the room and Josmus searched the shop, Turgon happened to come across a book open to what he could only guess were some form of journal entries. While he could have started on the open page, he flipped a few back and saw that the script, while written, was not written in any intelligible language. However, the later parts were. "Any luck out there?" Turgon asked Josmus. "Everything that has value is gone. It seems like he's just left. Everything that remains is nothing but pots and a handful of strange gold coins that have no purpose for us." "Then come in here. Our missing shopkeeper wrote some notes." Turgon began to read it. I find myself unsure of my surroundings and believing that everything that came before was a lie. What I know to be true was never true. I've been made to be in a state of nervousness, apprehension, and believing myself to be the cause of my own madness. But it is not by the direction of mine, but by the misdirection of another. I know no one, and no one knows me. I am isolated from all that would wish me goodwill. Many around me seem to be nothing but caricatures and false entities. I look back at what memories I have in a strange place, and the only thing that I hold to is that I was simply trying to do what I felt was right. I am truly in what others call Illurinia, a state of madness in a cycle that is never ending, with no choice but to remain as I am now. I still remember a time before when I felt that I was in a good place in the world, and with it, I was doing good. It was in all those years ago when I first decided to try to embrace my life. But now I feel lost and in the move to purge myself of all that I was told was my own darkness. I am left but nothing but regret in a state of madness. If only the past was not the past and the present was not what it is. I cannot simply be just some simple shopkeeper yet. In this darkening hour, I feel my life force fading. I must take action. I must do it. "That's all that is written," Turgon said. "What did he do you think? Does your story talk of a character such as this?" Josmus shook his head. "No, that does not match up any of those characters from the stories." Turgon closed the book and then stroked his beard as he attempted to figure out what they should do. But what is it then that Josmus noticed? Josmus noticed something strange about the wall directly to their left. The book and the shopkeeper may not match up to anything, but there were many puzzles in that story, and while some are much more complex, there were some that were simple. Like this. Do you see what I see? Turgon looked to try to see what it was that Josmus could be talking about, but then he saw that there were 3 candlesticks. 2 of them were on opposite sides of a spot on the wall, with a third one above it. One of them was lit and the other 2 were not. "Candles?" Turgon asked. Josmus chuckled to himself and took the lit candle, proceeding to light both of the others. Then the stone door that was veiled before revealed itself and opened just enough for a person to slip through. "It's a hidden door," Turgon said. "Not anymore," Josmus said. Though Josmus went to going in first, Turgon insisted, and while it took a bit of maneuvering to get his form through the narrow passage, the hall beyond was lit with bright, glowing crystals and went downward and out of sight. Turgon hurried to follow this pathway, but with a careful watch for any traps. Josmus followed just behind. As their path went down, then back up again, then down again, they could hear water rushing and felt that perhaps they were drawing near the sewers once again. In a few moments they saw who they sought, but it wasn't the figure of the shopkeeper they caught sight of first, but instead were numerous trinkets and items that had been dropped along the small underground river. Here Turgon saw many of the items from the shop and at least one sword on the ground. They could hear gasping some distance away, and in a few moments they found no other than the shopkeeper, halfway in the water with his face appearing to be partially melted in the swirling current beneath the surface. Turgon saw the man was struggling and reached down, grabbing hold of his arms. It seemed, though, he had many legs as a spider creature. They were all lifeless now. "Hold on, I'll help you out," Turgon told him. But as Turgon attempted to pull the shopkeeper out, the water bubbled more, and the shopkeeper moaned and then screamed in pain. "It is all wrong," shopkeeper said. "None of this place is right. I can see it as it is, and I can't. I can't get out." "Do not worry of that," Turgon said. "Are your legs stuck, or is something else going on?" "It is starting. It is far too late now. When I first saw y'all, I thought you were someone of importance, but then, upon finding that trinket in the trash, I realized who I was. I'm no mere shopkeeper in the city of madness, I am. I am a fey guardian of renown. I am Borlyre. I could sense the others were in other places across this strange place, but they were locked away from me, and then I couldn't find y'all ever again. I went about the city. I took some of the people, and I believe I angered them. Or I angered her. She sleeps, but she will wake. Her servants have reached into this realm, and I do believe I am caught now. I cannot escape, and I cannot get out. We are far too late. But this is my story, Josmus said. I think there's a way. Do you have the golden pipe? I saw it before, back when we met you at your shop. I do. I knew it was important. Very important. It is in my pocket. Here, Turgon said. Check his upper pocket on his tunic. Turgon noticed that there was a single pocket with a silver clasp that was still above the water. Josmus lay down on the ground and attempted to reach for it. Borlyre slowly shook his head as his face appeared more sunken. Not that one. The one beneath the water, and you cannot enter the water here. The ground trembled and rumbled, and the water began to flow and rush into unseen dark places. Turgon struggled hold on to Borlyre, and then as if he was holding nothing at all, the guardian was ripped from his hand and vanished into the darkness of the water. With him, the bricks of the passage around them begin to collapse. "Get out! Go back the way we came!" Josmus broke out into a sprint as Turgon pushed himself up off the ground and hurried to follow the apprentice. As they made their way back to the passage, going up and then down and back, up again all the way to the shopkeeper's shop, the entire passage began to tremble, and dust fell from the ceiling above them. Just as they made it back into the back room of the shop, the entire passage collapsed. Turgon looked back and exhaled. Now they only had one choice left. They had to go to the tower if they were going to do anything at all to stop what was happening. Chapter Eindaவது. The Approach. Turgon looked as Josmus at the ground quaked. The boy looked around as the shop shuddered, and dust fell through the air. Best we get moving towards the tower. But the thought of it gave him reason to pause. The last time they had approached the tower, it had not been a simple ordeal. "My master had advice for a time like this," Josmus said. "More of an old blessing. He said it came from my people." "And?" Turgon asked. Josmus smiled. "Pray to the gods not for an easy life. And I forgot the ending, actually." "Then I would say the gods have answered us. Come now, keep that bow ready." Turgon went to the door and slowly pushed it open. He felt a rush of heat and saw that the entire city was aflame, black smoke rising up and veiling the moon floating high above the city. He checked the road to the left and right and moved forward, Rornikor's hammer at the ready. Josmus followed just behind. His bow had an arrow to string. They proceeded out to the main avenue that led towards the tower, and here found that the people were all standing and staring up at the tower of the Fey Queen. Turgon peeked around the corner and sighed at what he saw before near the tower. With a dozen spinning tentacles, a massive creature rose up over the city, grasping the tower itself and the outer walls. There was a resounding thump, and with every pounding crash beneath their feet, energy surged from the city, up the arms, and onto the tower itself. Josmus was just behind Turgon. Plan? Get to the tower, find a way in, don't get killed. Easy plan, King. Easy to say, Turgon said. The townsfolk began to retch, vomiting all over the ground. As one nearly fell into Yosmis, the apprentice pushed them away. The woman, her hair scraggly and her face scarred by fire, growled. Turgon smashed into them with the hammer, throwing her several paces away but into a small group. "Let's go," Turgon said. They hurried around the edge of the city center, sprinting for an alley that Turgon assumed would keep them off the main road and perhaps away from the townspeople. But of course they were seen, and the host gave chase. Josmus's bow sang, the twang after twang of arrows striking their pursuers as Turgon ooked ahead, seeing their road blocked by a massive form of a woman with a massive rolling pin. She was some kind of a baker, or so it seemed. Turgon leaned forward, sprinting at full force and lifting up the hammer. In the explosion of flesh and bone, he took off a chunk of the woman's fatty protrusion with the bite of the hammer slamming her mass. She clawed at him, her head elongating and her jaw unhinging in a snapping frenzy. He brought the handle of his weapon up, pushing her upwards as half a dozen other villagers clamored at him. "I'm coming," he heard Josmus shout. Turgon heard another twang. Josmus' arrow struck her in the eye, and then another hit her head. Turgon pushed up, spinning about with the hammer and using it to push back their foes. The fat woman fell backward, trembling from her wounds as her body fizzled, purple dust rising up. The Fey realm was hard at work against them, but with every hammer swing and arrow flying, the two of them were fighting them off. Now, the mass that had attacked were not so strong or as many, but they weren't moving forward. "Josmus, the passage to the right. Check it," he said, smacking down two more villagers. Turgon assumed going to the main road would just attract more attackers, and they didn't need that. Josmus went to the corner and vanished for a moment. The villagers closest to him looked like a family, a father with a large black hat, a woman with a red dress, and now 3 little children. But that's where the normalcy ended. The children looked as small dogs, crawling on all fours and with mouths full of teeth. The woman held a large knife, and the man, strangest of all, held a meat cleaver and had a face that was part skeletal. Turgon kicked at the kids as they bit at his boots. "Josmus!" he shouted. More foes were filling the side roads, and he fell back. He turned and ran to find that more small dog-like children were blocking the way Josmus had gone. He was pushed back into a residential square with many doors. Damn. He slammed the hammer down. A rippling wave expanded out, knocking back his foes. The boy was still gone. As more foes pushed against him, he saw a figure beyond the mass of townspeople. It was slender and tall, draped in a dark robe. Is this what drives them? Is this their master? Turgon was pressed further, and with no sign of Josmus, he at least knew their enemies were most likely only after himself. He lunged forward, pushing into the mass and smacking them back, dropping multiple foes with the hammer song's hammer. "Come and fight me, you fool, or do you just let townspeople do your work?" Turgon made another massive swing, blasting back his foes before him in a bloody smite. But with each strike he wasn't killing them. The disfigured mass of what, when he first saw them hours ago to him, were friendly enough people, kept coming. He made another attack, breaking through more, and then slung the hammer around his back. Turgon reached down and grabbed a rock. He threw it at the figure. It struck it. Suddenly the mass of townspeople stopped. Turgon lifted the hammer. "That's better," he shouted. "You should deal with this dwarven problem yourself." Crackling explosions sent sparks of red and blue up over the city. It was like fireworks he had seen before in dwarven celebrations. It seemed there must have been a storehouse of them somewhere in the burning city, and the fires had set them off. The ground quaked again, and a massive tentacle spread over the top of the buildings nearby. A crackling mass of burning wood and brick fell down around them. Turgon clambered up the rubble. "Josmus!" he shouted. Then, turning, he saw the figure was just beside him. He swung the hammer down, but the figure caught it. He looked into the hooded face and then looked down to see an opening, toothed mouth appear out of its stomach. And that's a nope. He kicked the leg of the creature and it grabbed hold of him, forcing him to drop the hammer. Multiple tentacles grabbed hold of him, sprouting strange flowers and shooting dust at his face. His vision began to become much more colorful as he saw a smiling form within the hood. Release yourself to me and become one with Illurinia. Afraid it's not my type, Turgon said, resisting. The creature was grabbing him with more small tentacles that appeared as vines to the dwarf. Fuck, he said. His legs were bound, as were his arms. Then an arrow struck the smiling form. He couldn't quite see what was around him now. What was before was burning city appeared as green forests and a flowery field to him now. He saw a black form leap towards his attacker. The grip the creature had on him loosened and the colors faded away. Turgon coughed, feeling himself slide away and strike something hard. He couldn't see anything, but he heard Josmus shouting. As his eyes cleared, he saw the apprentice with a short dagger, stabbing the hooded figure over and over. He was against the brick of the few standing walls of the city around them. Their foe threw Josmus from itself, and Turgon struggled to stand. His vision was clearing, but his legs still didn't want to work quite right. Josmus, he said. The creature floated above the ground, and Josmus drew another small knife. As it pushed the boy back, Turgon went for his hammer laying nearby. The buildings around them further collapsed, sending up embers and smoke in a deepening plume. Josmus made several wide slashes, and Turgon took his hammer in hand. As the creature rose up, its hooded flailing, while multiple ethereal hands appeared out of its center mass, Turgon struck it from behind. The creature became as crumbling stone and purple fire, and the motionless villagers surrounding them still fell apart, just as the creature had. "King," Josmus said, "are you okay?" Turgon smiled, out of breath. "Yes, and good work. You did very well." He took a moment to actually catch his breath, as now the tentacles high above the city were beginning to grasp the tower itself. "We've got to get there," he said. The moon was at the pinnacle of the tower, and deep red smoke rose up from the deep pits now emerging all over the city. As they made it back out to the main road, they could see most of the buildings were gone, and the road, though shattered, went all the way to the tower. They saw no more townspeople. "We edge towards chaos," Josmus said strangely. "I feel it. I feel all of our friends are ahead." "Then let's not leave them alone in these moments. Hurry." Chapters ஆறாவது. Aberration. The moon began to shift above them. Turgon watched as from its place directly above the tower, it floated over to the right and seemed to be feeding somehow upon the smoke rising up from the city. As the two of them pushed forward, Josmus nearly stumbled as he tried to follow the moon that was now moving along the southern wall of the city, the constant stream of smoke flowing up and around it. Somehow the moon seemed smaller overall. As it took more and more smoke, it began to look less like a moon and more like a purple jewel. They crossed over a bridge, moving up a small hill that ran all the way to the doors of the tower. It was here Turgon was most worried, and as such, he took Rornichor's hammer in hand. The massive creature that had been spread out over the city, seemingly feeding upon it with its tentacles, looked at them with a massive crystal eye. "Careful," Turgon said aloud. He watched the creature as it watched them, Turgon fully expecting an attack that did not come. As they made it to the inside of the tower through the open doors, fire erupted behind them. Now, dozens and dozens of misshapen and near without form creatures rose up through the blazing fire as the tentacles wrapped around the tower moved over the door. They were shut in, but ironically, safe from the creatures that had appeared. King," Josmus said. Turgon had been so focused on the outside, he had not taken a good look on the inside except to assure there were no immediate threats. But then he saw what the apprentice had seen. There were at least 10 bodies of young children strewn about the lowest floor of the tower. Each of them held a mask of their own, and in every case the mask was smashed into their skulls. "They are searching for me," Josmus said. Something moved with the wall, and a man with 2 giant legs stepped out, holding a large bag and a crooked cane. Another one with a mask. I'll collect them, it said. Turgon pulled Josmus behind him. "That'll be a no from this dwarf." The creature bent down, almost like a bird sitting in a nest, and the man leaned towards Josmus. Very good," the creature sniffed. "Very, very good. This is what we've been looking for." Turgon slammed the creature with his hammer and threw it across the room with such a force the entire tower shuddered. The creature didn't get back up. As they passed over the bodies of the many dead, Josmus gripped his tunic. Turgon was focused on the passage ahead and the stairwell beyond. "They died for me," Josmus said. "They are a creation of the mind, not real," Turgon reassured him. "But they are real to me, real in my mind. I feel them, I see them as they were, and my memory. I sense so many of them." "Keep your focus here," Turgon shouted. Josmus, however, was too focused on the dead. "Josmus, bow!" Josmus looked up to see what Turgon was shouting about. A trio of fairies flew into the room, zooming past them in a burst of pink dust. As they spun about above them, they flew into the creature Turgon had struck. It rose up, leaping before the passage. Time is soon," the creature said. "Now come to me, my children. Come!" The dead children slithered from whatever position they were in, almost like lifeless puppets being dragged to a show. As each of the children got to the creature, their bodies fused one after another in different spots on the creature. Each of the children beginning to cry and wail as life, in some form, returned to them. The sound was excruciating. Turgon tried to cover his ears as the wails continued. He charged forward, slamming his hammer down, but by some evocation his weapon bounced from striking his target. The hammer flew from his hands, striking the wall behind him. As he went for it, Josmus released an arrow that bounced just as the hammer had. "I remember," Josmus said. Turgon got to his hammer and turned around to see Josmus with the mask in his hand. "What are you doing?" The creature was nearly upon him, making slow but long strides towards him. The echoing cries of the reanimated children forced Turgon to grasp at his head as Josmus put the mask on. Then, in a shriek, Josmus drew his knife and went for the creature's leg. He pierced it, dropping the creature to one knee as the children vomited, their projectiles grabbing hold of Josmus. The apprentice cut at the green, stringy substance. He broke free, switching to his bow and releasing an arrow right into the back of the creature. It was not struggling to walk, but it wasn't dead. "Now!" he shouted to Turgon. Turgon's nose was bleeding, and he didn't know if it was from the sound or not. But as he uncovered his ears, the screech from the children caused him so much pain, he struggled to go forward. The creature turned, and the direction of the attack of their voices died down. Josmus stood in defiance, screaming back in an otherworldly pitch that he would not have been capable of without the mask. Turgon took that moment, dropping the hammer down upon the creature's head and shattering its neck and spine. The creature flailed about, the heads of the children bouncing around like they were grapes being shaken from a bush. Josmus ran and jumped upon the creature, thrusting his blade into its center mass. It seized and then stopped moving. The reanimated children were still. They had defeated this gatherer of mask-wearers once and for all. Josmus removed the mask. "I can see them," he said. "Who?" Turgon asked. "Rornichor, Gak, my master, all of them. They are above us. And they are just floating there, We have to get up the tower. Josmus leapt ahead of him. Turgon struggled to keep up with the agile ranger. Up, 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 they went, passing through from a stairwell to a tunnel to another stairwell as they ascended the interior of the tower that was nothing like the tower as it had appeared before. Then they came at last to the highest point and saw a single doorway sitting along a sheer, dark wall. Turgon looked around and saw nothing but the massive tentacled creature outstretching itself high into the air. The city was engulfed in fire, and thousands of the creatures he had seen before, emerging from the cracks of the city, amassed as far as he could see. The moon was no longer there, and instead, a single purple jewel floated just out of reach. Sleeping, sleeping. That's what it was, a voice said. The one with the mask draws near, Leviathan. Take him. Turgon grabbed Josmus, throwing him back into the inside of the tower. What is this? The voice said. It was at this point Turgon realized it was the jewel speaking. Where are our companions? He shouted. My child, you are but alone within a strange place, and yet you ask of others. What trick is this? I am not alone, Turgon said. You play a game in the mind of another, and you have what was taken from us. I have been every voice and action that you've interacted with. I have consumed all and am all. You two remain in defiance, but nothing can last forever, not even you. Dwarf, have you truly fallen so far? The jewel floated just above him. Turgon had half a thought to try to smack it, but given what he didn't know, he resisted the feeling to be like Rornichor in this moment. The tentacled creature seemed to make a crackling sound. Oh, my sweet aberration, my sweet, sweet creature. He has many snacks, yet he does not feed. He shall consume this world in whole as I have watched it for the days I have been here. You are the queen, the one we fight, Turgon said. No, I am but the guardian of her realm, a power that exists to resist those like yourself. She wakes soon. But first, my aberration will consume me, and then all will be done, and she will birth into the realms once again and in power. The aberration, the tentacled beast, lifted itself over the jewel. Turgon tried to act, tried to reach up and grab the jewel, but it flew higher. Then the creature, known as the aberration, flipped upwards and leaned in to grasp the jewel in a silver beak. But it was at that moment, and to the complete surprise to Turgon, that the creature revealed their companions on its back. Turgon saw each of them, Rornichor, Elieva, Gak, and even Elisu. Josmus flew past Turgon, releasing arrow after arrow into the tentacles that held them, but the aberration reacted, rolling over them. It brought up multiple other arms, each holding random objects from the city, including pillars and pieces of buildings. The sentient jewel floated away. Kill them now, it said. The aberration rose up with bright starlight behind it, as its squid-like legs gave way to whimsical purple and pink waves smashing upon the tower. Rornichor fell on top of the tower, freed from the creature's grasp. "Give me my hammer," he shouted to Turgon. He threw it to him, and the hammer song made a spin, striking hard upon the beast of the creature. It cracked it, fragmenting the creature further, as Josmus managed to now free his master. The ranger fell, rolling off the creature and striking the top of the tower. "We can end this now," Rornichor shouted. "Attack! Attack!" The hammer song was all about stopping whatever was happening, but though Turgon agreed and moved to do just that, the aberration ceased its fighting. The jewel that had been the ever-watchful moon moved toward its beak and was consumed. Now the entire creature ceased up, each of its legs rising up. There was a glint of metal, and Turgon saw it, the golden pipe of the Guardian. "Josmus!" he screamed. "There it is!" Elisu was up now. "Get it, boy. Put an arrow through that." Josmus pulled back and released. The arrow struck near the tentacle that held the pipe, but did not free it. Elisu drew his sword, jumping upon the back of the creature and fighting towards the larger portion of the tentacle that held it. In a furious, slashing rage, he hacked at it with his blade. Managing to hew it in two, he tried to reach for it himself before another tentacle struck him. Turgon saw him there for a moment, and then the ranger flew from the tower. Rornishor was struck next, thrown from the tower too. The others, their other companions, were still bound as now, in several crystal orbs, the guardians appeared helpless and bound by the power of the Fey Queen. But a strange oddity Turgon noticed was that each guardian seemed to have a strange of silver energy tied to each of their companions. It was odd, but in the moment, Turgon just noted it. He ran towards the golden pipe as Josmus did the same. Josmus, of course, got there first and began blowing in it. He was doing 3 notes, trying to replicate that which Shodin had done before upon the tower before they had come to this place. The aberration was much more aware, and now, turning within itself a single form, began to appear in a strange but whimsical void of light, birthing from the creature itself. Turgon could see her, the Fey Queen, as before. The aberration continued to try to grab at Josmus, but Turgon hacked at each tentacle. As he did, it dropped random objects in its grasp all over the top of the tower. Pieces of junk and rubble, mostly. It was like the creature had simply collected anything and everything it could. Yet as he did so, he felt he was getting them closer to a yet unknown goal. A strange satisfaction filled him from within. Josmus kept playing notes over and over, until finally, in a not-so-familiar tone to the one Turgon remembered, something happened. There were several flashes, and then he and Josmus found themselves laying on their backs. Chapter Stjeravadu. Again. Turgon couldn't move at first, but as he regained the ability to do so, he set up. They once again were staring at the city just as before, but they were alone this time. None of their companions were there. Around them were the many pieces of junk from the creature, and looking for the moon and that which they knew was the Fae, Queen's chief guardian. It was far from the city. "Josmus," Turgon said. Josmus set up with him, and still holding the pipe, he exhaled. "I did it, but where are the others?" Turgon stood up, rubbing his head as he looked around. "It feels different, somehow. It isn't even the same time of day as when we came here initially." He helped Josmus to his feet. "I couldn't remember how the song went, so I kept trying. I wonder when I took us to." "I don't know," Turgon said. As they looked around, Josmus picked up a parchment from the rubble and random things the aberration had. "It's a map," he said. But Turgon had saw a glint of something he was more excited by. He swore he saw the stone, the one that would allow them to leave the realm. He did. It was right on top of an odd crystal. He picked it up and found it bound to a silver chain. "What is it?" Josmus asked. "The stone that allows us to leave, but it's on this blue crystal." "Oh," Josmus exclaimed, snatching it. "This goes with the map." Josmus knelt down with the parchment and held the stone over it. The stone began to react to the parchment, the crystal moving towards the edge of the map. "We go towards those mountains," Josmus said. Turgon looked up at the twisted red crags of a range of rocky mountains covered in black trees. "How do you know that, and how do you know how to do that?" he asked. "It's a gypsy trick," he said. "Learned it a while back. Sometimes gypsies enchant their crystals and hide treasures. They say fairies will lead you to treasure from time to time, and I guess your stone is still serving its purpose of getting us out of this realm. At least you found it." Turgon shook his head. "Not quite what I was wanting from finding it. But we know where to go, and since it's before we got here before, maybe we have more time." Turgon wasn't sure what to make of their situation, but at the very least, they had a better understanding of what would transpire. But without their companions, they were in worse spot, and a better one at the same time. Perhaps it will lead us to our friends, and in turn, our friends to the Guardians, and in such, as Shoden even mentioned, a chance for us to have allies against the Fey Queen, her guardian, and the aberration. Then I will lead on. Come on, King. The final entry into the Ranger Apprentice story arc is coming quick. Get your copy now and prepare for the final fight. Chapter 1st. The Mountain. They ascended a road that led up from the rolling green hills, and it was a clear change in the air that Turgon noticed immediately. It was almost as if they had stepped through some form of veil, like they had pierced from one realm to the next. While there had been a slight wind and a somewhat pleasant smell in the fields outside the walls of the town, here the air was getting drier and drier. In fact, there was this distinct warmness the closer they got to the twisted cracks of the mountains. Josmus was eager, holding the parchment and the necklace together every so often to make sure that their path was correct. He looked back to Turgon. The more I've stared at the map, the more I begin to think that this is all Shoden who is guiding us. Look, the map has expanded out, and I see multiple other places that are glowing slightly, but not as much as the mountain area we're going to. Turgon took a moment and looked at the parchment with the young ranger. He could see that there was a distinct change to the map, as it was before, where, when he had looked at it, he had seen the terrain feature some mountains with a single area of these mountains that had the glowing light from the necklace upon it. Now there were other areas, each slightly glowing. I see one over here near this coastline, another over here in this great expansive woods to the east of the central city, and here, near these deserts, yet another, but none of them glow as bright as these mountains. My master would say that Ilisu would enchant things, and what I think is that we have to go here first, and that once we do whatever we need to do here, then perhaps we go to the others. Like I said, I don't know how fast time is moving, but we have the golden pipe. It makes me wonder if perhaps there's other items that we must collect, like if we get all the items. Then we can leave. Turgon shrugged. Perhaps. But let us see what awaits us in these mountains before we think too hard on what it all means. The air was becoming less and less pleasant. While there were some random breezes, it seemed to smell of mold and old dirt. The warmer ones smelt of soot, and that distinct smell that one might get when nearing volcanic lands. The pathway that they were on was a narrow stone road of layered brick, which inferred to Turgon that they were getting closer to some form of civilization. But trudging as he did, looking at the layered stone rising up on either side of them, he had an overwhelming feeling of absolutely nothing. While he had never been here and of course had no idea what to expect, this entire interaction with Shoden, the other Fae, and all of the happenings since they entered the land of Illurinia had just about surprised him to his limit. There was no surprise to be had, and as they came to a rectangular stone gateway, he was still thinking that when a bipedal creature made of stone with fire for eyes and a glowing dark red core upon its chest waved at them upon their approach. "City people," the creature said in a slightly raspy but high-pitched tone. "City people. People from the city. City people." "Yes, we are from the city, but we have come here to see what we can do for you," Josmus said. "Perhaps don't offer our services until we know who they are," Turgon said. "City people don't come here. We are the land of rock and fire, and our people are not liked. It is far too hot here for most, but that's getting better. We're all dying." Turgon was a bit confused by the strange creature's both demeanor and the apparent excitement, if he could call it that, to its soon demise. "Come this way, I can show you." Turgon and Josmus followed the rock creature beyond the stone gateway and towards a half-moon stone structure with a great black pit with smoldering ash at its core. Here, there were dozens of others of the creatures, both the same height that had greeted them and some that are much smaller. Turgon assumed these were children. A great pit has gone dark, which means that we shall die, which I guess is fine. But I really don't want to. I care and don't care. But if you're here, it must mean something. Perhaps the Fey Queen has sent you. Both Turgon and Josmus stopped, staring into the darkening pit. The Queen would not be sending us to do anything for her, Turgon said. But perhaps you can help us. We are searching for our friends. An elf with pointed ears and a bit taller than me. A smaller creature, an orc that talks weird. Well, kind of talks like you in a way. The stone creature clicked its jaw a few times and tilted its head. Turgon went on. A burly dwarf like me with a longer beard, and a ranger of the race of like this child, taller than me. The creature clicked its jaw several more times. So a bunch of people taller than you, one about your size and one shorter. Is that correct? Turgon nodded. Yes, I guess that's one way to put it. No one like that I've seen, and we don't tend to see fleshy people. You're the first in a while. I'll have to convince them not to want to eat you. Rocks eat people? Josmus asked. The creature clicked its jaw a few more times, tiny embers falling from its mouth. We are not rocks. We are the people of the fire. You can call me Granbor. Well, Granbor, what has happened to your fire? It has gone out. For a few moments, the three of them stood staring at one another, as Turgon incorrectly assumed that Granbor would tell them what happened to the fire. After several seconds, he motioned to the pit. Does it just need fuel? It seems that this place is important to your people. Granbor nodded. Indeed it is. Without it, our fires within us, our cores will go out, and we will all become as nothing but piles of stone. You could say that we are all soon to die, but stone and our people as a whole can never truly die, for it just takes other events to force us together, creating a warm bond that's otherwise not there unless forced upon us. You could say in this great realm of Illurinia, in the playground of the Fae, we are but a representation of other things. A bond forced, but fate. As the light goes out, it needs to be restored, but I've never seen it go out. It is quite strange. As Turgon pondered the words that Granbor, the strange fire creature, said, Josmus was the first to piece together different parts of their purpose, here and now why they were standing before a strange rock creature. Did something steal your fire? Well, yes. How else would it go out? It is an eternal flame. But as the eternal flame leaves, we just assume we are going to die. It has happened before, I think. I don't remember. Sometimes I feel like I'm in a constant state of losing my own memory of the events that led me to this place of pain. You're in pain? Josmus asked. Near constant. When the fire comes, it warms me and keeps the pain far from my mind. But the moment we get cold, we feel it again, like we have been stuck in a place for so long and our mind altered to believe something else. I blamed the fake queen, but I also know that she is the key that gives life to all this round. Anyway, yes, something took our fire. He was angry. It was big, and it made its way further past our village and into a dark chasm, but it's more of a light chasm now. Nice warm glow. Turgon put his hands on his hips and looked around at the many figures staring at them. Josmus, I do believe what is changed for these people is the key to this place. Not sure who or what has taken its fire, but I assume we will have to deal with it. You're going to restore the flame? Great, we don't die. That is wonderful, Granbor said. Well, that's not exactly what I just said. You're saying something has taken your fire, but yet you haven't seen our friends. Your friends? What friends? Granbor's lack of a memory had become starkly apparent, and it meant more so that they would not find much more help from Granbor or any other of the stone creatures. Then we have permission to proceed beyond here, Turgon asked, without any issue or offensiveness to your people? We are stone. We are stone people. We have no offense to be had, but you go to our holy place where we were born in the Crucible. It's not exactly a place for fleshy people, but I think you'll be okay. Mostly. Granbor turned away from them and left them to go on alone. The one thing Turgon could say is that their path forward was very clear. Leaving the stone rock village, they proceeded down a dark path that, even though there was sun high above, the narrow crevasse they entered into shielded them from most of the light. But while the air had begun to smell more and more foul, there was a warm light ahead. I wonder if the Fey Queen has actually created all of this. But it seems that most of them are confused and barely have any memory. They say that they get the fire that essentially awakens them at random, but then they go stone and dark, and they forget. Josmus said, "You got all of that from that bit of interaction we had back there." He nodded back to where they had come from. Josmus looked away as they continued to walk. I don't know. I'm trying to understand why this place was created. In some ways, I know that Fae are nothing but tricksters. They lie to do what they want. They promise one thing and they never quite deliver it, or they deliver something completely opposite, and in turn you lose a bit of yourself. I think of my master, Josmus said, looking down at the ground as they continued leaving behind the stone road and walking along one of crushed rock and smidges of embers flowing out from ahead. I feel like he has been working with Shodin for a long time. I know that what caused them to break apart was me. And the more I've started to piece together, the more I believe that I was one of many children my master had, but he refused to give me over. Turgon stopped Josmus for a moment. Shodan mentioned something of this nature, but you know of this? It is in your mind. Yes, and I brought it up to my master before, as it seems like sometimes in my dreams I see things that have happened, and for a while he told me that none of it was true. But there were some dreams he said were true. It made me wonder if I was not dreaming, but tapping into the memories of the others. My master wants to keep me from the Fae, and now we are in their land. I know my master is not the greatest ranger, but he has tried to help me. Now I feel like I have to help him. It's only fair. It is honorable, Turgon said, but I do not believe your master would have you see his rescue or anything to do with him as something that you're obliged to do. He may have made mistakes and he may not be your parent, but I can't imagine a situation where anyone who has taken on a child would expect that child to repay them. To do so would be most cruel, and while I do not know your master as well as you, I can gauge the honor of a man. Your master would have you leave here as fast as possible, if you could, versus ever saving him. Josmus stared at Turgon in the eyes and then looked down. I guess, he said, but I could not be okay with that. He is my master, and we will do what we have to help him and all of the others. Turgon followed just behind Josmus as the young boy checked to his left and right as they had come to a section of narrow rocks. They were still some distance away from the glowing entrance they were headed to. So far there'd been no one else that they had run into except for the stone villagers behind them. In Turgon's opinion, Josmus was a remarkable young boy. He'd had a questionable life and then an equally questionable master, but he was honest. And though Turgon had never had a child, he understands how a father might feel for the young and eager boy. Unlike most dwarves that Turgon had known in his life, this child had a curiosity and eager desire to help. It was something that made him wonder of all the history he knew of the race of men. They come from a place of troubles in the far south, their race seemingly being painted by the evil plays of gods and goddesses, that there was a meek and innocent quality about Josmus. Turgon pondered that if it was this quality that the fifth race, the race of men, was given, that was innately different than the other races. There was a careful wondering that Turgon thought about as they came to a massive wall of rock with glowing orange light. Josmus pulled an arrow from his quiver, drew back on his bow, and loosed an arrow at something running away from them. The arrow struck, and the creature stopped. As Turgon drew his weapon, Josmus ran ahead, holding the arrow in place as the creature squirmed to try to get away. "I don't know what it is, but I got it." As Turgon drew closer, he realized that Josmus had seen something that he had not, and it was the reason why he was so quick to loose that arrow. The creature had a strange construct on its back, and as he drew closer, he realized that it was a small chest. "What do you think it is?" Josmus asked. Turgon reached down and picked up the arrow, still holding the strange, squirming creature. It was like a spider made of stone, with rather large pincers that kept trying to grab at Turgon's hand. The box on the back was black and silver. Using his axe, he separated the creature from the box, and it flipped around a bunch of times on its back before finally scurrying and vanishing up the wall, fleeing from them as fast as possible. The box felt hot in Turgon's hand. He looked for any mechanism with which to open it when, finally, they figured the best thing he could do would be to throw it on the ground. It shattered into several pieces and a bright fire escaped, going back down the chasm they had walked and vanishing. "Maybe that is the fire from Granbor and the others. These tiny creatures have it." Turgon shrugged. "I don't know. It's a bit strange to find anything like that to start with." Turgon looked ahead and into the bright orange passage. There was an undescribable level of heat that he could feel as he pushed his hand towards the opening. "Do you think there's a dragon?" "I hope not," Turgon said, raising his brow at the young apprentice. "We are not set up to deal with that." Still, he didn't know what was ahead, so it could just as well be a dragon, a troll, or any number of things that, in all honesty, he had absolutely no preparation for. There were just two of them, and while Josmus was quite good with his bow, he did not want to face anything the apprentice had mentioned or his own mind had wondered, but he knew something would be ahead. "Come on," he said. "I'm still going with that there's a dragon here," Josmus said. "Don't worry, I fought a dragon before." At least the boy is eager. At this point, Turgon took point, leading them into the warm passage that had snaps of hot air every few seconds. While the gaping maw of the opening into the mountain looked as much of an extravagant gateway as anything else, they began to see a triangular structure expanding out from them the further they walked. The path had turned from that of ash to polished black stone. This was a place that was seemingly the birthplace of the people in the village before, and as they progressed, that made more and more sense, as the walls had strange missing chunks, as if the stone people had emerged literally from the sides of the cavern. And now Turgon was more and more sure of his claim as they came to a turn in the passage, and he saw numerous casings where it appeared the stone people had shook off the frames in which formed their bodies. It was an odd sight to see so many of these rectangular boxes, as if the people were forged into stone and then cracked out of the casing like a mold around their bodies. As he went further and further this way, they began to hear a snicker in the air. "What is that?" Josmus asked. Turgon put his finger to his mouth so that Josmus would be quiet. He was now very sure that they weren't alone, but he wasn't sure what else was sharing this place with them. They came closer and closer to the source of the bright fire. Turgon realized that their foe was indeed someone that they might be able to consider a friend. It was Borlyre, the Fae. But his form was not as they had seen him before, but one of white and black stone engorged with embers and glowing stones. He was taking piles of rocks and pouring them into a mold with a wooden bucket. Nearby, there was a great forge and an equally large fire that burned with a white flame. Turgon pointed. "I believe that is the fire missing from our village before," he whispered to Josmus. "Why did the Fae take it?" Josmus asked. I don't think he took it. I think the Fae was placed here in order to build these stone creatures. An army? Josmus asked. Perhaps. Stay back. I'll deal with the Fae. Turgon wasn't quite sure what he was doing, but at the very least, he knew if the Fae was quick to anger, Josmus would remain unseen and could possibly escape. Possibly. Turgon placed his weapon into its holder and brought his hands up to his waist as he approached Borlyr from the back. "You seem rather busy in here," he said. Borlyr stopped moving and turned just his head, looking behind him. "I am quite busy. I must not be disturbed." "Do you know who I am?" "I said I must not be disturbed," the Fae said. Borlyr continued his work, melting down more of the stones and pouring them into the molds. "What has you so busy that you must not be disturbed?" Turgon asked. "My queen needs more defenders. She is great and powerful. She has seen the future, and now she alters the past. It was not enough to confuse, and now she must make sure that all of us do our part." "So you do your part by making the stone creatures?" "I must not be disturbed. Hundreds go down to the south. They weaken the holds. It is the south that is the most important. It is the south that holds the truth." Turgon thought to the map that his apprentice had, and how the southern parts of the map noted a great desert. "That's the key? There's something there. If that is all, I would like you to leave. I really do not need to be disturbed anymore, and you already have delayed me for some time. Any more, and I might have to take aggressive action against distraction. The Queen needs all of us working hard." "You have others?" "Others here?" Turgon looked around and didn't see anyone else. "Others. Others in other places. They work hard. We must protect our queens. She may—" At this point, Borlyr turned, and his eyes flashed with a bright red flame. "You ask far too many questions. You have disturbed my work. I must add you to the mixture of rock." Borlyr's form suddenly twisted, his scholarly appearance melting away as his skin began to crack like dry earth, revealing molten veins that pulsed with fiery light beneath it. His fingers extended into jagged obsidian claws, while his eyes burned with crimson intensity. Turgon barely had time to draw his sword before Borlyr lunged forward with unnatural speed, the air sizzling around him. Josmus dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the creature's first attack, as scorching heat radiated from Borlyr's transformed body. "What manner of creature is this?" Turgon shouted, parrying a slash that left glowing orange scores on his blade. Borlyr answered with a guttural roar, slamming his fist into the ground. The stone floor cracked and bulged upward as a wave of molten rock surged toward the two companions. Josmus chanted hastily, throwing up a barrier of shimmering blue energy that split the flow around them. But the effort left him gasping. "He's a stone shaper, a Fae corrupted by the Queen," Josmus managed between breaths. "The pipe. We need the pipe." Turgon circled to his right, trying to keep Borlyr's attention, while Josmus reached into his pack. The creature tracked his movement, head tilting at an impossible angle, as superheated stones began to orbit around his body like a shield. "You cannot stop what the Queen has begun," Borlyr hissed, voice like grinding boulders. "Your blood will harden the foundation. Your bones become the pillars." With frightening suddenness, 3 razor-sharp stone projectiles shot from Borlyr's rotating shield. Turgon deflected one with his blade, the impact numbing his arm, but the second grazed his shoulder, cutting through leather and flesh alike with a searing pain. The third embedded itself in a column behind him. Josmus pulled the ornate pipe from his pack, its golden surface gleaming even in the dim light. "Turgon, keep him busy." Growling in recognition at the sight of the pipe, Borlyr charged toward Josmus with terrifying purpose. Turgon intercepted, driving his shoulder into the creature's side, despite the blistering heat. They crashed into an ancient workbench, sending alchemical tools clattering across the floor. The contact burned Turgon's skin, but he pressed his advantage, slashing at Borlire's neck. His blade struck true, but slid against the creature's stone-like flesh, leaving only a shallow groove that leaked molten fluid instead of blood. Borlire grabbed Turgon's throat with one blazing hand, the skin instantly blistering beneath his grip. "Foolish mortal," he snarled, lifting Turgon off his feet. As darkness crept into the edges of his vision, Turgon saw Josmus behind Borlire, the golden pipe now glowing with arcane symbols. Josmus placed it to his lips and blew, not producing sound, but a visible ripple of blue energy that washed over the room. Borlire froze, his grip loosening as the blue energy struck him. He dropped Turgon, who collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. The creature's body began to shudder violently, the molten veins cooling and darkening. Borlire shrieked, a sound like metal being torn apart as cracks spread across his form. "The binding!" Josmus shouted, still holding the pipe. "The old words, Turgon!" Fighting through the pain, Turgon pulled himself up and raised his hand toward Borlire, reciting the ancient words Josmus had taught him. The language felt foreign on his tongue, but each syllable strengthened the blue energy surrounding the creature. Borlire thrashed wildly, sending more stone projectiles in all directions. One sliced across Josmus's cheek, another shattered a glass container that exploded in a flash of purple flame. But the pipe's magic continued to work, slowly encasing Borlire in a crystalline shell. With a final desperate lunge, Borlire hurled himself toward Turgon, claws extended. Turgon met the charge with his blade, driving it forward with all his remaining strength. This time the weapon sank deep into Borlire's chest, through the newly formed cracks in his armor. A deafening screech filled the chamber as Borlire convulsed. The heat emanating from his body intensified for one terrible moment before rapidly cooling. The glowing veins dimmed, the crimson eyes flickered, and Borlire's body began to crumble from the inside out. The hot stones that remained on Borlire's body fell to the ground, and the Fae began to glow bright blue. He looked at Turgon and Josmus, and then smiled. "We have gone back in time, as it seems you have my pipe," the Fae said, looking at Josmus. "I do. I kept it safe for you," he said, offering it. Borlire shook his head. "I have no need for it. But I will tell you that the other three that are trapped across this land will have you seek out their own objects of note. There is a golden paintbrush, a golden bottle of imbibing spirits, and a strange golden duck. Those are the items of the others, and all will have a part to play if we can stop what the Fae Queen has begun. As much as you have reset things with the playing of my pipe, as you did, she is aware, and she prepares. This army is one part of many, but I believe we can severely weaken her power, and I, the other Fae with me, will be able to assist you if you can free them from their prisons. We have both made our path ahead simpler and more complex with the tricks of Illurinia. I will be waiting for the grand signal for the final attack upon the Queen and the path to get us from this place." "You talk of the other Fae, but what of Shodin? He was but a plant in the time before, mindless almost. What is Shodin's part in all of this?" The Fae began to fade away, but not before he spoke these last words. "Dwarf King, the Fae trick and the Fae manipulate, but it is Shodin who plays the true game. Have faith in what you know to be true, and not what you have been tricked into believing." With that, the Fae departed. Turgon and Josmus were left in the darkened cavern, with only traces of embers left from both the battle and the fire that had departed and flowed back to the crevasse and likely to the village. They made quick pace, emerging from the cavernous place and back up the road to the stone village. Even from afar, Turgon could hear the festivities and playing of strange pipes as a great fire now fueled the voided black pit that they had seen before. They had no more than stepped into the village when Granbor came up to them. "So many of our brothers have awoken. So many of our sisters now dance. We shall now live." "I am happy for you," Turgon said. Granbor turned and began tapping his stone hands when he suddenly stopped and turned back to them. "You, one that's kind of short. I know there was something else here, something else I was supposed to tell you. Oh, the thing that was taller than you with pointy ears. I remember that one now. She is here now." "Elieva is here?" Josmus asked. "Where?" Granbor led them into the village on the other side of the fiery pit to find an oddly bewildered figure sitting outside the dancing circle of stone villagers. "Elieva," Josmus said, running her way. The elf stood up, a bright smile crossing her face. "I did not know where any of you were." Turgon smiled, bowing to the elf. "Are you okay? What do you remember?" The elf shook her head. "I do not remember much, if anything, but I appeared here and well aware that someone I knew was nearby." Turgon nodded. "Okay, then it is as the Fae said." We emerged outside the central town, but with not much more than our own memory and a map and parchment. This was the first place that lit up for us to go, and so we came here. "So you've been here before?" Emily asked. "We're retrieving strange objects from the Fae and releasing them from some kind of prison they were put in by the Fae Queen. And it seems that also the others of our company that are missing are somehow held to." Josmus pulled out the parchment. As Turgon and Elieva looked it over with him, he noticed that the next spot on the map was glowing brightly. "We go to the northern coast, an ocean. That's our next path." The Fae's Curse, Fallen Dwarf, Book 10. Chapter Dusra. The Ocean. It was night now in the great plains around the central city of which the Fae Queen's abode stood out to him like an angry premonition of things to come. Turgon knew that no matter what, at 3 days' time, that this entire region would be in chaos. He also knew from the previous interactions with Borlyre that the Queen was aware that the time had been reset, and she was trying to prepare. If Borlyre was creating an army, she was not likely to stop just there. The strange moon loomed high above them, an ever-present reminder of the apparition and the bane of all that would descend upon the tower on the third day. "This place is so peaceful, I almost forget that it's a place of madness," Elieva said. Josmus was skipping slightly as he ran ahead of them. "I always found that madness can be a little fun. It's all in how you look at it. I have to think of it this way, or being in strange situations can be rather depressing. It's a back and forth, to be sure." Turgon felt that the air was colder as the clear skies above them gave no sense of the change of weather. The gusts that tore across the open plains reflected the feeling he had to everything he was seeing. "I would much rather be back home, having an ale, looking out across the vast deserts. All my life I never thought I would yearn for the open sands and the heat, but I find no comfort in a place like this. It reminds me far too much of what started me on this weird path, my conquest against the other dwarven kingdoms. These fields are rather reminiscent of the Riverlands." He watched as Elieva began to skip with Josmus, both of them chuckling to one another as they raced to bound further and further. The road they were following kept going up hills and cutting back down, taking them between large bushes and trees, sparsely placed by the goddess herself. That's what he saw when he looked around outside of the natural and unnatural beauty. This place was the creation of a Fae Queen and nothing else. For some time, as the moon continued to loom ever-present, staying near stationary place in the sky from their point of view, Turgon realized it had been a few hours, and none of them had had any rest. That said, he didn't actually feel tired. It was a good thing considering the fact that they had such limited time. Soon, the road they were following that he assumed encircled the entire green field, outside of the central city, bifurcated off and took them towards a section of rocky mountains. These were not as tall as the ones they had went to before, and in fact more of a border than an actual mountainous region. He could smell the sea, and he knew they were drawing closer to their next mark on the map. The road turned to a narrow pathway and passed between a rocky gate of natural stone, ascending up a slight hill before the sight of the open ocean greeted them. As large pink crystals floated high above the water, he needed no reminders that this place was unnatural yet again. They made their way down the path and to the sand, coming to the water's edge as wave after wave of luminescent light greeted them with the rolling of the waves. "This reminds me of visions of the great ocean that used to be in the far, far north," Illurinia said. "It gives me a strange feeling." "I've seen the glacial seas," Josmus said. "They don't look like this." "That is what is north now," Illurinia said. "I think the time before, when land was where the glacial seas are, and there was a farther northern shore. They say that the polar lights were in your constant rolling phenomena as they layered their magic into the great waves that crashed on the ancient shoreline. Back then, magic was even more present than it is in our world today. They say if you sail into the far north, you're able to see sources of magic rising up from the ocean and feeding into our universe." Turgon stood on the water's edge, hands on his hips, as he scanned for where they could possibly need to go next. As he looked away from the water, his eyes forced to glance back towards the darkness, he could see far, far down the beach that there was a great pink shell. "What you think that is?" he asked. Both Illurinia and Josmus looked, but Josmus was the first to take out his map and look up and back down to the map several times. "I think that's where we need to go. Makes sense. There's nothing else here." They proceeded down the shoreline as night continued over them, and after what didn't seem like too much time at all, they had come to a large wall made of coral interlaced with blue crystals. Here, there was no one at the gate of the city, but in fact, as they walked into the void of twisted coral, they saw many other glowing shells, not just the large one they had seen from so far away. Then Turgon spotted what appeared to be a fish walking, if that made any sense in the description of it. It looked like a normal fish which one would see in the river or ocean, except instead of a fin, it had 3 gangly legs and a handful of tentacles for its arms. It looked over, making a squeaking sound, causing others that just so happened to be in a strange state of sleeping while standing up to waken. It was then Turgon noticed something else rousing in the distance. Dozens and dozens of strange gold ducks. One of the fish people approached them, coming from behind him quite suddenly as the other fish people stared on. But Turgon could not help but notice all the golden ducks that were slowly crowding into the area and were nearly upon them. "You are not from here," the fish person said, a strange bubbling squeak with each word. "We are not. We're travelers from afar," Turgon said. "We are from the city," Josmus said. Turgon looked at Josmus, not wanting him to have said that, but it seemed the best answer to any possible question from the fish people. "From the city. Very good. Everything is great here. Have you seen the lovely sunrise?" the fish person asked. Turgon turned and looked around, but of course he did not see a sunrise as it was the middle of the night. At this point, the golden ducks, they were about the size of a normal duck, were swarming near his feet. As they quacked very quietly, he looked over at Illurinia and motioned to the ducks. "Are all these ducks yours?" Illurinia asked the fish person. The fish person smacked his rather large lips and leaned towards Turgon. "Ducks? There are no ducks here." Turgon stared in disbelief, the blindness of the fish. Perhaps it didn't have good vision, but ducks were now randomly flapping upwards and jumping towards some of the fish, knocking them down. "Is this some kind of weird test?" Josmus asked. "No test, but the sunrise is rather nice. You like the sunrise, or do you not like sunrises?" Turgon looked across the village and noticed that all over the place the golden ducks had taken over. Some of them had nests high up on the shelves, while most walked over the fish that weren't standing and walking around. The only thing missing from this place of utter strangeness was the ducks to be eating the fish. "You do seem to have a duck problem here. How long has this been going on?" "If we have a duck problem, it is your fault entirely. I can't believe you would bring ducks here." The fish person hopped away and then spun about on its tentacles, slapping several of the ducks. "I cannot believe they brought ducks here. Can you believe these visitors from the city?" The other fish did not respond with words, but instead made squeaking sounds. Turgon leaned down to Josmus. "You are seeing the ducks, right?" Josmus nodded. "Maybe they are under some kind of spell," Elieva suggested. "A spell where they don't see ducks, where they assume we brought ducks that now they can see," Turgon said. Elieva shrugged. "Just my idea. Remember, I'm supposed to be dead, so seeing a bunch of strange fish people that look like nothing else in our world who don't see strange golden ducks that are swarming their area, I'm as lost as you." The fish person from before made his way or her way, Turgon couldn't tell, back to them. "This is a rather annoying problem you have brought to us. So many ducks. Why would you do this?" Before Turgon could speak, the fish person continued. You need to go to the sea house. You need to deal with your ducks there. We have realized that there is a very angry duck there, and it is no doubt because you took all of its ducks." "What? We didn't take any ducks," Josmus began, but Turgon cut him off. "Of course, we will talk to that angry duck immediately. We don't want there to be any other issues here." The fish squeaked and then pointed with one of its tentacles behind him. Go to the fish house. Deal with the angry duck. Then you can get rid of all your stupid ducks you brought. I cannot believe you brought all of these ducks here." Turgon had never felt like he was losing his mind as much as he did in this moment. Even in moments of absolute drunkenness where he stumbled barely able to get into his bed, he had never felt quite so confused. He pushed through all of the ducks, moving past the strange layers of the fish people and heading out a coral wall much like the one they had entered. He kept walking, faster and faster, as both Eliva and Josmus struggled to catch up. "Okay, that was weird," Josmus said. "Weird doesn't even start to describe it. I've never seen such creatures like that, not even in my nightmares," Turgon said. The road from the strange fish village was one of shattered seashells and went in a serpentine path around several large shells of a rainbow of colors. Now they crested back by the ocean, and the translucent waves with their glowing light that rolled in every few moments were an almost welcome sight to Turgon versus what they had just seen. In a few moments he saw the place that he can only deem was the fish house, but calling it a house seemed a disservice, as instead of a simple shack or simple stone statue of fish with maybe a hut next to it, it was a grand temple with a large effigy of the fish people from before, but standing atop a flat stone structure. The entrance of the structure had several steps and 2 columns made of slender seashells. They were silverish white in color. Here there were no fish people or ducks, only a lone character that Turgon could just make out from afar. As they came closer, the figure turned, and Turgon witnessed the strangest duck he'd ever seen. It was a massive creature with large crystalline wings and a beak of blackstone. There was a strange, effervescent look to the creature, as it was clear that he did not, or she did not, have feathers, but instead had an aura of energy. "That is Fae," Elieva said. "I know that it is something of the fairies, but I have never seen such a creature." "It is most likely one of the guardians," Turgon said. It will be our task here. But we have not found the golden duck that Borlyre told us about, Josmus said. You want a golden duck? Go back to the village. Turgon realized that this was most likely something that they should have done first, as the duck ahead was fastly approaching them. Back, back. The golden duck must be in the village before us. Yes, Elieva said. There are plenty of ducks there. No, Turgon said. It's like Borlyre's pipe. We already had the pipe. We must need some small golden duck. We have to go back. We have to go back now. But the duck was upon them, quacking in a way the duck would, but with a horrid screech in its sound. It knocked back Josmus and Elieva and flopped down upon Turgon. The dwarf fought, punching the duck in the beak and sending it flopping several paces away. It was about 5 times the size of normal duck, but just as angry as a great goose. Turgon charged at the duck and kneed it before punching it again. He drew out his axe and made a chopping motion, only to be rebounded off by the supposed fairy powers emanating from the creature. Elieva looked to Josmus. I will stay here with him. Go back to the village. You seem to know what kind of thing he's looking for. Go see if you can find the golden duck. So Josmus nodded, and Elieva went to go help Turgon, and he ran as fast as he could back to the village. Josmus had made it back to the village and was swarmed by so many golden ducks, he thought himself quite insane to be trying to find a small one. As he came back into the village, the fish people immediately saw him and began waddling towards him, almost like the ducks that were all around them, but then moving, using your tentacles, spinning about as he crossed into the path closest to him. Up until now, he had not been afraid of the fish people. They seemed to have a different demeanor about them. You have not ridded us of these ducks. Why are there so many ducks here? I'm looking for a duck, a very small golden duck. Have you seen it? You know where it is. You did this. Why won't you apologize for doing this to us and making our life so difficult? We are fish, and we are supposed to be in the ocean, yet we are stuck here, on land, and it's your fault. Josmus stood for a moment with his hands slightly up. I understand what you're saying, but this is my first time coming here. I'm just looking for the duck. Do you not see all the ducks? These ducks are yours. We didn't bring these ducks here. Josmus pushed past the fish, and one of them grabbed him with a tentacle. He grasped it and squeezed. Release me, the ranger said. Why did you hurt me? Why did you grab me? The fish person asked. Josmus realized that nothing he said would be listened to by any of the fish people. In truth, he could see the fear upon them. They were fish, after all. Yet they were on this beach and surrounded by something that probably wasn't their actual fault, but they were seeking to blame anyone. Release me, Josmus commanded. Another one grabbed his arm with a tentacle, and Josmus drew his blade from his hip. He is violent. He is violent? Are you asking if I am violent? Josmus said. We have done nothing to you, yet you bring ducks, and now you bring violence upon us. Josmus knew at this moment the best thing he could do would be to get free of the grasp of fish people without angering them. He began to pull his arm out of their grasp and stare down at the 2 that were grabbing him. The ducks are coming. They're going to eat you. You're but a fish. Do you not fear them? The fish people suddenly changed their focus from him to the ducks. They're here to get us. They want to destroy us, one of the fish people said. At that suggestion, the fish people lashed out at the ducks, and the ducks fought back, flapping and quacking loudly as Josmus took that moment to run and made for one of the shell houses, taking the path of several stack blocks to pull himself up to an upper level. Here he had a good vantage point and could now see that the entire village of fish people were striking out at the many, many ducks. He looked about, seeing that there was a sort of central shell that made up the pinnacle of the village. It was a shell they had seen from the beach from far, far away. Now he traced it back to try to get to it. He slid down from the house and landed on the ground below, sinking into the sand as he sprinted forward, pushing past both the fish people and ducks. Thick slime flew through the air as the fish people fought, swinging their tentacles and slapping the ducks on their heads. Feathers flew everywhere, but there were golden flakes in the air as now the sunrise had finally come, and the glints of the sun's rays made the ducks look almost crystalline in nature. There was no doubt something of the fairy realm themselves. Turgon pushed as fast as he could, nearly being slapped by several tentacles as he made it to the top of a short landing just beneath the great show house. He entered in and could see dozens of orbs that were ensnared by large octopuses. The eyes of the creatures stared at him as he made his way around the many orbs that were hanging about in the air, intertwined in the tentacles of the creatures. There was a stairwell on the other side of a simple wooden rail that went up to a landing and a window. He made his way up the stairwell as a great mollusk head lowered itself in the center of the show house, his tentacles outstretched, not grabbing Josmus, but blocking the door. "I watch the way, I watch the way," it said, a low and visceral rumble to its voice. "And I don't really care." He spun with his bow about drawing an arrow back and releasing it, striking the mollusk in the center of one of its eyes. It squealed and swung with all of its tentacles, attempting to strike Josmus, who dove out of the way and down to the ground, striking one of the orbs. The creature still had Josmus's arrow in one of its eyes, and it had maneuvered its baggy head to be able to look at where Josmus was. Josmus dove again out of the way, knocking down several more of the tentacles holding the orbs. One by one, the orbs burned away the tentacles holding them still as Josmus went through, seemingly breaking free many of the strange orbs. The creature attacking him screamed in its strange voice again before grabbing both of Josmus's legs, dragging him upward. "They are mine. They were given to me by the Great Queen. You are an outsider. You are one of the ones that seem to hurt us." Josmus felt constriction on his legs as he was lifted up high above the ground. But the creature had only grabbed his legs and not his arms, and he was already reaching for an arrow as he was grasped. Now setting it to string, he loosed again, sending 2 more arrows into the creature, both of them impacting near his still good eye. The creature wailed again, flailing about and throwing him against the wall. Now all of the orbs that were constrained by the creature before were flowing out the door that Josmus had come in. His arrows were all over the floor. The creature was coming for him again. He drew his dagger and slashed at the tentacles as they tried to grasp him. "You've taken them from me! You've taken them from me!" The creature wailed. It lowered itself down, taking the form of a strange figure, very tall and slender with a coat of tentacles. But it had been blinded, and from its eyes came yellow fire bursting with every word it said. "You cannot defeat me, for I am the keeper of dreams and the keeper of illusion. I am what I know you can never be, but in truth, you want to be like me." Josmus brought up both of his hands in fist, with his knife in his right hand held in reverse. "I don't want to be you, I'm me. And unlike you, I'm leaving this place." The creature moved for him, but Josmus didn't even have to react as now dozens of curved shell spears struck him in the back. Dozens of figures had come from the outside, and as they stabbed the creature over and over, Josmus fell back, climbing up the stairs and going for the window. It was here he saw a pathway curving around the edges of the shell, and he followed it up to the top. There were multiple ducks had nests. Here he found a single golden trinket high atop the tower. It was the duck that he had sought for. As he took it, he looked down. He no longer saw the fish people from before, but instead saw the slender figures that looked fish-like, but were much more like him than before. They had arms, legs, and plain scaly faces, but now they bore weapons of sharpened shell, and they fought the ducks, knocking them back. Josmus went back inside the shell, where he saw several of them standing, and realized that each of them towered above him, much more so than the fish people of before. "Outsider," one of them said, "you have freed us from the curse upon us. We have been in a state of fogginess and confusion, but now we see it as it is." "So, do you know where the ducks came from?" Josmus asked. "We do not know, but we see them clearly. I have the strangest taste of fish in my mouth, but I have not eaten fish," a figure said to him. "What is your name?" Josmus asked. "Ariala," the person said. "Well, Ariala," Josmus said, "my traveling companions are in need of aid. They fight an apparently large, evil duck fairy thing. If we can avoid these ducks here, perhaps we can get there and aid them." Insert in the duck fight between Turgon, Elieva, and the Guardian. The monstrous duck lurched forward again, its wings spreading to reveal an unnatural span, twice what should have been possible. Turgon rolled to the side as the creature's massive beak stabbed into the ground where he had stood moments before, leaving a crater in the soft earth. "We need to find its weakness," Elieva shouted, drawing her twin daggers. She darted in from the side, slashing at the creature's wing joint, but her blades merely skittered across the feathers as though striking metal rather than flesh. The duck's head swiveled toward her with unsettling speed, eyes glowing with an otherworldly amber light. It opened its beak, and instead of a quack, a blast of concussive force erupted, sending Elieva tumbling backward through the air. Turgon used the distraction to charge again, this time feinting with his axe before dropping low and sweeping at the duck's webbed feet with a leg sweep. The creature hopped over the attack with surprising agility for its bulk, then brought its full weight down, narrowly missing the dwarf, but sending a shockwave through the ground that knocked him off balance. "It's toying with us," Turgon grunted, climbing back to his feet. "This is no ordinary duck." As if in response, the creature's form began to shimmer, the feathers rippling like water. The duck's silhouette stretched and warped, growing taller while maintaining its avian features. Within moments, a hybrid figure stood before them, humanoid in shape but with a duck's head, wings folded into arm-like appendages, and powerful legs ending in webbed feet. "I am Drowa," the creature announced, its voice somehow emerging from its beak, melodious yet distorted. "Guardian of the waters, keeper of the fifth seal, you will proceed no further without the token." Elieva had recovered and circled to Turgon's side. "We need the golden duck," she whispered. "Josmus better hurry." Drowa tilted its head, the movement unnervingly bird-like. "Many have sought the token, all have failed." With blinding speed, it lunged forward, one wing arm extending into a blade-like formation that nearly impaled Turgon. The dwarf parried with his axe handle, the impact sending him skidding backward several paces. Drowa followed, a barrage of strikes forcing Turgon into a desperate defense. Each blow reverberated through his arms, the creature's strength belying its avian appearance. Elieva attacked from behind, hoping to catch Drowa unaware, but without turning, the duck being's other wing swept backward, catching her mid-leap and sending her crashing into a nearby tree. "Your efforts are futile," Drowa said, pressing its advantage against Turgon. "The Queen's will cannot be denied." Turgon's back hit a boulder, leaving him nowhere to retreat. He blocked another strike, but felt the axe handle crack under the pressure. With a final desperate move, he dropped to the ground and rolled between Drowa's legs, swinging his axe at the back of the creature's knee. The blade connected, but instead of blood, a shower of golden light erupted from the wound. Drowa screeched, a sound halfway between a duck's quack and a human scream, and whirled around with renewed fury. "You dare!" it hissed, the amber glow in its eyes intensifying. "For this, I will add your bones to my nest." Elieva had regained her feet, blood trickling from a cut on her forehead. She threw one of her daggers with expert precision, but Drowa snatched it from the air and crushed it in its grip, the metal crumbling like dried clay. "We can't beat it conventionally," Turgon called to her. We need the token. Drowa's body began to glow, power gathering around it in visible waves. The very air crackled with energy as the creature raised both wing arms skyward. "Your time ends here," Drowa intoned. "The Queen will—" A curved shell spear suddenly protruded from Drowa's shoulder, interrupting its ritual. The duck being turned with an angry hiss, only for a volley of similar projectiles to slam into its body from multiple directions. Josmus emerged from the tree line, the golden duck token gleaming in his hand. Behind him came dozens of tall, fish-like humanoids, their scales glistening in the light as they advanced with weapons drawn. "Turgon, I found it!" Josmus shouted, holding up the golden duck. Drowa's eyes fixed on the token, a mixture of recognition and alarm crossing its avian features. "The merfolk. How did you break their curse?" It staggered backward as more spears found their mark. Ariala, standing a head taller than the other fish people, stepped forward. "Your enchantment ends today, Drowa. We remember what you did to our people, trapping us in those primitive forms, making us forget ourselves." The merfolk spread out in a coordinated formation, surrounding Drowa while keeping a respectful distance from its still dangerous reach. Josmus ran to Turgon and Elieva, pressing the golden duck token into the dwarf's hand. "I think you need to use this against it," Josmus explained breathlessly. "The fish people, they're actually merfolk. They were cursed by this creature, but when I found the token, the curse was partially broken." Turgon examined the token, a small, perfectly crafted duck of solid gold, its eyes tiny rubies that seemed to wink in the light. As he held it, the token grew warm in his palm, humming with an energy that resonated with the axe in his other hand. Drowa had recovered from its surprise and now fought with desperate ferocity, its wing blades cutting through shell spears and occasionally finding flesh. Two merfolk fell, but the others pressed their attack, their numbers forcing the duck being to constantly shift its defense. "Now, Turgon," Ariala called out, "while we have it distracted." Understanding bloomed in Turgon's mind. He raised the golden duck token high, and it began to shine with increasing brilliance. "Drowa, guardian of the waters," he called out in a commanding voice, "I invoke the rite of passage." Drowa froze mid-attack, its head snapping toward Turgon with an expression of shock. The token's light intensified until it was painful to look at directly, golden rays lancing out to envelope the duck being. "No!" Drowa shrieked, trying to shield itself with its wings. "The token was hidden. How did you find what I concealed so carefully?" Turgon advanced, the token held before him like a lantern. With each step he took, Drowa's form seemed to become more substantial, more solid, and paradoxically, more vulnerable. "The trickery of the Fae cannot stand before the truth," Turgon said, words coming to him from some ancient knowledge within the token itself. "Your power is broken, Guardian. Yield." With a final desperate lunge, Drowa hurled itself at Turgon, but Elieva intercepted, driving her remaining dagger into the creature's now corporeal flesh. It squealed in pain, momentum carrying it past her to crash at Turgon's feet. The dwarf didn't hesitate. He brought his axe down with all his might, the blade connecting with Drowa's neck at the exact moment he pressed the golden token against the creature's forehead. A thunderous crack split the air. Golden light erupted from Drowa's form, so bright that everyone shielded their eyes. When they could see again, the monstrous duck being was gone. In its place stood a slender figure with iridescent feathers forming a cloak around human-like features. The being knelt, head bowed, all menace gone from its posture. "The token is presented. The guardian is defeated. The passage is earned," it said in a musical voice, nothing like Drowa's earlier threats. "I am released from the Queen's corruption." The merfolk lowered their weapons, sharing looks of confusion and wonder. Ariala approached cautiously. "Are you truly Drowa?" he asked. The being nodded, rising to its feet with fluid grace. "I am Drowa as I was meant to be, before the Queen twisted my purpose. Like your people, I was forced into a form and function not my own." It turned to Turgon, who still held both axe and token. "You have my gratitude, warrior, and my apology for the violence I visited upon you." Turgon lowered his axe but kept a wary eye on the transformed being. "What happens now?" Drowa gestured to the golden duck. "The token remains yours, a key for what lies ahead. I am bound to it, and through it I offer my knowledge and aid against the Queen." A shadow passed over its features. "She will know of this defeat. Her other guardians will be forewarned." "Then we must move quickly," Elieva said, helping a wounded merfolk warrior to sit. Josmus looked to Ariala. "Will your people join us?" The tall merfolk straightened, pride evident in his bearing. "The Queen's curse kept us trapped in our own waters, our minds clouded, our true forms hidden. Now that we remember who we are." He looked to his fellow warriors, who nodded in solemn agreement. "Yes, the merfolk will fight alongside you." Drowa's gaze turned southward, toward distant mountains barely visible on the horizon. "The Queen's power grows by the day. 2 more guardians remain, each with their token. You must secure them all if you hope to breach her sanctum." Now the form that was the guardian drew up and faded away. "Thank you, companions from the outside world. I go to join Borlaire, and we prepare for the fight ahead." In a bit of an ironic state, Ariala and the others of their kind offered to make breakfast for Turgon, Josmus, and Elieva. Now Turgon expected see another one of their companions, but which one they weren't sure. The fish people, as Turgon still saw them, were busy fishing with nets in the ocean, as while they were fish-like in appearance, they seemingly still ate fish by the plenty. Their breakfast had been a significant number of small fish, grilled over an open fire, served with an herbal brew of some kind. It was good, surprisingly good. Turgon even thought it would be interesting to get something like this Ikinidor, but he highly doubted anything from around the realm of the fairies would be able to make it back with them. "No, no, I'm telling you I don't want any fish for breakfast," a loud, boisterous voice shouted across the gathering. Turgon looked up, hearing the familiar sound. "No, no, I'm not one for breakfast unless you've got ale to my liking, which I'm not thinking you do. Why am I here? Can any of you fish heads tell me that?" Turgon spotted Rornachor some distance away. He stood up. "Hammer song!" he shouted. Rornachor looked over, a large smile beaming. "Thank Throka, I found you 3. He made his way to them as the fish people brought over more bowls of fish. "I don't want any fish. I just woke up." "It is good to see you, dwarf," Elieva said. "Yes, it is good to see you," Turgon told him. "Are you okay?" "I don't know. I woke up to a feeding frenzy of fish people and no memory of where I had been." "It is normal," Elieva said. "As normal as one can expect, I guess." "Yes, it seems that our insane Fey host in this land has placed some of our company in random places. Elieva was kept in the mountains. You were kept by the sea. We still look for Elisu and Gak-Gak. Do we have any idea where they are?" Turgon nodded. "Josmus, show him the map." Josmus pulled it out and showed it to Rornachor. Now, staring at the map, Josmus pointed to an area ahead. It was the Great Woods on the eastern part of the map. "This area is glowing now, so it's next," Josmus said. "These 2 areas," he said, pointing to the mountainous region and their current region, "we've done." "You all have done half of the adventure without me," the dwarf Romachor said. "Well, you didn't have to deal with all the ducks like us," Turgon said. Very well, Romachor said. Now it's just a question of what's going to be in these woods. I might have preferred the ducks. Chapter Mundram. Dark Woods. Turgon slowly felt that they were getting their group back together. First, finding Elieva and now Rornikor, he was feeling more and more hopeful. But it had taken them an entire day of walking to even get within insight of the woods. Now, evening was fast approaching of what would be the second day, and where before, when they left the ocean region and the home of the fish people, he felt encouraged by how quickly they were progressing in this journey, had now taken them longer than he expected. He didn't know if it was the sheer distance or a delay overall as they continued to draw closer and closer to the forest. He began to feel a heavy haze upon his head. It was almost as if before, when he was first going towards the mountains with Josmus, the sudden change of cool to hot air, but instead it was in his mind, like a deep fog confusing and otherwise confounding his process of understanding what was around him. It was a dissonance, for lack of a better term, and he did not like it. It was a constant feeling that something was wrong, but not being able to understand what. He knew he was in a place of confusion. He knew of how the Fey realm worked. But as they drew closer and closer to the woods, and the sun sank behind the mountains beyond and behind them, he began to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Trees. Every time I get near trees, Rornikor said, I expect elves. I don't like elves. I never have, and I never will. Oh, really? Elieva asked. Well, not elves like you, I don't mean that. I mean other elves, most other elves. Okay, because that makes perfect sense. You don't like elves, but not elves like me, but other elves. That's not what I said, Rornikor said. That is what you said, Turgon said. Rornikor laughed. Listen, we have enough craziness going on in this place without you two trying to confuse me. Besides, I can't quite focus. Not a moment of pure thought that isn't messed up somehow by this weird feeling hanging near. So you feel it too? Elieva asked. Turgon stopped, and both Elieva and Rornikor looked at him. You both feel this too? He asked. Yes, of course. It's been a strange feeling almost constantly. My mind keeps bouncing about, Josmus said. Are we all feeling this? Turgon looked at the last glimpses of the second day and back to Josmus, Rornikor, and Elieva. We've been in a place of madness since we first started dealing with Shodin and the Fae in general. Now, I think, as we have spent so much time here and as we try to understand every nuance action, we are seeing different aspects of the insanity placed upon us. They stopped just outside the forest. Turgon wasn't sure about everyone else, but he assumed that if his legs were sore that the others needed a rest too. It is a quick moment that they had not all had together since well before now. Rornikor, Josmus, and Turgon got a fire going with Elieva, noticing a few different vegetables and herbs nearby. She began gathering them, and through some form of internal magic that Rornikor had no idea about, she fashioned a bowl and filled it with water from a nearby stream. Soon she had a boiling mixture, and then formed several cups out of clay, heating them with her hands before pouring the substance almost as quickly as she had gathered the herbs into each cup. Not only did you cook, but you created containers out of nothing, Rornikor said. Maybe if I had been a few ales deep, I may have passed out and came back to and seen it, but I'm not. And you did this right before me. What kind of sorcery is this? Well, some magic is innate. It is an internal feeling that one can sense in the world, but there was a time where different magics were taught, when war and strife was not common, and in turn, more useful enchantments could be had. She looked down at the cup in her hand. I did not think I could still do it, but as an old form of crafting that the longer I stayed in the state of... She looked at her hand, looking at it back and forth. Alive, she said, then touching her head. The more I feel connected to my old body. It's strange. But, she said, taking the tension now away from herself and putting it on a creation she had made, I have made dinner for you. It isn't much, but it will be something that's warm and otherwise give you a bit of a boost, particularly in the mind. I think we all need it. Turgon sipped the herbal brew. It tasted oddly of cinnamon, but had a unique body and a full mouthful. As he drank it, he felt any hunger in his body going away. The moon had drawn significantly closer to them, and as he sipped the rest of his drink, he looked up at it. I keep thinking how our good friend Silra completely avoided this chaos. I'll be honest with you, Turgon, Rornachor said. The next time I get any sense of some crazy adventure, I'm getting blackout drunk. You won't be able to wake me. You won't be able to rouse me, and you might as well just gag me from the hard snoring you're going to hear. I'm also never going near a fairy fountain of any kind, ever again. I'd rather sleep in elven trees than go near fairies. You assumed the elves would have you, Elieva teased. Josmus laughed at the interchange. Then Turgon noticed the boy looking into the woods. What is it? Turgon asked. I see something. I see something in the woods. They each glared directly into the trees, unsure of what it could possibly be that the boy saw, but expecting almost anything. Then Turgon saw several tall figures that looked like elves, but had distinct crystalline skin. It was in the shine as they approached. He didn't see any weapons, and he did not see any threatening movement, just several figures walking calmly towards them. Rornachor stood, lifting up his hammer and putting that across his arms, as Elieva remained sitting but had her bow on her lap. Travelers, a voice said, raising a hand. Yes? Turgon asked. You are lost. We think you need help. We are not lost. We journey to these woods with purpose. Are you the inhabitants here? They had drawn closer at this point. Turgon saw that they were not as tall as he had thought, but they were shorter, almost dwarfish in nature. The longer he stared, the more he realized that they in fact seemed to be some form of dwarves, and the crystalline skin he had seen before from afar had faded away. As now they stood within only a few paces of them, seemed to be a merry band of dwarves with long beards, not too unlike their own, and a distinct happiness about them. We sensed something was wrong, and so we headed to the edge of the woods. We have a nice cave deep in the woods to keep us sheltered from this crazy moon. If you are traveling here, you must not be from our region. Are you from the city? We are outsiders, Turgon said. Outsiders, oh yes. I have to assume that you are coming here with purpose, perhaps looking for someone. Perhaps we are. What help can you give? Turgon said. Whatever help we can, fellow dwarf. I have been trapped here myself for a very long time. I fell for a phase trick, and now I don't ever expect to actually get to leave, but I would like to offer any help I can to you. The dwarf-like person came towards Turgon and reached out with a hand. I'm from the old lands, the lands now known as the glacial seas in your world. At one time, I owned a uniquely prosperous business, transporting rare animals from the north down to the south. Now I and what's left of my crew dwell in these woods. I'll be straight honest with you, one dwarf to another, he said, bowing his head before looking at Turgon in the eyes. I don't want you stuck here. I want to be able to do what I can to get you out. I've been where you were, and I didn't quite make it, but I and my companions, what remained of them, will do everything we can to help you. I've even got ale. Well, then why did you have any delay? Rornachor said. Rornachor immediately walked towards the woods as Turgon was still trying to understand who or what this dwarf was before. You're in a situation, the dwarf said. I don't want you to end up like I did. We have been trapped here for I don't know how long, but I see what you struggle with and I want to help you with it. It's the least anybody should do. Josmus was waiting for Turgon's word, and Elieva followed after Rornikor. "Rornikor, wake up," Elieva said. "You have had enough tricks being in this place," the dwarf said. "Let me give you some semblance of peace. You deserve it." Turgon had never been the most trusting of individuals, and he did not trust these figures before him. His mind still saw what he had saw before. They weren't dwarfs. They could not have been dwarfs. But the longer he stood there, the longer the figure stared at him, the calmer he felt. Rornichor and Elieva had already vanished from sight to the woods, and he couldn't let his friends go there alone. "Come on, Josmus. We need to catch up with the others." "Yes," the dwarf from the woods said. "They are already enjoying good drink and food. We will hear of your plight and go forward with trying to help you." They descended deeper into the woods as the woods itself lay on the lower plane of land, and the deeper they went, the further down they'd gone. And soon enough they came to a rocky outcropping where there were numerous large fires and several other dwarves. Soon they were imbibing in food and drink. The ale was warm, and they had just recently killed a large deer. The smell of cooking warmed Turgon's nose, as he had not had anything of substance in some time. Even Elieva, an elf, seemed to be very eager to eat the meat being cooked. Turgon at first did not feel as calm as he should have, but as the pipe tobacco came out and the aroma filled the air, he felt himself becoming looser and looser, and Rornikor was imbibing in the ale. "How have you done all this, especially here?" Rornikor asked. While the dwarves had a cave, as Turgon and the others had been told, they also had a large distillery and many other typical findings that you might have in a long-term dwarven settlement. "We have been stuck here for quite a long time, but what we have found is that some of the stone people in the Red Crag Mountains, they are not so friendly. And then we visited near the ocean, but I've never liked fish," the dwarf said. "I had my reservations of going to a woods, old issues of the dwarven nature," he laughed, looking at Elieva. "But we were going to make it here. There were creatures at one time that hunted outside the city walls in the Central Plains. Those were not too great, but here they cannot reach us." "Do you know how long you have been here?" Josmus asked. "We do not. Time has almost no meaning, and as time has gone on, I can't even tell you how old I am. It's something about the woods makes you forget. Time does not mean what you think it would, but I do not want us to dwell on that. If I had to guess, I would say, time is most important to you all with hope to leave. It is why when I sensed you on the edge of the woods, and I told my companions we needed to approach you no matter what you thought. I'm here to help, and if you have an issue, I know I can use it." Turgon looked up the dwarf. "Use it?" he asked. "Use it to help you. You'll lose your mind in this place, and sometimes the worst situations you don't even know you're in. You wake up years later and realize that you have been lied to, led away, isolated from those that care about you. It's how the Fae got me, and I can't leave, but I want to make sure I can use whatever you have. Well, we have a lost friend, and we're also trying to find a certain object," Josmus said. "Have you noticed anything strange in the recent day or so?" Turgon asked. "I do not know of anything strange recently. Things have been normal here. Like I said, we are kind of shielded from such strangeness," he said. "But there is a place a bit deeper into the woods. It may be of use to you." "A place?" Turgon asked. "It is an old temple in the woods, a tower. It is rather simple, but it might have some luck for you, but I can direct you there, or I can take you." "We can go on our own," Rornikor said, quite suddenly standing. "Are you okay, friend?" the dwarf from the woods asked. "I am fine, but I think you should direct us to this tower, and we will look at it ourselves." "Of course." Turgon stood, and Josmus and Elieva followed him. Rornikor was following right behind the dwarf, who kept looking back at Rornikor and looking ahead. "I will take our guests to the old tower, or more," so I'll point them in that direction. He corrected himself. The forest dwarf had taken them further into the woods and down to a stone bridge going over a purple river to give a slight luminescent quality to the bushes around it. "Just go down this road and you will find it," the dwarf said. Rornakor looked at Turgon and nodded his head. "Come on, follow me," he said. Yosmus and Elieva went directly behind Rornakor, and Turgon took a moment to nod at the forest dwarf. "Thank you," Turgon said. The dwarf said nothing and backed away and out of sight. As soon as they had crossed the bridge and began on some dirt road lit by glowing mushrooms, Turgon ran towards Rornakor. "You went from drinking happily to suddenly wanting to leave." "That man is lying. Every word he has said has been a lie. The ale doesn't even have alcohol." "A lack of alcohol is causing you to feel like this?" "He's far too helpful, and I didn't like his little change of verbiage. His little needed something to use. It was like he knew what we wanted or wanted to hear, said it, and then after giving us all the things we could want, he pried deeper. I felt calmness there, but his questions were strange." Turgon increased their pace, walking ahead with Rornakor as both of them scanned their surroundings. The tower, he was very quick to offer the tower. Perhaps he actually does want to help some. He seemed very jovial. "Very jovial," Turgon said. "Yes, very jovial, very helpful. Sometimes that comes from a place of goodness," he told the boy. "But some of the most deceiving people have a way about them, the way they look, as if they would like to help. They say the words that you've been wanting to hear, and then they look at what's familiar. Ways they can sympathize with you and seem like they have something in common. But in truth, they are nothing but hollow shells. They are not even true people themselves, and they seek out what they wish they were in other people." "Why do they seek them out?" Josmus asked. "Because it's something they feed on. I once knew a man that had grew up without any place to call home," Turgon said. "I'll cut to the very end, and in that he tried to put a blade in my throat. These people normally cannot be trusted, though you want to." Turgon felt a sickness in his stomach. It was almost as if he had taken away the veil in his own eyes, and he could never look back to see it quite like before. As he thought back to the forest dwarves, he did not see them as dwarves anymore, but crystalline forms. On the outside, they looked normal, but the longer he thought of the memory, he saw nothing but hollow blackness. They had come to a lone wooden tower with a single ladder that ascended to the top. One after another, they made their way up the ladder, and Turgon was the first one to crest up to the very top, to see nothing but blank wood. The top of this stone tower capped a plank of tree bark, had nothing at all. He looked around and across the vast woods around them, and found that, as enchanting as it appeared from the outside, from up here it was just barren woods without a single light. There was a soft fog just about midway down the tower, and it seemed that was the void of the spell that they were all under. "There's nothing here," Elieva said. "The point of this is that they want us to be stuck here with them. They want to drag us into this place. They give us hope. But nothing's actually there. We have been tricked beyond tricked, my friends," Turgon said. "So what now?" Rornachor said. "All we can do is leave this place, but if our friend is trapped, we must go get them, for they may not even know they are trapped." "Well, it's either Elisu or Gak-Gak. Either one of them could be kept." "But where?" Elieva asked. "Likely right beside us." They were likely right beside us as we drank and ate and spoke with the dwarf thing. We will go back and we will free our friend." They made their way back the way they had come, but Turgon sensed something in the air. Then there came a distinct scratching sound in the canopy, followed by silence. "Keep watch," Rornachor said. "I heard it too," Turgon whispered. "My friends, you were to stay, not leave," a voice said through the leaves of the trees and seemingly all around them. "You were to stay. You were to stay." Turgon motioned for the others to stop. Before he could say or do anything, spiders descended from the canopy without warning. 8-legged terrors, each the size of a pony, their carapaces gleaming with unnatural iridescence. Astride each beast sat a dwarf, though dwarf no longer seemed the right word for these creatures. Their crystalline skin caught the light of the glowing mushrooms, fracturing it into prismatic patterns that danced across the forest floor. "They're coming!" Rornachor shouted, drawing his weapon. The spider riders moved with impossible grace, weaving between trees and over branches in choreographed patterns. They didn't charge directly, but circled and spiraled, their movements hypnotic and disorienting. "Don't look directly at their patterns," Turgon warned, shielding his eyes partially. "They're trying to enthrall us." One dwarf thing twirled atop its mount, releasing a shower of glittering dust that hung suspended in the air. Where the particles touched bark or leaf, they transformed into tiny luminescent blooms that pulsed in rhythm with the rider's movements. Josmus swung his staff at the nearest spider, but the creature pirouetted away, its rider giggling with a sound like wind chimes. "Too slow, flesh child," the dwarf sang, its voice somehow both melodious and deeply wrong. 3 more spiders descended, their riders plucking instruments fashioned from what looked like curved bone. The music sent waves of drowsiness through the party. "Cover your ears," Elieva commanded, her hands already weaving complex patterns. "These aren't fighters, they're enchanters." A spider leapt at Turgon, who ducked and rolled beneath its reaching legs. The dwarf atop it pouted theatrically before tossing a handful of seeds toward him. Where they landed, vines erupted from the soil, writhing like serpents. "I need to reach the center of their camp," Turgon shouted, hacking through the grasping vegetation. "The golden bottle must be there." Rornachor stood back to back with Josmus, blades flashing as he severed spider silk being spun between trees. "They're trying to web us in." The spider riders began to dance in earnest now, their mounts stepping in perfect synchronicity as they wove an ever-tightening circle. Flowers bloomed and wilted with each step, mushrooms erupted and collapsed, and the very air seemed to thicken with enchantment. "Enough!" Elieva's voice cut through the woodland symphony. Her eyes burned with inner light as she raised both hands toward the canopy. "Shield your eyes." The first explosion of magic burst like a star among the branches, showering the area with motes of golden light. Where they touched the spider riders, the creatures froze mid-motion, faces locked in expressions of surprise. A second blast followed, then a third, each concussion of magic sending waves of stunning force through the fairy host. "Now, Turgon," she called, her voice strained with effort. "I can't hold them all." Turgon sprinted through the momentary opening in their ranks, leaping over a paralyzed spider whose legs had locked in mid-scuttle. Behind him, he heard Rornachor's battle cry as the warrior engaged the creatures recovering from Elieva's assault. The center of the encampment lay just ahead, a ring of those strange mushrooms surrounding what appeared to be a miniature throne fashioned from knotted wood and spider silk. Upon it sat what they sought, a golden bottle that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the ambient light. As Turgon reached for it, a dwarf queen materialized before him, her body seemingly composed of forest shadows and moonlight. "Would you steal our essence, mortal?" she asked, her voice like falling leaves. "Without it, your friend remains ours forever." "You've taken what isn't yours," Turgon replied, feinting left before diving right. "A person isn't something to be kept." The queen's hand extended impossibly, fingers elongating into branch-like appendages, but Elieva's final stunning spell caught her mid-transformation. The blast knocked Turgon forward, his fingers closing around the cool metal of the bottle. "I have it," he shouted, clutching the vessel to his chest as he rolled to his feet. The forest seemed to inhale around them, mushrooms dimming, spider riders retreating into the shadows with hisses of disappointment. The queen's form dispersed like morning mist, but her voice lingered. "The bottle grants one wish, traveler. Use it for your friend or for escape. You cannot have both." Turgon rejoined the others, all breathing heavily from the encounter. Elieva leaned on her staff, magic spent and pale. "What did she mean?" Josmus asked, eyeing the golden bottle. Turgon's fingers tightened around their prize. "It means we have a choice to make, and little time to make it." Above them, the spiders regrouped in the canopy, their riders preparing for another descent. Turgon had smashed through every single barrel as the spiritual, strange fairy dwarves continued to dance around the trees and arachnids ever since the explosion of energy from Elieva. As she had gone through every single barrel, Turgon eventually found the golden bottle of spirits, and in turn he opened the top. A spinning energy flowed up and out, sweeping through the entire strange village and purging every single entity that was there. There were a series of snaps, and like smoke flowing towards them, their enemy filled the bottle. "Golden bottle of spirits," Turgon laughed. "Not quite what I expected, but okay." In a few moments, Gak appeared before them, jumping up and down erratically. "Crazy. They are all crazy," the orc said. Elieva and Josmus were the first to run towards him and check him over as now the entire woods shifted from the dark hue they were to then encapsulate the rising sun in the distance. All of the trees suddenly lit up as if they were standing in great elven forests, and fairies fluttered high in the tops of the trees. The guardian fae stared at them and bowed. "You have done the impossible to cut through the dissidents, to see through the supposed help that the evils of this wood offered." Turgon nodded. "It has taken much help from each of us to keep each other straight." The guardian bowed. "It is in true friends that we must lean on in these darker times. Then it is the courage to do what is ever necessary to free oneself's mind. I can sense that only one of us remains locked away, and that time draws near. Seek out your final friend and my final kinsman. We will be there for you, and we will get you out of this place." The pathway out of the woods revealed itself before them as the trees pulled away, and a great light poured from the sun, rising up all the way to their path to the central field. As they stood upon the meadow for the first time in this state of Illurinia, Turgon could hear birds singing with the morning sunrise. "With the morning lights, I still find peace," Elieva said. "It sounded like you're about to start a song," Turgon said. "It is an old song, one that still brings me peace. I thought of it a lot as I drew near my death in my first life. It comes to mind now as I recall much. But the morning lights to me will forever be a calmness to me." Chapter Nangavadu. Men of orderly oddness. Turgon knew the smell that was in the air, the heavy smoke which was a mix of grass and that of flesh. The sky had been so black for so many hours that they had lost all track of time, and now as they drew to the final mark on the map that Josmus had, he wondered what trouble they would find the ranger Elisu in. "So if I understand the story from the fish people, you're telling me that this place is where all the armies are gathering." "I don't know, Rornikor," Turgon said. "We do know that the Mad Queen herself is attempting to summon some formal army, as we understand it. It is down this way." Turgon watched as massive fireballs leapt up from the ground. "Heavy artillery," Rornichur said. "What kind of battle would be going on?" Elieva asked. Turgon didn't know, and he couldn't guess. "The kind I don't want to be a part of," Gak said. "Well, hopefully we won't have to be," Josmus said. "The map says there's some kind of settlement here." Turgon was curious of exactly where they were going. He had seen the map that Josmus had glanced at, and could see that the markings were indicative that there was some form of city, not too unlike the massive center city, to where they would go after this. They came to the top of the hill and looked down to an expansiveness of rolling dunes and silver sand. Ahead, where it was marked, there was a city. There was no city, but a single lone black tower. All around the base of the tower was makeshift camps, and even from afar he could tell there were multiple large longhouses. Beyond that he could see across the great dunes. In the distance fire and smoke rose up. There seemed to be some kind of battle, but from this distance none of them could see what it was. They approached the gateway of the tower structure, and as they did so, two guards standing to either side bowed slightly to them. "We did not know you were coming, but the general will be happy," one said to Turgon. "General? You know the general. Everyone knows the general. He leads us to the glory of the high city. Go on. He was expecting you. He will get you suited up as best needed, and provide anything necessary." Turgon continued to lead the companions, taking them past multiple large forges up a road, all the way past a large kitchen. "At least they seem to be eating well," Rornichor said. Turgon could see plenty of food and large servings of fruit, unlike anything he had ever seen. There was still the repeated barrage of artillery, stones streaking across the sky, landing amongst the enemy, that to this point was unknown to Turgon and the others. Now they came to bridgeway that they did not expect, and it was up until this point they thought they were on even ground. But there was a massive subterranean portion to the tower, and it was from here, while Turgon was gazing down, realized that there was a city here. He just could not see it before. Far beneath them there was a massive road that seemed to lead out to the far south. As he glanced, finally being able to see from the vantage point he was at, towards the dunes far beyond, he could see glowing crystals, and beyond that heavy smoke. Below them, columns of soldiers marched in the direction of the battle. "What is this place?" Rornichor asked. "It's like a strange exhibition. From afar you could see the tower, the walls, the tents. But yet there's an entire region that is beneath our feet, where it seems these soldiers march out to fall upon that distant field or, I guess, sand dune." "When do we think we will find Elisu?" Elieva asked. "I think we should start with this general. Besides, they told us he was expecting us," Turgon said. They continued the road they were on, coming to the outside of the great tower, and as quickly as they saw that someone noticed them, they were ushered in the front door. Multiple servants came to them bringing simple robes but offering any number of items from food to drink to even a bowl of ice. "Why did they try to give us ice?" Elieva asked. "Well, if you're a people of the desert, ice is a commodity like none other," Turgon said. "We wish you to feel welcome here. It is as the general would have it," one of the servants said. They were led to a stairwell, and up and around they went up the staircase, coming at last to two wooden doors. They stood at the top of stairs looking to the left and to the right, when suddenly the door to the left opened up. There was screaming and shouting. They could hear a raised voice but could not understand what was being said. In a few moments a man in broken armor emerged limping. As he passed he glanced at the others but then averted his eyes. Turgon realized the man was bleeding, but not from battle, but from recent wounds. "Are you okay?" Josmus asked. But the man shrugged. "I am fine, and I failed, and thus I am punished, and I will do better." One of the servants, garbed as before, came to the door and closed it. When the door to the other side randomly opened, the men coming from there were happy, smiling as behind them, Turgon saw Elisu. "You are doing a fine job in securing the northwest portion," Elisu said. "We're going to do great. I do think that the new offensive will push us deeper into the ravine." Elisu's eyes traced over to Turgon. "My king, you have come after so long." "I have been waiting for you." "Elisu?" Turgon asked. careful of his words. Yes, I have just the thing you're wondering, and that's why I'm doing this. I'm doing it for you, for all of you. I have raised a grand army, and it will take care of all of this, and all you need to do is come in and sit down. Everything will be taken care of. Elisu led them into an adorned room with many fine weapons that appeared to be of almost elven or almost dwarven fashion, but everything was a bit off. The hilts were not straight, and even the double-headed axe that was clearly meant to be dwarven had very strange rounded edges. The longer Turgon stared, the more he saw wrong. There were many wooden chairs strewn around an oddly shaped table that should have been rectangular, seemed as if it was crafted by someone who was highly intoxicated. As the others followed Elisu to a grand room overlooking the dunes and, even beyond that, the battle itself. I trust that everyone treated you well. You had no issues, Elisu said as Turgon was still distracted by the strange assortment of decorations. Turgon looked up to see Elisu holding him out an ale. Turgon took it, as did Rornachor, but Rornachor looked up at the air above them, and Turgon noticed a strange skeletal creature, a trophy of some kind. "Is that supposed to be a dragon?" Rornachor asked. "Oh, Rornachor," Elisu said, "you know what that is. I expected dwarf like you to have slew many of those beasts." Rornachor went to talk, but then Elisu cut him off. Come sit down. I will tell you of my plan. You are going to be impressed because it is one of the best plans I've ever come up with." As Turgon went to sit down, he looked over to Josmus, who seemed to be afraid. Turgon had never known Elisu to any type of military planner or strategic person. Elisu was a ranger, and that's what he knew of him. "Ever since we started dealing with these Fae, I've wondered of how I could prove of how bad they were. They speak negative of us, of all of us. They are jealous of us, and I understand that now. I have some memory of the tower and of you, Josmus, playing a strange tune. I knew I had to be better, and so I became it." "You have some kind of strategy here?" Elieva asked. "One to rival the greatest of elves. There's a grand plan." "We have been freeing the Guardians," Josmus said. "They are the key to us being able to be successful. I don't know exactly how it all goes together, but we have come to set you free from this place." "Free?" Elisu asked. "I've no need for any type of freedom. I assumed the others struggled, but I have been here in command of many. It seems that the Queen herself was summoning an army here, but upon my arrival I was attacked by multiple shadow specters, some kind of Fey enemy. I struck them down and earned the command of the forces here. I've been gathering all volunteers that wish to usurp the Queen's power. Our grand armies march almost continuously into the great ravine of the desert. It is there, yes there, that true power exists. I'm going to capture it." "Elisu," Turgon said, "I don't know what you are seeking to do here, but we have limited time before the Queen and her apparition are upon this place again. We were given a very narrow window to change things, and now we have the advantage of all of us. We will go, and with the help of the Guardians we'll be able to get out of this place." "Out of this place?" Elisu asked. "You don't understand all of this," he said, referencing the room. "Is possible by me, yet you doubt me. Have you come here to come against me? No. We came here because you are the last of our lost companions. We came here because in every other case, me and Josmus have had to do something to rescue both the companions such as yourself and one of the Guardians. You see," he said, looking at Josmus, "the dwarf is worried about the Guardians that tricked us, the Guardians that led us astray. Now, I will tell you that I respect you for attempting what you've attempted, but it is not necessary anymore, Dwarf King. Just listen to me and everything will be fine." "I don't know about that," Gak said. "Orc, you lost your war. You were defeated by the tacticians of the elves, and I tell you, my plan is better than theirs. And perhaps you should use your armies, and instead of attacking into the desert and some ravine, you should march upon the city. Secure the city and the tower of the Fey Queen. Then we will all go together and defeat her in battle once and for all." "See, you are distracted," Elisu said. "The Fae wish to keep you battling their own people, but the truth is that, as I've discovered it, that the power to this realm exists out in the desert. My plan sees us claiming it." "But what is your plan?" Josmus said, standing up. "You keep talking about your plan, but never what it is." "Don't you be disrespectful to me, apprentice," Elisu snapped. Josmus sit back down, and Turgon slowly stood. "Perhaps you should talk about this privately. Let the others rest. We've had quite a journey to get here." Elisu was breathing fast and staring at Turgon, and then glancing over at Josmus. "One commander to another," Turgon said, walking towards Elisu. At this point, Turgon could sense that Rornachor was starting to stand, and he motioned for him to sit. Turgon had a strange feeling that whatever state Elisu was in, he was particularly paranoid. "Take me out to the balcony, and perhaps you could show me your plan, and we can go over how I and Josmus and the rest of us can best fall into it." Elisu seemed to snap out of the state he was in, and looked at Turgon, nodding with a smile. "Of course I will show you." Turgon looked back at Rornachor and pointed to Josmus, as already Gak and Elieva were sitting beside him, and it seemed that the boy was upset. Turgon walked past a large map of the desert region, but while there was an inkwell and brushes and several large bottles available, there was no plan at least written down or marked on the map, as if a general was commanding other officers. Instead, Elisu stood at the balcony looking out across the grand expanse of the deserts. From here, Turgon could see the clouds rolling in the distance and lightning striking at random, that it seemed energy expelled from the clouds struck down like waves upon the seashore, and there was an energy transference into the ground, creating even more of the crystals. From here, Turgon noticed that the artillery that had been firing almost constantly was simply landing in an open field of burning rocks. "I have set this all up. It is really genius. Now you just have to trust me and only me. I got us into this, Turgon. I have to get us out of it." "I understand," Turgon said. "I do, when saying you were a bit harsh with the boy back there. He has worked hard to make you proud." "Make me proud. That apprentice has been much trouble to me. He is fortunate. He is fortunate that I have done all I have for him." "He is a good boy. You're fortunate to have him." Elisu shrugged. "I wish I had better generals." "You understand how difficult it is with some of these people. They forced me to criticize them, but I just want them to be better. If they would just listen to what I say, they would understand that I am kidding when I say such negative things of them, but they need to know. No one would care about them as much as I do. I'm sure you understand, and in your command you had in time, that sometimes people are just stupid, right?" Turgon turned away from Elisu and looked across the field. He could see the armies marching directly into the great storms far off. "You understand what I mean, correct?" Elisu questioned again. "I believe this place is maddening. I believe that every interaction that we have had here with those that are from this place has been a way to increase the dissonance in our own minds. There's been many issues here. Do you see what I've done? I have created this grand army." Turgon looked about and saw that now there was no one in the dunes that they could see from the balcony. "You do say that," Elisu said. "I know you do. It can be difficult to understand exactly what is going on here." Turgon looked at Elisu, looking beyond him to Josmus and the others who were watching them. Turgon thought back to the bloodied officer that emerged from the other door. "Was there some kind of accident here?" Turgon asked. "No," he shook his head. "I don't know what you saw, but there's been no issues here. Everyone here is happy. I would hate to think that someone's not. If you'll tell me what is going on, I'll be quick to rectify it. There is nothing here but the goodness and mercy that I have shown to these people. And the officer, before you and the others emerged and you welcomed us in? I don't know of what you speak of. I will send some servants to try to sort it out. He had said that he had failed, and he deserved whatever he had gotten, and I saw him bleeding. I would think you would need to be on top of that, considering, Turgon said. Elisu walked up to Turgon, put his hand on shoulder. You have been a great friend, and I have not been the greatest, but I am doing much better. I think now you understand what I do, why I do it. Suddenly there was an explosion just to their side, throwing pieces of rock and ethereal flame upon them. Turgon looked to Rornikor and looked over to Elisu, who had been struck by one of the pieces of stone and had rose up, bleeding from the side of his face. Sound the alarm. They attack us again. Turgon could hear orders being barked just below them, and then bells tolled around the entire tower complex. I can't believe they let us get attack. I can't believe they have done this, Elisu said. He looked at Turgon. You're a king, you know how this goes. Weak soldiers. Turgon noticed that the fire was quickly dissipating, but still all across the tower complex there seemed to be bustling activity. Turgon looked to Rornikor and looked back at Elisu. I do want to question something about you, since you have been doing everything to help us. Of course, Elisu said with a smile. Ask anything. But I want to get tending to the battle at hand. These defenders are fairly weak. They're not what I need, and I honestly feel that I deserve for them to improve. I'm going to have to show them how to do things. Turgon could feel the high status that seemed that Elisu was trying to project, but it seemed like with every other word he spoke, he seemed to be studying Turgon. His reaction, his subtle eye movements and/or motions. It was as if he was saying things that he himself did not believe, and he was relying on Turgon's clues to gauge if it was believed at all. What happened to your apprentices before Josmus? I help many, but some were, he paused. Some were what, Elisu? You don't understand how things have been for me. You don't understand where I came from. Yes, we've all made bad choices, but I've been good to Josmus like no one else. I did not question about Josmus. The boy seems to care deeply for you. I understand what you would do to protect him. But what of your other apprentices, the other children, and everything that started this fall towards the Fae that we have ended up in? You question what I do after I've done all this for you. See, this is why I don't trust anyone. You always make me out to be the enemy, yet I do everything for you. Turgon sighed. I'm not angry with you, I'm just asking a question. You're asking because you think there's something wrong. You can't trust of my grand plan. I just simply asked what your plan is, 'cause all I have seen is pointless motions of artillery firing into an open field to do nothing and soldiers walking straight into their immolation on the dunes. You say you have some grand goal of what you're going to accomplish, yet it is obscure. Some ravine, some place of power. If you use this army and go directly as your apprentice had said, go to the source of the problem and fix it. We need any and every person that is willing to help us in this place. Do you not understand the madness that we are in? Elisu crossed his arms, staring Turgon down as it seemed his entire demeanor had changed. It is you who have brought the problem here. I welcomed you here. I wish to show you what we need to do, but you just wouldn't trust me. You think you know better, yet you're here, begging for my help. Turgon shook his head. I have not once begged for your help. I have only sought to understand. I've tried to remain calm as it seems that something afflicts you. Something afflicts me? Ha, he laughed, then laughed exuberantly. Something affects me. You're the one that is hiding out in some dwarven fortress away from all your people. You cut yourself off from everyone. You have your few friends who agree with you. I have done everything to protect everyone. I am a ranger of Taria. I'm a ranger of the Riverlands. I am a ranger of all the lands, selflessly giving myself and you." He pointed at Turgon. "You are trying to tell me what to do." He laughed. "There would be nothing if it wasn't for people like me. There'd be nothing you could do." "Oh, I'm a ranger," he would say. "I'm just a ranger." Turgon shook his head. "I've never said anything like that," he said. "But you're like all the others. You're like elves. You're like dwarves. Like everyone who has betrayed me in my life. And now I have to do what I'm doing now because you haven't given me a choice. You have lived and taken advantage of people like me. You just hate yourself. You hate everything about you. You've taken advantage of all rangers, and I will not take a single bit of word from you anymore." His voice had become increasingly harsh and loud. At this point, Rornakor had stood up and was standing just a few paces beside Elisu. The ranger glared over at Elisu. This was a mistake on his part. The ranger glared over at Rornakor. "What has he told you about me?" Elisu asked. "I was just on the outside," Rornakor said, pointing to where the others were sitting, including Josmus. "I was concerned, so I came over." "So you turn him against me?" Elisu asked Turgon. "He has stood and listened to everything we have said. He just happened to come over because he was concerned." "You seem to be very angry," Turgon said, in a very soft tone. "You're turning everyone here against me, but they don't see what you've done, what your people have done. Hoarding up all the gold and jewels of every mountain, whole to the western deserts all the way to the eastern Shadowlands. Will you tell them that? You tell them what you've done?" Turgon was starting to feel like it didn't matter what he said, how he said it, or anything else. The conversation was like a cruel cycle. Whatever he said was twisted back onto him. As long as he listened to the ranger and agreed with what the ranger said, the words he got were soft. But the moment he questioned, the moment he tried to wonder if something happened, it was like Elisu either twisted what he had said to somehow be against Elisu or told him he didn't remember correctly. It seemed that the realm of Illurinia, the realm of madness, had overtaken the ranger. "Why you stare at me, I see it in your eyes. You're not in control. Perhaps you should just get out of my tower. This is not a place for people like you, people that they're confused. All of you are crazy, and you have come here to try to ruin everything I've created." Rornakor looked to Elisu and then looked at Turgon. "My king, perhaps our best course of action in this particular situation is to not continue this back and forth, to make like stone and just leave things as they are here." Turgon looked to the hammer song and then back to Elisu. The king nodded but did not say anything. "I never said you had to leave, but you need to understand things as they are, not as you want to create them in your mind," Elisu said. "Of course," Turgon said plainly. "I think it best for us to just go in so you can contend to your war as it is," Turgon said. "That's what I believed you would say. Go rest. I will deal with everything." Turgon walked past Elisu and glanced up to Rornachor, as it seemed that Elisu said something under his breath. "Was there something else?" Turgon said. "No, nothing. This conversation is done. I will take care of things." Turgon and Elisu walked back towards the others, and then Turgon took a point to glance back to see that Elisu had turned away from them. "Let's go. There's no point in us being here." As Turgon and the companions departed, Josmus was crying. "And I'm sorry you had to see that," Turgon said. "Why did you anger him?" Josmus asked. "You shouldn't have angered him. I have seen him get like that before, and it's because I've done things I shouldn't. I'm not that great at doing I'm not that great like oiling my bow sometimes. And he has lots of issues with things like that, but he's just trying to help me become a better ranger. There are ways to instruct, and there are other things. I do believe he actually cares about you," Turgon said, "but there is much confusion in his mind." That's one way to put it, Rornishor said under his breath. He is afflicted by this realm, Elieva said. It's a constant state of confusion, and keeps making me feel as if everything is foggy in my own mind. I would question even how long we have been here at this point. They came to the base of the tower and exited. They could see the sun was high above them, and they were well into the third and final day. Turgon directed them to a small area that seemed to have many fruits and roasted meat. We should eat something, help everybody get their energy back up. But in his own mind, he was thinking of everything that had transpired and how angry Elisu had become. But he wondered if it was the affliction of the Fae, or something deeper, something that was within him. Josmus, I see your parchment, he said, as Josmus had just sat down on a stool. They were in a small alcove, and Rornachor went to go get them food. Josmus gave him the parchment. He looked at it, and as he did, he noticed that the mark on the map had faded away. But we did not free my master, Josmus said, looking as Turgon did. No, we didn't. Now, the glowing portion of the map was the central city. Rornachor brought them food, but before anyone had even started to take a bite, Turgon stopped them. The food, though it looked normal in some ways, was impressed with tons of crystals. I think we've overstayed our welcome here, and whatever we're seeing in some way, I feel like it's only what Elisu wants us to see. Even without him free in our minds, it seems the guidance of the Fae and the Guardians, to whatever level that is, directs us to the central city. But my master and the Guardian that is here, I don't think there's anything else we can do here, and we are running out of time. Chapter 5. Faithful Celebrations. By the time Turgon and the others had gotten to the central city gates, it was already near evening on the third and final day. There was an odd feeling Turgon could feel as he drew near the gates, and looking at Gak, Elieva, and Rornachor, he could see a feeling of calmness come over them. That said, Josmus did not have the same happiness. In Turgon's mind, he had failed to get Josmus his master. They've been forced to leave Elisu behind. Well, back here at this lovely place, Rornachor said. The dwarf laughed, looking at Turgon. How about you and Josmus not going alone this time? I think it best we all stay together. Turgon nodded. I was thinking that myself. We should not split up at any point, nor should we wander off, even if it has purpose. The moment we're separated, we're less strong, and we are more likely to fall into one of the Fey Queen games. Gak doesn't want to get separated again. Gak quite likes everyone. The elf looked at the orc. I would rather not lose you either, friend. I will watch over you in this place, though it seems there's a strange melody in the air. Elieva was right, and Turgon could hear a sound like chanting, but not in some strange ritual way, but celebratory. Is that drums? Rornachor asked. Turgon could hear the rhythmic beating and horns playing. It was at this point that Turgon realized that the outside gates did not have guards and were wide open. There was indeed a celebration about the city, and as the sun set in the far distant mountains, Rornachor looked at all of them. No matter how we approach this, we know how this night ends. We know how the people of the city become. What we don't know are the actions of our friend Elisu and the others that we have interacted with over the past few days. He looked to the boy. Josmus, my intention is to get you from this place one way or the other. Before we even cross this void and walk into the city, I'm telling you this right here. You will get out of here. Turgon knelt to Josmus. If a portal, or a way of any kind, if anything happens where there is a chance you can get out, I have one goal for you, and that is to get from this place. Nothing has made sense the entire time we have been in the realm of Illurinia, but my intention is to get us all out, and if nothing else, you're getting out. Josmus shook his head. but we're all getting out. I'm not leaving anyone here. You're not leaving here without us unless it is the direst of circumstances, and it is not to abandon us. But you're to go straight back to Ikinidor. You will get Silva and all of our allies, and you will come back. Yosmis stood staring directly at Turgon, and then looked over to Rornikor, Elieva, and Gak. I won't leave you all to just leave. If I have to go, I'm going to get our allies and friends. No worries, kid. If that comes to pass, we will be waiting on you, Rornicher said. Turgon smiled at Josmus. We don't expect to be separated, but I have to know that no matter what happens in this place when we walk through, that you're going to do what I say. Yes, King, Josmus said. Elieva and Gak both embraced Josmus, and they began to walk just ahead of Turgon and Rornikor. The Hammersong stood next to the king with his arms crossed. He didn't even question you, Rornikor said. If something happens and he can get through, there's no chance of us getting back out. We know the rules of going through this realm, especially after the initial encounter with the Fey Queen. I do. You know I didn't tell him all of that for the purpose of actually getting us allies. I want him to live. I've got no qualm with that, but I'm just not much of a fan of dying here. Turgon laughed, tapping Rornikor on the shoulder. Me too, he said. They entered into the city, and it truly was as if they were walking through another portal, for as they stepped from the outside world through the gateway, he felt a shiver of energy across his skin. Inside, the city was celebrating, and of what exactly he could not guess. But there were people dressed in masks and dancing wildly, spinning about with music played from pipes and from drums. Gak started dancing, clapping his hands and spinning in a circle. Good music, good music. Gak likes it, the orc said. Gak continued to spin about in a circle as Turgon scanned the roads, trying to see something familiar from the first time they'd come. The roads are different, it doesn't look like before, Josmus said. Turgon agreed with the assessment. It is not. The only thing that remains the same as before is the tower. Okay, let us just go try to find the central road that leads to the tower. Right now, Turgon was thinking how they only had 3 of the 4 of the objects of the Fey Guardians. He did not know if that would be enough, but he had to hope so. The sky above them was a soft purple as the sun was giving way to what would soon be a clear night. The moon loomed some distance away. The power of the aberration was near, and though the people celebrated for now, Turgon knew the hard part that was still to come. As they crisscrossed several roads passing up through a narrow passageway, they came to a grand parkway and a large parade ground where many of the masked individuals danced about. The masks were elaborate, made of many different colors and shapes. Some seemed too scary in form, and to look disfigured and almost demonic, at least in the way that Turgon had heard. Others looked like orcs or elves, while still others were very colorful with strange markings. The people that were not dancing talked amongst themselves, speaking in gibberish, and as Turgon made a point to look closely at one of them, he realized that the face behind the mask was disfigured. These people were not normal, but at least as of right now, they were not a threat to him or the others. The great spire, the tower of the Fey Queen, lay ahead, but it was still a far distance away, and there were dozens upon dozens of the parading masked people blocking their way. Turgon kept pushing through the crowd, keeping hold of Josmus's hand, as Josmus held Gak's hand, and as Gak held Elieva's hand, while Turgon continued pushing them through. All stop in honor of the Queen, a voice shouted. The mention of the Queen caused Turgon to grip Josmus's arm and pushed him behind him. Gak and Elieva came up alongside Turgon, and Rornikor unslung his axe. The Queen? Rornikor asked, grumbling something else to himself. Splitting down the parade route was a grand platform, and though Turgon could not make her out directly, it seemed that on a throne and wearing a crown of blue and purple crystals, a figure was paraded through the city. Turgon scanned their surroundings and saw a single building that stood out to him. It had a large mug of frothy foam, and he pushed towards it, dragging Josmos. The others followed behind him as he pushed open the door of the structure. He was met by an unmasked woman who smiled as they entered. "You are here. You are doing enough to get here," she said. "But shut the door. You know she is watching." As Turgon and the others came in, Turgon scanned the surroundings and realized they were in some form of inn. The woman looked at Turgon and smiled, her blue eyes like the very crystals of the Fey Queen's platform, but she did not have the same cold feeling that the others had. "It's just you and them, isn't it?" she asked. "We don't want any trouble. The festivities are a bit much, a bit crazy. That is the point of such things, make you second guess, to drive you to a state of craziness where you question all. But here, for a moment, in this place will remain a place in your mind of good memory." Turgon immediately felt that this woman was strange, especially considering everything else they had dealt with. But as the festivities continued outside, she made it home for them. Soon the woman had brought out hot tea and small sugary pastries. She had soft brown hair, and she continued to look at Turgon and smile. "Thank you for the cookies," Josmus said. "Of course, it is good to get something on this night, as celebrations do tend to get out of hand, and for now the queen of our realm is receiving her accolades. I never much liked her, not at all." "Do you know the queen?" Rornichor asked. "I know enough. I've been in a place like this in another life." "Another life?" Turgon asked. "Yes, I am like you, out of place yet trapped. It is the fate for many, particularly those that are the target of her insanity. We will resist her. We wish to break out of this place." The woman nodded. "I believe you. I have seen others attempt it, but it feels like I'm living this again. I feel like I've wandered into a strange dream, for I did feel a few days ago that I would finally be released in one way or another. The queen has always wanted to escape this place, the trap of her own mind, but beyond this city the world itself is random. Did you visit the Great Swamp?" she asked. Turgon thought of all the places they had gone, and knew that they had not gone to a swamp. They'd not seen a single swamp. "No, no swamp." The woman looked down and smiled. "Perhaps that is still a place of peace, but that doesn't matter now. My companions were much like you. They had come with me because of my dealings with the Fae. We had to go to several locations in the world. The first was a seaside village where it was very cold. The next was a hot desert with great fiery rocks that were like beacons in the dunes around them. It was almost as if the occupants of the strange rocks are nothing but the Fae themselves, pulling some of my companions away. And then there were the great northern mountains we were supposed to go to, but never quite got there. I fell for the traps of the queen, and I do not know what befall my companions, but for so many days I have been here, living now a life that I can only say is all wrong." "But you're not from here. You're from what world, what city?" "I am from the city of Lokam, not too far from the Great Bay of the North. That's where I was when this all started." "How are you here and your companions not?" Elieva asked. "Well, we were passing on our way to the swamp, and I was drawn out to the hills of a place that was once home to me. It was there I was driven mad, and the Fey Queen grasped me. When I came to, after feeling this state of losing my mind like none other, those that had been with me in the darkness were gone, and in my mind they had made them my enemy. When I woke up, understanding finally what all had transpired, I was alone again, with the only one that knew me or more, so the only one that could still control me being the Fey Queen herself. So I am here serving these sweet pastries and tea. I have seen other companions come and go, but I have a feeling that even those memories are false. I've never seen the Fey Queen's power grow to the level it is, and for so many to be wearing masks as they are. But at least all of you are here. There is a chance you can escape." "Not my master," Josmus said. "He's still stuck. He cast us out." "I see," the woman said. "Well, it is the fate for some to never escape this place, and I must tell you, if any of you have a chance to leave, it is most important you do so. It is far too easy to fall back into this trap, and I do not want any others to be as me, for I honestly believe that for every masked person that is out there, was once one like me are you," she said, looking at Turgon. "With so much that is an illusion, the sheer number of those that are lost they keep up the mask to be able to live is far beyond what you expect." The woman did not say anything else, and at this point she smiled, bowing to them before returning behind the desk of the inn. Turgon peered out the windows to see that the crowd was still in their celebratory riot, and the moon was drawing closer. "I'm not feeling too good about this," Rornachor said. "After everything that woman said, I have to see that she is in a similar state as our good friend Elisu. Made a bad choice, and our companions are gone." Turgon crossed his arms and continued to stare out the window as Rornachor did the same. "Would you have me do any different, Hammersong? Anything than what we are doing?" "Well," he said, putting his hands down on his hips and raising his right hand and pointing, "if I had the choice to do exactly what I wish to, it would be able to take enough dwarven dust to split open the continent and blow that tower as high as I could. But we're fresh out of dust." Turgon laughed as Rornachor did. "You got those little instrument things, or objects, or whatever they are. I didn't think the pipe would play music, but it played music. Perhaps the other stuff does." "We do. The boy has it." "Well, we have to hope those pudgy little crazy guardian fairy things will be good allies, because outside of another direct attack on that tower, I don't have any plans." Turgon sighed and closed his eyes, but as he opened them, he found himself standing in a great fog. He looked around and didn't see the others or anything at all, but instead he saw only two bright purple eyes. "Turgon, King of Ikinidor," a feminine voice said. "Who are you?" "I am the one you seek to destroy, but you do not know me. I do not seek to know you, Fey. I do not know what they have told you of me or what your opinion is of what you have seen, but I do not seek war with you. There's no war necessary, but you were bound in this place for a reason. You've brought us here. You have forsaken us. And I will let you all leave. You do not need to make war upon me. It is not a battle you could win even with the help of these so-called guardians." Turgon continued to look around, but he could only see glowing purple eyes before him. "You're a fairy. Your lies are as plentiful as the fog around us. Your entire purpose is to deceive." "You are correct. I prey upon the weak-minded, the passive, the ones that seek to fix those that are broken. For they are easy to lose themselves in the guile and the seductiveness of my world. I saw you upon the grand promenade, avoiding me and dipping into the inn where another one of my lost souls is. She lost her battle, and her companions lost their lives. Even now, the one that I target in all of this has already forsaken you. Elisu. He is the one that sold his freedom. He sold it long before you entered this place or even met you. And he is lost. But now I am threatened, and I do not like it. But I give you the offering, and if you accept it, you can leave these lands, return to your kingdom. What do you seek to gain from me leaving? There is nothing of value to one like me except that which I give value. One could say it's as simple as choosing gold over stone, but in my case I can cast out the gold to choose the stone if I feel the stone is valuable. It is not about what is value in reality, but what I perceive and what I can cause others to perceive and lose themselves to. It is about the power. It is about the ability to control. That is a true value in those I deceive and those that I drag into madness. They never know exactly what it is, but it's a feeling they have in the back of their mind, and I constantly keep them guessing, keep the wondering if it is stone or if it is gold. This true gold is the value I can draw out of any soul who allows me. For in reality, without my beauty, I am but the ugly stone with no value. "Why do you tell me any of this?" Turgon asked. "I tell you so that you have a fair choice. I tell you because you are of no value to me, not you, not the two spirits, both an orc and an elf, or even the Hammersong, as he is called from your realm. I have the one I value to me, and until you had reached this city, I could not speak to you. My aberration is coming, and we have done this before. There is no reason for you to assail me. When you leave the inn, proceed up to the main road, and you will come to a circular pathway before my tower. There you will find a simple crystal pool, not too unlike the one in the city of Finar. Enter it, and it will return you to a place near your fortress in the mountains near the desert of Lost Sands. You will have no qualm with any Fae. You can turn your back on all of this. If that is the case, then I expect that the ranger called Elisu will meet us there. We will all leave together. If you seek to try to free him, you will be lost, as is the innkeeper. I've shown your path away. Let us hope what you said to the boy upon entering, at least for his sake, that you meant it." Turgon felt himself laying against the ground, and as he opened his eyes, he saw Rornikor and his long beard hovering over him. "My king?" he asked. Turgon sat up and rubbed his head. "How long have I been out?" "A few hours. We draw near midnight now," Rornishor said. Turgon looked around, and he no longer saw the innkeeper. "Where is she?" "She said nothing to us and left. We do not know," Elieva said. Turgon felt Josmus touch his chest. "King, are you okay?" Turgon looked at Rornikor. "The queen spoke to me, spoke of the innkeeper, spoke of the ranger. She has offered us a way out, a way to avoid this fight. But we're not going to take it, are we? We can defeat her. We have the guardians," Josmus said. "We have 3 of the 4 that we need. Your master could not be freed, and thus we did not free the guardian tied to him." "But no, no," he said, sitting up and looking directly at Josmus. "I have no plans to flee. We should go. Time already draws short." They exited the inn to empty roads, and truly as they stared about where before there was revelry of hundreds of people in masks, there was now just the remnants of the revelry that was before. The streets were empty, and there seemed to be a strange cranking in the air, a sound high above. The moon drew near the zenith tower. "We do not have long. Hurry," Turgon said. The parade grounds that they had seen before were barren, and the path leading all the way to the tower was before them. As Turgon led the host towards a circular platform that he could see ahead, his mind thought of the words the Fey Queen had spoken. He knew ahead there would be a portal and the chance he could have them all flee and be free of this place, or at least Josmus. The road climbed upwards, and as they rose higher and higher above the city, he saw that now that there were dozens of masked individuals standing in columns off the edges of the road, people that were part of the party before were assembled almost as if they were waiting for the order from the queen herself. They drew closer and closer to the round rotunda, and even from afar Turgon could see the glowing portal as promised. As he and the others came up too before the portal, they spread out around the glowing blue spear and saw that there was yet another large bridge that led to the front of the tower. "No defenders?" Elieva asked. "It seems that the armies of the Fey Queen are held in reserve. Why are they holding back?" Rornikor asked. Turgon stood looking at the portal and looked to Rornikor. "This is as she said it would be. We can leave." "You cannot possibly trust her," Elieva asked. "I don't trust any of this place. Be it the Queen or even the Fey Guardians that claim they will help us. We can leave this place now." Josmus backed away from the others. "We are here to destroy her, nothing else. I don't want her way out. I want her dead." Without warning, Josmus ran around the edges of portal and took off for the Fey Queen's tower. "Josmus!" Turgon shouted. But the boy did not stop. One by one, Turgon and the others went around the portal, chasing after their wayward ranger apprentice. As they refused the portal as offered to them, it went dark, and suddenly the sky became a brilliant, bright purple. "All shall submit," a voice echoed across the vast city. At once it seemed that all of the Fae's followers were coming upon them, but in an unsuspecting chain of events, the entire road became as bright fire before darkening, and the ground began to tremble. It was, as before, but much faster as the buildings were thrust upon each other, and there were explosions of rock and fire. They were midway up the bridge leading to the front of the Zenith Tower when their enemies swarmed them. At once, Turgon and the others fell into the battle with the many masked entities. Before long, Josmus had fallen back, releasing arrow after arrow, striking his targets, but there were so many of them, and the tower itself seemed to be moving away from them, as the path from where they stood to the front gate of the tower became further and further. "We've got to do something," Rornashor shouted. "Those golden things, the duck, pipe, use those things. We have to call the Guardians." Turgon and Josmus began to fumble about for the golden objects. Josmus took the pipe in hand and blew it over and over. As he did so, the clouds sparked high above, and there were bolts of white light striking the tower. Turgon took the duck in hand, looking at but unsure of what to do with it, and he set it down. The duck began to bounce up and down, sending out golden waves, and soon from the northernmost part of the city, he saw a wave of water come up over the walls and strike the opposite side of the tower that they could see. Now he saw a host of figures riding upon the water itself. Then, too, coming from the western part of the city, he could see fire and stone moving atop the walls, and he saw the stone people from before. Then he held aloft the golden bottle. At first, nothing happened. He smirked, uncorked it, and as he poured it out, the forest dwarves from before came rushing out to protect them, riding on the backs of spiders. Now Ariala was upon them as she fought against the masked figures beside Turgon and the others. "You must get into the tower. You must end the Queen." There was another horn call in the distance, and as the sound echoed across the city, it seemed that in the far western sky there are many bright orange and yellow flashes, with red fire climbing into the heavens and with it, and it seemed the moon reacted as tendrils flew down to the city walls, as the Queen's apparition was taking control as it had before. But even though they were far away, Turgon could see that there was something coming swiftly upon the fields outside the city, and though he did not know if he came as friend or foe, it was the host of warriors as they had seen in the desert. Elisu and his army had come, and they made war upon the Fey Queen's forces of masked individuals. my master comes," Josmus said. "We must get into the tower. We must fight her." "Go, we will fight," Ariala said, as many of her other fish people had showed up and began knocking back the masked people. Turgon looked out as fire and rock struck on the lower portions of the pathway, and the stone people began to form up into a wall to protect the way up the ramp. "King, let's go," Rornakür said. They entered into the tower. Chapter Saravdi. All wear masks. As Turgon and the others entered the bottom level of the tower, the door closed behind them, the handles on the door vanished, and they were sealed within. While he expected it to still be loud from the outside battles going on, he heard nothing but a music box playing somewhere high above them. "Not even the tower is the same," Josmus said. The apprentice was right, and as he and the rest of them looked around the room, Turgon noted that the tower lacked any adornments whatsoever. It was barren and dark, save for a few sparkling crystal torches. "So this is nothing like before?" Illurinia asked. Turgon shook his head. "No, the tower was more barren, and outside of the music there is nothing to be said of this tower all. One thing that did remain is that there was a stairwell leading upwards to which Turgon led the way, the companions following behind him. As they ascended upwards, unhindered and unbothered by any, as there was no one to bother them. As they climbed higher and higher, Turgon looked down, realizing that the entire bottom of the tower had vanished, and now they saw only fog. Something tells me that there is no going back now. The Dwarf King was right, but he didn't know just how right. Not yet. They came to a great blue crystal that set halfway into the wall itself. There was no further stairwell, for they had reached the pinnacle of the tower, and he immediately began to inspect it. "What are you looking for?" Rornachor asked. "I don't know. I just don't like the fact that I'm looking directly at something that otherwise doesn't give us any choice but to touch it." "I understand," Rornachor said. "You don't have to worry about it. I'll touch it." Before Turgon could protest, Rornachor had touched it, and it instantly vanished. "Come on," Turgon said to the others. One by one they touched it, and Turgon did so, and found himself on the other side of the crystal. Rornachor was nearby, and there was a single fairy floating high above them. Beyond that, the moon was also there, looming as it did in bright purple. The skies beyond it were black, and he could see stars twinkling beyond. "We've come for you," Josmus shouted. Turgon looked at the other companions, and they all drew out their weapons. Gak had a small knife, and Illurinia her bow. Josmus drew back on his bow, and of course the Hammersong's weapon was in hand and ready. Turgon held his hand-axe and walked towards the single fairy. "Show us to your master," he said. Josmus saw that there were apparitions appearing high above them. One by one the Fey Guardians were materializing. They had come as promised, without any further spellcasting or use of the golden objects. The moon began to spin around the tower itself, first only slightly, but then increasing the pace over and over the sight of the sky beyond the Fey fading away. "What is this?" Rornachor asked. Turgon had expected a similar back and forth as to what had happened before, and exchange of words, and a somewhat fair fight. But so far nothing like that was happening. "Kill the fairy!" Gak shouted. "Kill it! Gak it! Kill it!" Illurinia loosed her arrow, as did Josmus. Both arrows struck, dropping the lone fairy directly to the ground. The moon slowed and then stopped before exploding outward as a massive eye with multiple tentacles grasping at the tower and all of the realm beneath it. "That's it," Rornachor said. The Hammersong ran, jumping up one of the tentacles and sprinting directly up to the face of the moon. He buried his axe into the iris, causing the entire moon to shimmer and shake as the eye and protrusions all turned toward the Hammersong, gripping him. Josmus and Illurinia sent arrow after arrow, striking all of the sclera directly around where the Hammersong was holding. His axe was wedged in the creature's eye as the tentacles continued trying to grasp him. He pulled in closer and began to punch the creature over and over. Then there was a sudden thunderous sound, and the fairy arose with the two arrows still stuck its body. It floated up towards the moon and spun around it, reforming the structure of the moon itself as the eye was cast out like a spent shell. The Fey's body was merged with the creature, its wings and arms and legs all combining with the massive form as the tendrils rose up into the sky above. Now the Guardians came down, striking with purple, blue, and green magics, wisping around the creature. Rornachor had fallen a great distance and struck the top of the tower, and Turgon ran to him as the Hammersong was bleeding profusely from his head. "I got the bastard. I got it. It isn't my fault that the dang fairy is causing issues again." Turgon dragged Rornachor to the door-like crystal and laid him up against the wall. Now, dozens of small versions of the strange conglomeration of the aberration and the dead fairy dropped to the ground. They began to fight them, 1 versus 3 or 4 at the same time. The creatures were easy enough to fight with. One of them down, it was making it quite a bit more difficult. But the sheer volume of their foes was overwhelming them. Turgon struck their unarmored forms. With each hit they would collapse, falling into a pile of goo. But as they fought, he saw that it was all a distraction, for the aberration was fighting the Guardians themselves. "Where are you? Where are you, Fey Queen?" Turgon shouted. There was another thunderous sound, and this time it was not the aberration, but something below. The aberration itself seemed to react, its tendrils going away from the Guardians and down to the base of the tower. There was a faint voice on the air, and then clear as anything else, a loud shout. "I am Elisu, and I have come to destroy you." "Master!" Josmus shouted. The voice carried on the wind, and Turgon knew his master wasn't close, but perhaps, somehow, Elisu was coming. Elisu, and whatever confused state he was in, still wanted to protect Josmus. Now the fogs began to give away. As Turgon looked out, he could see the entire realm as before, but now there were hundreds and hundreds of creatures of all kinds upon the fields. He looked down to the bottom of the tower, and they could see the glowing forms of the stone people, the people of the woods, the people of the ocean, and those that were following Elisu. They were all forcing their way into the tower, and he expected them soon. Now the Guardians were tearing apart the aberration, but they still lacked the fourth one of their entity, the one that was tied to Elisu, and the one thing they didn't have. The crystal exploded behind them, and Elisu and a host of his warriors came through. He had his bow bent, and in his hand was the golden object they were missing. "Master, you've come," Josmus said. The fairy that had been controlling the aberration exploded, and a sparkling dust of pink and red, before materializing directly on the surface of the tower as a being of both flesh and crystal. There was a crown of golden jewels upon their head, and its hair was like starlight. "You have come to me without any issue. It is sad that you have led so many to their death." Elisu released an arrow, but as it traced toward the Fey Queen's head, the materials of the arrow split apart, the wood splintering the iron tip, becoming as dust, and the feathers floating away. "Do you truly think it's so simple?" she laughed. Elisu reached for a hook on his back and pulled out a hat. It was simple enough and black with a green ribbon. He threw it to the ground, and an explosion of smoke none other than Shodin appeared. "I have come from afar. You have what I need." Turgon pulled Josmus away from his master, just as the Fey Queen began to glow brightly, with thousands of golden spikes covering her body. There was an explosion, and Turgon had just cradled Josmus in his arms as he was knocked back and nearly off the tower. There was a golden aura all around the top of the tower, and the Guardians swung down, attempting to get in, but could not. In a few moments, Turgon felt his entire body get heavy, and when he came to, he looked at black stone surrounded by bright white clouds. "King, you are squishing me," Josmus said. Turgon pushed himself off of Josmus and whatever ground it was that they were on. There was a great silver temple surrounded by clouds, and it was clear that they were no longer in the tower as before, yet they were someplace else. Turgon looked around for the others and saw Gak, and Elieva some distance away, as well as Rornachor. They were all alive, but it seemed that the physical form of both the orc and elf were beginning to fade away. "I don't feel so well," Gak said. "I don't feel so—" Suddenly the orc and the elf were no more, becoming as dust, as Rornachor pushed himself up, stumbling over to Turgon and Josmus. "Where are we?" Rornachor asked. Turgon didn't know, and he just shook his head. Then the Fey Queen appeared just before Turgon, and before he could do anything, ripped Yosmus from his hands. The queen burst away, pulling the apprentice with her as both Shodin and Elisu came running towards Turgon. "Where is he?" Elisu asked. "She took him." Now another appeared, and it was no other than the remaining Fey Guardian. Turgon and Elisu looked at one another. "I have run from this for too long. I must destroy him, for he has haunted me ever since. That is what was in the chasm where the armies went. Him. And he is the product of everything I have ran from." "We will defeat him together," Turgon said. "Get Josmus, protect him. You can defeat the queen for all my armies. I did do one thing. I got the final golden object. I found the paintbrush of Tabuk." He handed it to Turgon. "Now, you and the boy have it all. This thing wants me, and I will defeat it. Go with your hammer song, kill the queen." Elisu charged directly at the remaining guardian, engaging him in hand-to-hand combat, punching and kicking. Turgon and Rornakor did as he said, heading directly into the temple. Inside, the Fey Queen spun about now with multiple arms and a face that shifted between happy, angry, and different, and sad, her head pivoting around and around as energy flowed from the temple itself into her body. Josmus lay lifeless, or so it seemed, directly beneath her feet. Turgon ran for Josmus, and though the queen reacted, it was the hammer song who once again jumped at their foe-axe, first striking into her lower stomach. Turgon went to pull Josmus when he found that his body would not move. The boy's eyes were open, and it seemed that he was terrified. Turgon went about searching for the other objects. Now holding all four, he took action on both of them, all of the objects glowing brightly, as once again Shodin appeared with his hat before throwing it, much like a spear, and striking the Fey Queen. There were wisps and gnashes of energy as the Fey Queen reached out, throwing all her attackers back except for Turgon. "There is nothing more to be done," she said. "You're lost. You have not the power to remove yourself from the realm, and I am your only path out. I have what I need, Dwarf King. I will now leave this world and go into yours, and when it burns beneath my fairy fire, know that you will be here watching from above within the realm of your gods." The clouds were wisping around the temple, seemingly giving her an increase in power as she took energy from the air, and lightning flashing around the great temple in the sky. "Wait, we're in our realm. The god of the sky, of the winds, Dim. I pray to the god Dim. I pray you hear that evil has come. Blow upon this temple with every bit of gust you can shred her of her power." The Fey Queen laughed. "You are but a dwarf. The gods will not listen to your cry. Call your god of stone and fire. Call Throka. For Dim will not hear you here. It is like the Fey. The Fey only pay attention to those that give them attention, and once we are forgotten, we are lost. But I have remained in this form, and I shall retake my old form." But the gods of the north were not like the Fey. No matter how long a follower had gone astray, or if a follower was not a devout one but needed aid, the gods of the north would answer. A tornadic storm descended upon the temple, shredding apart the winds that were feeding into the Fey Queen. The golden objects flurried around her and then flowed directly next to Shodin. "You can end this. Strike her down. You are the only one that can, for I am a being of power," Shodin said. Turgon had no idea what Shodin was talking about, but now Rornakor was knocked down and was about to take a strike from one of the Fey Queen's arms and the bladed weapons that had materialized in her hands. Turgon charged, cutting through the guard of the Fey Queen, only to be struck by another hand and thrown against the wall. The queen burned with energy as the winds whipped in from the outside, and the power of the god Dim pulled at her body. This was Turgon's battle to win, and he had to do so. It was then that Josmus stood up, grabbing hold of his bow and drawing back an arrow, only for the queen to descend upon him with all of her blades. Turgon shouted, but it was Ilisu who jumped, blocking the strikes upon his apprentice, his own body being shredded apart, piece by the Fey queen. Turgon pushed himself up, taking that moment and going for the queen's head, chopping not once, not twice, but 3 times, severing her great vessels and shattering her neck. Her head fell to the side as she gargled, still trying to hold on to some form of life. He grabbed hold of her skull, reaching in behind the crack he had made in her tissue and ripping her jaw from her body. In an explosion of red and pink crystals, they fell to the ground. The air was suddenly intoxicating. He could barely see straight, but he saw a single silver and gray form appear out of the winds with glowing gold eyes. "Sleep, Dwarf King. I will restore you. She bound me too for a time. She will no stop me in the future." He felt at peace and in absolute chaos, seeing himself above torrential black seas and seeing the form of Shodin looking at him with a wink and a nod before becoming as nothing but a black fog. A haunting presence filled Turgon's heart. There was something beyond dark to Shodin. The form was not at all what he presented himself as, but what he was for sure, Turgon would never know. Then the king of Ikinidor heard a voice that spoke a truth that would stay with him from that moment on. In a game of masks, which is life, all are jokers and tricksters in some form. Take care of those you love and use what you need to in order to survive. We all have our masks in this life and, I fear, the next. Shodin was indeed something else. A powerful entity that would haunt the world, but Turgon had only brushed beside him in a chance happening of events compared to what was to come. But that, thankfully, wasn't Turgon's story. In another place and time, Shodin was called Marog. Chapter Yeravadu. The Priest and the Thane. Silra was feeling better. When he woke, he asked how long it has been and where Turgon and the others had gone. Garivia told him, and he had spent days upon days sitting directly outside of Ikinidor. But as he sat there and evening drawing near, there was suddenly the sound of wailing wind, and a dust storm like he had never seen appeared in distance. But instead of a long and tall cloud of sand, it was a single tornado that spun about and then descended almost directly into Ikinidor itself. The wind subsided almost as quickly as it came, and before them was not only his king Turgon, but also Josmus, Rornakor, and to his surprise a strange-looking imp creature and an elf. The guards of Ikinidor descended, and once they realized that there was their king, sent for some of the monks. But no one was injured, and as Turgon looked around, he spotted Silra. "It's over," the king said. "Yes, I'm feeling quite good, and I hear you went on a little journey. And you returned in a tornado?" Turgon looked and saw that Josmus was looking around. Turgon went to him. "Are you okay?" he asked. "My master spoke to me," Josmus said. "He spoke to me and told me he was going to the great tree, where all fallen rangers go at the end. I told him my creed. Once again, I will be as a stalwart shield to those who cannot shield themselves, a drawn bowstring to bring down the tyrants." He was at peace, and something tells me, he paused, it was the first time he had felt peace in a very long time. "Gak-Gak is alive! Gak-Gak is alive!" the orc said, jumping up and down. Many of the guards nearby were rather jumpy at the appearance of the orc. Almost none of them had seen one alive, and all of them had heard the stories of the orc wars. Back from him, Turgon commanded. "Bringing orcs and elves back?" Silra asked. "Something like that," he said. Garivia had now come, and upon seeing Elieva, she bowed. "An elf from the old world now graces the halls of Ikinidor," she said. Elieva bowed, and Gak-Gak stood near her, trembling. Do not fear, orc. This is not a place of your enemies, Garevia went on. Do not fear. There were great festivities to be had in the mountain of that night, and now with Silra understanding everything that had transpired, Turgon and Rornakor enjoyed a drink sitting on the steps of their home. So who exactly was Shodin? Silra asked. He said he was a being of power. He also said there are many masks and something, Turgon said, rubbing his head. I think he said something in our world, but just not something obvious to us. It was something like the glacial seas. They were dark and stormy. Perhaps something we'll have to deal with at some point, but maybe not. And of the boy? Rornachor asked. He will stay here, of course. His master had many secrets, and I do think, he said, rubbing his beard, many dark truths. But the boy is not guilty of his master's sins. The strangest of occurrences for most of Ikinidor, though they were a place of many peoples and cultures, was the orc and the elf. Gak and Elieva had no desire to leave Ikinidor, and Turgon had no desire to see them leave. My people will believe that I am gone, and even if they would take me back, which I'm sure they would not take Gak, and I am quite fond of the orc. Gak laughed, jumping up and down, and Gak is happy here with Elieva. Plus, there is good food to be had here in the dwarf home. I have spoken to Garevia, Silra said. She cannot explain why these two were given life. I believe it was a passing gift from the Fae Borlir, Elieva said. You do? Turgon asked. Yes, Gak said. I saw the Fae too. I was looking upon the battlefield I had died when I saw him and thousands of fairies. There was a portal, and I woke beside you all here. It is a true gift to be given life again. I can only hope we can use it to serve each other and all here that have been so friendly to us so far better, Elieva said. But through all of this, Josmus stood alone. He had seen the back and forth and pleasantries of all the friends and family that the dwarven home within Ikinidor represented. But Turgon knew he still mourned the loss of essentially what was his father. The Dwarf King went to the apprentice and put his hand on his shoulder. In the end, your master fought for you, even through all the chaos, and not even being free of the effects of the others, like our other friends were, he still fought for you. Josmus nodded. I know, I'm just trying to figure out what to do now. We weren't supposed to stay here. We weren't supposed to be trouble to any of you. Turgon rubbed his beard, looking out as if he was thinking, but he had already made up his mind well before now. He turned and stood directly in front of Josmus. Apprentice, kneel before me. Josmus was suddenly taken back, but he knelt down very quickly with a terrified look on his face, staring directly at the king. At this point, several others from within Ikinidor came out, including Rornakor, Gak, Silra, and Elieva. Let it be known, Turgon said, that Josmus Ranger shall be henceforth known as Thane of Ikinidor, Thane of King Turgon, and will always be welcome here in his home. Hail, Thane Josmus, Rornakor said. Josmus smiled from ear to ear, and Turgon knelt down to his level and gripped his hands. You are my Thane, and this is your home, and you will never need to wonder again. The end. See what's next for the Fallen Dwarf. Love the Fallen Dwarf series? Make sure you don't miss any of them, and learn about my other books, some of which feature characters from Ikinidor. Join here, https://subscribepage.com/fallendwarf. Author's note, April 2025. Greetings, friend. If you're familiar with Majora's Mask, you could see how some of this story was inspired by that one. That said, while I have seen argument that Majora's Mask is Link journeying through the 5 stages of grief, this book was not. Most of the back and further of the last few Ranger-focused stories in this series were an exploration of certain psychological trauma, some more overt and some much more hidden. This final one, in some ways, were dealing with the stages of narcissistic abuse and the hopeless cycle their victims can find themselves in and never understand how to get out. Or, in some cases, never understand they are in a cycle at all. Instead, they continually try to fix what is wrong with them all while never understanding they are not the broken one. Instead of deep diving into all of that, I referenced it, showed it within the Guardians and, importantly, Elisu himself. And like a good story, saved those who could be saved, Josmus, protecting him and giving him a chance at a better life. I think it's important to also say that for now, I'm stopping additional stories in this series. Yes, there is still a final confrontation with the Jinn to be had, but I'll wrap that up at a later time. Turgon has already appeared in the Rogue Elf. Rornashor goes back to Haradar. He's Slatnikor's from Rogues of Magic father, after all. Then, of course, the Black Moon Wars has many of the Ikinidor characters, and if you haven't started that, do it now. Silra, Josmus, Turgon, and more have very important stories. Thank you for journeying with Turgon and the others for the story so far, and there will be a final Fallen Dwarf story in the future. Happy reading. Jeremy, thank you for listening. To see more of many of the characters from this series, check out Ranger's Oath, Black Moon Wars Book 1, available here on YouTube and on Amazon.